Nie Yan turned his head and said, those of you who've succeeded your class advancement, feel free to check out this magic tower. Lustboy, Summerbug, and Sunny South had all successfully advanced to great mages, so they were allowed to enter the tower. Boss, we're going in to take a look. The three walked up to the barrier. They reached out and felt their hands easily pass through the screen of light. Stepping onto the bluestone path, they started walking towards the entrance of the magic tower. If they could successfully study the spells inside, they would come out much stronger than before. After the three of them entered the magic tower, everyone else continued clearing away the mobs in the stronghold. Nie Yan was quite relaxed. Blade Light and the others didn't even need him to give orders to do their jobs. At this moment, Guowai reported to Nie Yan that the people he had assigned to watch over the 5 players from Angel Corps had lost sight of the Elven Thief. Thieves had various skills allowing them to enter stealth, so a skilled one could easily throw off any trackers. Guowai had been extremely diligent in tracking the 5 visitors. Only the slippery thief managed to escape his clutches. What did Angel Corps intend to do with just one thief? Does he want to rush over to interfere with your attack on the crypt stronghold? Even if he is, it doesn't matter. It's just an Elven thief, Nie Yan replied. With so many of Asskickers United's elites present, a single thief couldn't make many waves. Hopefully it's nothing. Despite his optimistic words, Guowai felt a twinge of unease. Nie Yan smirked. He was confident in his abilities and had the skill to back it up. He obviously wouldn't fret over something so small. The team methodically advanced until they reached an open plaza. There, they saw several thousand phantom swordsmen patrolling around. In the center stood a gigantic bear that resembled a walking fortress. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. It was the level 70 variant lord, Black Kit Grizzly. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame had wiped countless times trying to take down Black Kit Grizzly and accumulated unimaginable casualties. It was only later on when they figured out a trick to deal with it that they finally took this big lug of a bear down. The Black Kit Grizzly had a special ability that allowed it to absorb health from any corpse nearby. Before it could use its Corpse Eater ability, it was vital the corpses were cleared from the plaza, even at the cost of levels. The fallen would have to revive at the cemetery and rush back to rejoin the fight. The Black Kit Grizzly also had a skill called Dark Roar that dealt damage to all nearby enemies. Warriors with their high health and defense could survive the attack, but any mage standing within a 100-meter radius would be instantly killed. Priests were a bit better off since they could cast Radiant Barrier on themselves to mitigate some of the damage. Its last skill was called Dark Burgeoning, which dealt continuous damage to all enemies within a 30-meter radius. During this time, it was important the main tanks were protected by the paladins repel evil or else their deaths were guaranteed. As for the other warriors, they would have to be sacrificed and replaced by a new batch of frontliners, otherwise, the main tanks couldn't possibly hold off the Black Kit Grizzly. A large amount of cannon fodder was required for them to survive. In the previous timeline, in order to show off their achievement, Victorious Return released a video of their almost 7,000 players taking down the Black Kit Grizzly. Nie Yan had seen the video and memorized how the battle went. Back then, the Black Kit Grizzly had dropped 3 pieces of sub-legendary grade equipment after being defeated. Their properties were shared online, causing players to gasp in awe and envy, Nie Yan included. But in this life they were merely interesting trinkets. After all, his current set of gear was even better, and was already viewed as godly equipment by the players. Nie Yan looked around. The public square was surrounded by rows of buildings. Most of them were short, with only 5 or 6 being relatively tall. It was important they cleared away all the phantom swordsmen in the vicinity of the Black Kit Grizzly first. Mages, get on the roofs of the buildings. Nie Yan ordered. The mages made their way to the top of the buildings by using the stairs where possible or by relying on special items. Those who didn't possess such items would be helped up by their peers. Mages had a skill called Rescue which allowed them to teleport an ally in danger to their side. But it could also be used in other ways like right now. All the mages were spread out across the rooftops of the surrounding buildings. Son, one strike vow, follow me to aggro the mobs. Everyone else, wait here, Nie Yan said, then proceeded to explain his plan to them. With their help, aggroing the phantom swordsmen would be easy. The 3 thieves dashed out in different directions. Nie Yan arrived in the middle of an open area. Taking out his cavalry crossbow, he fired out bolts at all the nearby phantom swordsmen, aggroing almost 300 of them onto him. Nie Yan quickly turned tail and fled with the phantom swordsmen in hot pursuit. All of them activated charge, brandishing their swords as they chased after him. Phantom swordsmen were difficult to deal with. If they were allowed to get too close, they would use all sorts of crowd control skills. Thankfully, Nie Yan was quite fast. Before long, the first group of phantom swordsmen was brought to the designated location, whereupon a barrage of spells rained down from the sky, wreaking havoc and destruction. Nie Yan used Gale Step to avoid taking damage. He quickly retreated out of the combat zone and hopped over a short wall. Under the dense shower of magic, the phantom swordsmen let out mournful cries before collapsing on the ground one after another. The heavy deluge of area of effect magic completely shrouded their vision. About half a minute later when the smoke and dust settled, a scene of destruction with corpses strewn everywhere, along with the sparkle of loot entered their areas. There were only a few phantom swordsmen at the edge of the bombardment that managed to survive. The mages finished off the surviving few phantom swordsmen with single target spells. After which the thieves ran up to collect the loot. Asskickers United sorely lacked level 50 equipment. With all the players hitting level 50, there simply wasn't enough to go around. In that sense, the crypt stronghold was a treasure trove. Level 50 elites were rare in other places and difficult to deal with. It was impossible to hunt them in large numbers elsewhere like they were doing right now. After the area of effect magic fell, level 50 equipment littered the ground. Level 50 equipment was currently extremely expensive in the marketplace due to the short supply and high demand. Every day numerous groups of level 40 plus players set out to high-level maps in hopes of finding decent equipment. Of course most of the equipment they found was white or bronze grade. Nie Yan's group had really hit it big this time by killing all these phantom swordsmen. They slowly cleared away the phantom swordsmen in the area. After a while, Lustboy, Sunny South, and Summerbug reported they had left the magic tower. They had replaced many of their old spells with brand new ones. Nie Yan returned to base camp just in time to see the 3 of them arrive. How was it? Learn anything good? Nie Yan asked before having them share their skill lists. If the new spells didn't work out, they could just relearn their old ones but for a fee. Learning new skills is expensive. I watched 600 gold go down the drain in an instant. Lustboy chuckled bitterly, but he couldn't deny every spell was worth the price. The magic tower in the crypt stronghold contained more than 1,000 spells, many of which were of decent quality. Lustboy had only recently joined the ranks of top players. He didn't have much gold saved up, unlike Summerbug or Sunny South who wouldn't bat an eyelid over several hundred gold. Talk to Guo Wai, and he'll reimburse you guys, Nie Yan said. He would spare no expense to provide for these top players. They were the future pillars of Ass-Kickers United, so they were worth the investment. Nie Yan listened to Sunny South, Lustboy, and Summerbug describe the Magic Tower. The Magic Tower has a total of 6 floors. We could only enter the first and second floor. There were rows of bookshelves packed with thick and heavy books. There were many books that described magic and also many ones about history. The administrator of the Magic Tower is an old scholar. He's in charge of passing down the skills. As long as you give him the appropriate amount of gold, he'll give you access to the spells. Nie Yan skimmed through Lustboy's skill list. He had learned over 30 spells: Ice Rend, Freeze, Exploding Ice Bullet, Icicle, Ice Spike. It appeared Lustboy was walking down the path of an elementalist who specialized in ice magic. Nie Yan noticed these spells were all of the most basic kind and shared similar characteristics: short cast times, quick cast speeds, and crowd control. Nie Yan glanced at Lustboy. It seemed he had some unique ideas. Such a combination of spells would be effective in both PvP and PvE, granted the player could utilize them properly. Lustboy, I like what you're going for, but you're lacking damage. After locking the opponent down, you should immediately follow up with high burst damage, otherwise, you're giving them the chance to turn the tables on you. Nie Yan gave his 2 cents. Lustboy scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. I only had enough gold for these spells. The high damage ones were too expensive. So that's why. No worries, just talk to Guo Wai. The guild will naturally foot the bill. You're a contracted player, after all. Nie Yan smiled. Only now did he recall there would be many other members class advancing in the near future and they would all need to learn new skills too. The expenses just kept piling up. After all, Ass-Kickers United had more than 60,000 players in total. Besides smuggling equipment from the underworld, he had to expand to other areas of business. He could try capturing a few more strongholds. After developing them, the gold generated should be enough to support the guild. Nie Yan checked the skill lists of Sunny South and Summerbug. They too were walking down their own unique paths. Sunny South was a great holy mage. All the spells he learned focused on high damage, which usually came along with long cast times and high skill requirements. Spells with long cast times could easily be interrupted by others. The caster had to have good judgment, awareness, and grasp of timing. As for Summerbug, this fellow was far off the beaten path. He was actually learning shadow arcane magic, no crowd control, no high damage, only additional shadow corrosion damage. It behaved similarly to a curse, corroding the enemy's defense and health. The longer a battle lasted, the more the shadow corrosion damage would accumulate. Any build was viable as long as you knew how to play to its strengths. There was no weak skill or weak class, only a weak player. Mages would become incredibly powerful after visiting a magic tower. Even Nie Yan would feel wary encountering such a foe. These several players all had their unique playstyles and understood their own skills better than anyone else. Not to mention they were famous figures in the previous timeline. Nie Yan could only rely on his experience to give a word of advice here and there. When they matured and familiarized themselves with their respective skills, Nie Yan wanted to try challenging them in PvP. In the previous timeline, he was definitely no match for existences like Sunny South, Lustboy, and Summerbug. But in this life, he had long since surpassed his previous limits. Nie Yan had an almost 10-year lead on them in terms of game experience, so it was only natural he was superior. But as time passed, they would slowly catch up to him and likely surpass him one day. Nie Yan continued to aggro mobs after the mages on the rooftops had their area of effect spells come back off cooldown. After roughly 3 hours, all the phantom swordsmen near the plaza were cleared away. The only monster remaining in the public square was the Black-Eyed Grizzly. When Nie Yan, Sun, and One Strike Bao were aggroing mobs, they had drawn its attention multiple times. Thankfully, they were fast at fleeing. Nie Yan reorganized the troops. This public square could only hold 800 players at most. When someone died in battle, those on standby could quickly replace them. This was where all the streets in the crypt stronghold intersected, so every group that finished clearing the phantom swordsmen in their respective routes would eventually end up here. I want 100 warriors, 300 mages, 50 priests, 30 paladins, and 20 thieves. Nie Yan said. He allowed Smoke Stub, Blade Light, and the others to help with the selection. 500 players were going to be at the front. If there was enough space at the back, adding a few more mages wouldn't hurt. Finally the group of 500 entered the public square. Blade Light led 20 of the best fighters in Ass-Kickers United in surrounding the Black-Eyed Grizzly. The Black-Eyed Grizzly quickly noticed the approach of Blade Light's group. It let out a thunderous roar that shook the earth. Blade Light advanced step by step, slowly approaching the Black-Eyed Grizzly. The surrounding warriors were also circling in. The mages had already spread out and gotten into position. They were waiting for Blade Light and the others to secure the Black-Eyed Grizzly's aggro. When Blade Light and his group approached within 15 meters of the Black-Eyed Grizzly, they had already encroached on its limit of patience. It let out an enraged roar and charged toward Blade Light. Shield bash. A nearby fighter rushed up from the side and ruthlessly slammed his heavy shield into the Black-Eyed Grizzly. Bang! The fighter was sent flying like a ragdoll. It was an instant kill. However, he had still done enough to somewhat slow the Black-Eyed Grizzly's charging speed. At this moment, Blade Light bellowed out and used taunt on the Black-Eyed Grizzly. He stepped up to intercept the barreling bear, requiring the combination of shield bash and barbarian strength to stop its charge. Seeing the Black-Eyed Grizzly's health, Blade Light sucked in a cold breath of air. It had more than 1 million health. What a powerful variant lord. After being stopped, the Black-Eyed Grizzly swiped at Blade Light with its massive paw. Blade Light quickly activated defense stance and raised his shield to block. Clang! He was pushed back several steps as a damage value of -1573 floated up above his head. A gentle radiance shrouded Blade Light and immediately restored his health back to full. Blade Light stood firm and charged forward once more. While Blade Light and the Black-Eyed Grizzly traded blows, the surrounding fighters closed in. The 20 fighters locked the Black-Eyed Grizzly, greatly limiting its range of movement. The Black-Eyed Grizzly swiped with its paws, batting away any fighter unlucky enough to get struck. Some of the fighters were instantly killed. The ones that weren't staggered back to their feet, and after receiving healing, they jumped back into the fray. Mages, attack. Those of you with high damage, make sure you don't pull aggro. Nie Yan ordered. The mages who were spread out in a circle rained down magic from the sky and bombarded the Black-Eyed Grizzly, causing a string of damage values to rise up into the air. 60% of the spells were misses while the rest did around 300 to 400 damage. However, the Black-Eyed Grizzly's health regeneration was astonishing, healing for over 10,000 health a second. After what felt like ages, the Black-Eyed Grizzly's health finally fell by a minuscule sliver. It wasn't surprising that Victorious Return had wiped to this variant lord so many times in the previous timeline. Furiously roaring, the Black-Eyed Grizzly swiped away with its massive paws. A fighter was sent flying with every sweep, only to be immediately replaced by those waiting on standby in the back. A few thieves were also active on the battlefield. They were in charge of picking up the equipment of their fallen comrades. Every now and then they would circle round the Black Grizzly and attack it with skills that inflicted continuous bleed damage before immediately backing off. Nie Yan didn't dare to join in since his high damage would lead to the Black Grizzly shifting aggro. He suddenly recalled seeing Threat Null in Sunny South's skill list. Threat Null was a holy mage spell that nullified all aggro generated by a targeted ally for a set period of time, allowing them to dish out damage to their heart's content. Sunny South had learned Threat Null from the Magic Tower. It was a fairly useful spell in boss fights. Sunny South, cast Threat Null on me. Nie Yan ordered before circling behind the Black Grizzly. Sunny South raised his staff as a ray of light shrouded Nie Yan in a faint radiance. Nie Yan checked his status bar. Threat Null, your attacks and skills generate no aggro. Duration, 30 seconds. It was more than enough time. Backstab. Nie Yan plunged Zenard's sword into the Black Grizzly's back, after which he ruthlessly slashed down as blood sprayed out of the gaping wound. Eviscerate. Assassinate. Blast. Nie Yan exploded out with an onslaught of high damage skills, inflicting the Black Grizzly with a myriad of debuffs such as bleed, burn, and poison. On top of this, his attacks also dealt additional piercing and chaos damage. The Black Grizzly's thick, steel-like hide was no match for the sharp blade of Zenard's sword. -1525, -425, -356. -1473, -396, -381. -1429, -372, -320. A string of damage values floated up above the Black Grizzly's head. The 30 seconds of zero aggro generation from Threat Null was extremely precious. Nie Yan wanted to make every second count. Even though Nie Yan was doing far more damage than the players around him, the Black Grizzly couldn't be bothered to spare him so much as a glance. Nie Yan looked at his damage stats and saw he had dealt over 32,000 damage in total. He immediately retreated once the 30 seconds were over, not daring to linger a second longer. No one else in the group had an aggro removal skill. Nie Yan would have to wait 20 minutes for Threat Null to come back off cooldown. At the back, Yao Yao gazed at the battle with a thoughtful look on her face. This sort of aggro removal skill appeared to be useful to Nie Yan. Learning Threat Null would only take up one skill slot, and the 1,000 gold fee was pocket change in her eyes. The Corpse Eater skill of the Black Grizzly was frightening. It would immediately heal back to full health if there were more than 5 corpses nearby, making all their efforts go to waste. The Black Grizzly barreled forward, sending fighters flying. Corpses were strewn about the battlefield. Every time the Black Grizzly tried to break out of the encirclement, 1 or 2 fighters would rush forward into certain death to obstruct its charge. These sacrifices were necessary. If Blade Light, Lofty Shadow, or Yi Yan died, the situation would turn grave fast. The mages never stopped bombarding the Black Grizzly, and the priests never stopped providing support. Time ticked away. After roughly 20 minutes, the Black Grizzly's health fell under 50%. At this moment it let out a deep roar that shook the entire plaza. Priests, purify the corpses on the ground. Quick, Nie Yan hoarsely ordered. He barely gave them any time at all. There were at least 10 corpses within range of the Black Grizzly. Nie Yan had already reminded them prior, so the priests immediately raised their staffs. The corpses were bathed in a purifying radiance and disappeared into motes of light. The battlefield was cleared of all corpses. Corpse Eater. A bloody aura enveloped the Black Grizzly as a strong devouring force emerged in the air, but there were no corpses nearby to absorb. The Black Grizzly lashed out in fury, catching a nearby warrior off guard and killing them instantly. Its health immediately recovered by 5%. Warriors, retreat. Blade Light, Lofty Shadow, and Yi Yan, lock the boss down. Priests, protect them with radiant barriers. Paladins, buff them with your blessings. Nie Yan calmly ordered. He was simply relying on the fuzzy memories of the video from his past life to command the team. Even if this was his first time conducting a boss battle, Nie Yan couldn't show it. He was their leader and backbone. If he panicked, the entire team would fall apart. Wiping was a common occurrence. Even if they wiped once or twice, they could simply revive and try again. The leveling system of conviction was interesting, only giving players allocatable stat points once every 5 levels. Even if the team dropped 1 or 2 levels, their overall strength wouldn't be heavily impacted. This was exactly why they could keep on going. The duration of Corpse Eater was short, and with there being no corpses nearby, it had basically gone to waste. Everyone wondered how Nie Yan knew about the Corpse Eater ability of the Black Grizzly beforehand. He simply claimed he happened to learn about it while searching for information. There were many strange and fantastical rumors circulating around in Conviction. Sometimes they were simply interesting tidbits related to the history of the continent. Other times they were clues to quests. So, Nie Yan happening to find information related to the Black Grizzly was quite plausible. The Black Grizzly will activate Corpse Eater again once its health drops below 20%. Priests, pay close attention. Nie Yan informed. The team's coordination was decent. They had breezed through the first phase of the battle without suffering heavy casualties. Once the danger was over, the warriors rushed back to support Blade Light, Lofty Shadow, and Yi Yan. The 3 of them were under heavy pressure facing the Black Grizzly alone. After roughly 10 minutes, the Black Grizzly's health fell to 23%. Everyone was tensely playing their respective roles. At this moment, the Black Grizzly let out a deep roar, signaling the coming of something ominous. A powerful force started building up, like a volcano about to erupt. The priests believed the Black Grizzly was activating Corpse Eater again, so they quickly started purifying the corpses. Seeing the Black Grizzly's movements, Nie Yan's heart tightened. It was Dark Roar. Mages, pull back. Get more than 100 meters away from the boss. Priests, use Radiant Barrier on yourselves. Nie Yan commanded. The mages had to retreat because they would be dead if they were caught in the skill. The priests couldn't leave, or else the frontline would collapse. Thankfully Radiant Barrier could mitigate the damage of Dark Roar. The mages didn't dare to linger and immediately retreated. The priests protected themselves with Radiant Barrier as a faint membrane of light surrounded each one of them. The warriors had also made their preparations. Blade Light and Lofty Shadow were locking down the Black Grizzly. Suddenly, it let out a heavy roar that carried a powerful sound wave attack, sweeping through everything within a 100-meter radius. A handful of mages failed to get out of range in time and were instantly killed. The warriors at the front all lost around 50% of their health. The priests protected by Radiant Barriers lost around 70% to 80%. A few of the squishier ones were even killed instantly. The Black Grizzly swept away with its massive paws, sending a large group of warriors flying and killing another 10 or so of them. Blade Light, Lofty Shadow, and Nie Yan, who received the majority of the support, were somewhat better off. After losing half their health from the Dark Roar, they immediately received healing. When they were hit by the Black-Eyed Grizzly's swipe, they had lost 70% of their health. However, they were still alive. The priests immediately healed them back up to full health. The Black-Eyed Grizzly had decimated its surroundings. At this moment, the Black-Eyed Grizzly started activating Corpse Eater again. Priests, quickly purify the corpses. Nie Yan anxiously yelled. The priests quickly started clearing away the corpses. However, it was too little too late. There were simply too many corpses. Several corpses were still on the ground by the time the Black-Eyed Grizzly activated Corpse Eater. Its health immediately recovered back to 83%. All the team members gazed at each other in despair. They had worked so hard to take down the Black-Eyed Grizzly to 20%, yet now all of that effort was wiped away in an instant. If it kept doing what it just did every time it reached low health, did that mean they could never kill it? The team had suffered a heavy blow to their morale. At this moment, Nie Yan's voice roused everyone's spirits. Good work, guys. We only gave the Black-Eyed Grizzly 3 corpses to absorb. Let's continue. Have the warriors on standby replace the fallen. Mages, come back. We're only getting started. The Black-Eyed Grizzly is running low on mana. Its mana only replenishes once a day. Only now did everyone recall that the Black-Eyed Grizzly had a limited mana pool. If it had an endless supply of mana, they would truly despair. However, Nie Yan just said the Black-Eyed Grizzly's mana only replenished once a day. As long as they could force the boss to waste all its mana, they could kill it. They immediately regained their confidence. The warriors rushed forward and surrounded the Black-Eyed Grizzly. The mages were also back in position and resumed their bombardment of magic. They once more started gradually chipping away at the Black-Eyed Grizzly's health. Another 20 minutes passed as the team whittled down the Black-Eyed Grizzly's health. This was the toughest boss Ass-Kickers United had ever faced. The warriors at the front suffered heavy losses. The backline didn't remain unscathed either. The Black-Eyed Grizzly's Dark Roar was too hard to avoid, and although the damage wasn't high, it was more than enough to sweep away the fragile casters. Several priests were busily working away. They weren't tasked with healing but rather purifying the corpses scattered on the ground. They simply had to, lest they wanted the Black-Eyed Grizzly to keep healing from Corpse Eater. Even if levels had to be sacrificed, there was no other alternative. Finally, the Black-Eyed Grizzly's health had fallen to 12%. Everyone on the battlefield felt mentally drained. The tense and strenuous battle with the Black-Eyed Grizzly wore heavily on their nerves. The Black-Eyed Grizzly was still as vigorous as ever. Without warning, it charged past Resplendent Blade Light, knocking him aside and rushing towards the backline. The mages quickly scattered, but several of them failed to get out of the way in time. In their final moments, they watched the Black-Eyed Grizzly's giant paws coming down on them. The Black-Eyed Grizzly slaughtered mages left and right with its reckless charge, leaving a trail of corpses in its wake. Nie Yan quickly ordered the mages to retreat, calling for a squad of reserve fighters to block the boss. There were already almost 70 mages dead on the ground. If things continued at this rate, they would be wiped out completely. The fighters charged up one by one to stop the boss. The Black-Eyed Grizzly slowed down, but continued to slap every challenger into the distance. It was useless no matter what Nie Yan did. Trying to come back from this hopeless situation was nearly impossible. He could only pray the fighters could stop the Black-Eyed Grizzly. Blade Light had suffered heavy injuries. He was still in an incapacitated state after being sent flying by the Black-Eyed Grizzly. The Black-Eyed Grizzly was unstoppable. No one could take even one hit. At this moment, Lofty Shadow rushed up from the side and slammed his mammoth Great Shield into the Black-Eyed Grizzly. Great Shield Bash. Heroic Strike. Demoralizing Shout. Lofty Shadow let out a deep penetrating roar. He repeatedly struck the Black-Eyed Grizzly to get its attention. Clang. A paw swipe sent him skidding back. Just as the Black-Eyed Grizzly was about to resume massacring the mages, Lofty Shadow rushed back up with a charge. Taunt. Lofty Shadow had finally attracted the Black-Eyed Grizzly's aggro. Clang, clang, clang. It repeatedly battered his shield with savage zeal. Lofty Shadow bought enough time for Nie Yan to catch up. Blade Light had also recovered and immediately charged back into the fray. The three of them worked together to secure the Black-Eyed Grizzly's aggro once more. Even though it was slowly recovering its health, they weren't anxious. Eating the tofu hot would only scald the tongue. When they built up enough aggro, it would be safe for the mages to resume dealing damage. The warriors once more started encircling the Black-Eyed Grizzly. The mages breathed a sigh of relief. With their lives no longer in danger, they hurried back into position. Nie Yan also thanked his lucky stars that he had 3 such outstanding fighters. Most guilds and teams would be fortunate to have one reliable main tank, who stood far above their peers whether in terms of skill or gear quality. This was why whenever the main tank encountered a mishap, there was little that could be done to salvage the situation and a wipe would become inevitable. For ordinary guilds and teams, having so many top-ranked players gathered together was simply unimaginable. Lofty Shadow's quick reactions had rescued the team from disaster. After the situation was back under control, the mages started dealing damage again. Dark Burgeoning. A dark aura radiated outward from the Black-Eyed Grizzly like a blossoming lotus flower and enveloped all the surrounding warriors. -500. -500. -500. A blanket of damage values rose up into the sky. All the warriors were shocked and hesitated mid-attack. At this moment, the Black-Eyed Grizzly lashed out with a ground slam and sent more than 20 of them flying out, instantly killing the ones who hadn't received healing yet. Blade Light, Lofty Shadow, and Nie Yan received full support. A top priest was assigned to each of them, with at least 3 other backup priests providing assistance. They were enjoying the treatment of a distinguished guest. Although Dark Burgeoning put a lot of pressure on the priests, it wasn't to the point where they couldn't keep up with the healing. As for the warriors who didn't enjoy this luxury, they weren't so lucky and died miserable deaths. The priests couldn't afford to pay any heed to them. The priests in the back raised their staffs and started casting heal. Paladins, cast Repel Evil. Nie Yan anxiously reminded. The paladins quickly raised their hands and cast Repel Evil on Blade Light, Lofty Shadow, and Nie Yan. When the 20 warriors at the front collapsed, the reserve team quickly rushed up to replace them as they surrounded the Black-Eyed Grizzly. The Black-Eyed Grizzly's health fell lower and lower. Nie Yan understood the lower the boss' health, the more dangerous it would get. Nie Yan turned to Yao Yao beside him. Yao Yao, start casting Radiant Fetters. All right. Yao Yao nodded. She raised her staff and started chanting. The Black-Eyed Grizzly angrily roared and charged into Blade Light and the others, sending them flying out like loose kites. Its body was burning with a dark fire. It had already entered a berserk state and was wantonly slaughtering any and everyone in its vicinity. Yao Yao finally finished chanting the last syllable. A giant ray of light descended from the sky and locked the Black-Kid Grizzly in place. The Black-Kid Grizzly roared and struggled wildly, but it couldn't break free from the light. Ordinary binding magic wouldn't work on the Black-Kid Grizzly. After all, it was a level 70 variant lord. But Yao Yao's Radiant Fetters was rank 2 Templar magic. Spells ruthlessly bombarded the Black-Kid Grizzly's body. Before long, its health dropped to the 3% mark. It's below 3% health. The warriors exclaimed excitedly as they attempted to finish off the Black-Kid Grizzly. Execution. Execution. A string of misses rose into the air as the skill failed numerous times. However, that didn't deter their spirits. At this moment, Blade Light roared and slashed down with his own execution. Minus 27,538. The Black-Kid Grizzly let out a miserable roar, staggering unsteadily before crashing into the ground and shaking the entire public square. Execution was a warrior-exclusive skill that could instantly kill a target once their health fell below a certain threshold. At the higher ranks it reached upwards of 10%. But the success rate was exceedingly low against elites and lords. The Black-Kid Grizzly dropped 2 pieces of sub-legendary grade equipment, Paddock's Blazing Sword and Langdon's Necklace of False Death. Paddock's Blazing Sword, sub-legendary. Requirements, 630 strength, 350 dexterity. Properties, attack 830 to 936, strength plus 50, critical plus 20, 10% chance to deal 300% critical damage, ignore level plus 11. Blazing Cleave, deal 150% fire damage and inflict an additional 100 burn damage every second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Blazing Sword, shroud your sword in flames, converting 50% of your attack damage to fire damage. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown, 1 day. Restrictions, warriors can only be equipped by members of the righteous faction. Nie Yan shared the stats of Paddock's Blazing Sword in chat. Whoever wants this sword, start bidding. 50,000 merit points. 90,000 merit points. Edgeless snatched up Paddock's Blazing Sword in the end with a final bid of 610,000 merit points, which was then evenly distributed among all the expedition members. Since there were more than 5,000 players, everyone received roughly 120 merit points. Nie Yan examined the other piece of sub-legendary grade equipment. Langdon's Necklace of Fake Death, sub-legendary. Requirements, 50 focus, 50 willpower. Description, Langdon was a legendary thief who faced numerous godly existences. This was his necklace, with which he escaped from countless dangers. Properties, defense 52 to 56, night vision plus 11, dark awareness plus 9, cloaking plus 30, chance to nullify mind magic. Fake Death, reset all aggro by entering into a state of suspended animation. This skill is only effective against creatures with low intelligence. Restrictions, Thief can only be equipped by a member of the righteous faction. Langdon's Necklace of Fake Death was definitely one of the better necklaces out there, granting night vision, dark awareness, and a useful skill. Nie Yan decided to keep the necklace for himself, then gave every expedition member 200 merit points. He unequipped his Necklace of Deception and stored it in his bag until he needed it. After which he equipped Langdon's Necklace of Fake Death. Even though the Black-Kid Grizzly only dropped 2 pieces of sub-legendary grade equipment, one less compared to the previous timeline, he was still satisfied with this outcome. Nie Yan had Blade Light, Smoke Stub, and the others began distributing the merit points. Excluding the compensation for the fallen, every member received roughly 1,000 merit points. As the value of gold gradually depreciated, the value of merit points rose. Currently, 100 merit points was equal to 1 gold in Ass-Kickers United. In a sense, every member had received 10 gold. The expedition team searched the remaining areas of the Crypt Stronghold and discovered a few more treasure chests. Nie Yan began restoring the various structures in the Crypt Stronghold, first by connecting its transfer point to the other strongholds in Kalor. The more than 10-meter-tall outer walls of the stronghold sprang back to life, and were reinforced with several dozen smaller walls. He placed the guild headquarters right next to the magic tower and also repaired a large number of the residential houses. The Crypt Stronghold was equivalent to a medium-sized city. With many decent leveling spots nearby, Nie Yan felt confident this place would only become more popular in the future. He designated a large stretch of land as the downtown area. He would have Bird and the others come over and start building the shops here. As for the real-world business district, Nie Yan planned to leave it to the Dragonsaur Financial Group to develop. A guild provided salaries and other benefits to assist in their players' growth to create a force powerful enough to capture a stronghold. They would receive gold and credits by handing over the stronghold's real-world business district to a large financial group. As the number of strongholds under their control increased, so too would their income. Thanks to the increased benefits they could offer, their players would grow stronger, allowing them to capture even more strongholds. This was a virtuous cycle. After selling the Crypt Stronghold's real-world business district to the Dragonsaur Financial Group, the benefits of the players in Ass-Kickers United would rise by yet another level. Nie Yan spent roughly 100,000 gold repairing the Crypt Stronghold to make it look at least somewhat presentable. It was no longer the rundown ruins of before. The players from Ass-Kickers United started flowing into the Crypt Stronghold, instantly making the place a lot livelier. The Crypt Stronghold had yet to open shops. The residential area was also lacking. It still needed to be improved bit by bit. However, there was currently no one in Kalor capable of posing a threat to Ass-Kickers United, so Nie Yan could take his time developing the Crypt Stronghold. News of the Crypt Stronghold being successfully cleared spread like wildfire, along with the information of there being a magic tower, which greatly piqued the interest of every mage. The magic tower in Kalor was too lacking. The number of spells that could be learned there was low, and none of them were especially good. Membership in Ass-Kickers United soon became the goal of every mage. Every one of them wished they could enter the magic tower in the Crypt Stronghold after finishing their class advancement. Nie Yan placed restrictions on the magic tower, requiring non-guild members to pay a fee. Players from Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrine only needed to pay 300 gold while ordinary players needed to pay 3,000. As the number of class advanced mages grew, the magic tower in the Crypt Stronghold would become an important source of income for Ass-Kickers United. After settling all of his obligations in the Crypt Stronghold, Nie Yan took a stroll around the place. The wide streets, the rows upon rows of buildings and shops, although there weren't any business set up yet, he could envision the flourishing future of this place. The magic tower situated at the center of the stronghold became an ever-present landmark. Aside from this, branches of the Starry Night Potion Shop, Starry Night General Shop, Starry Night Equipment Shop, and so on had already been built. As for the real-world business district, a representative from the Dragonsaur Financial Group had just arrived to handle the transaction. Ass-Kickers United had profited immensely from capturing the Crypt Stronghold. The players in the guild were brimming with smiles. All of them understood the significance of an intermediate stronghold. They had just received an announcement that the guild was planning to raise the salaries of some 2,000 longtime members to 10,000 credits, while the other members also received an increase to their benefits. This bill was being footed by the Dragonsaur Financial Group. However, this was nothing compared to the profit they would earn from the Crypt Stronghold's real-world business district. Nie Yan left the remainder of the matters related to the Crypt Stronghold to Guo Wai. Ass-Kickers' united success made the other large guilds in the Viridian Empire turn green with envy. Alliance of Mages and Divine Protectors also started mobilizing troops to tackle the intermediate strongholds in the territories of their own respective cities. Ass-Kickers United's quick clear of the Crypt Stronghold gave them the illusion that clearing an intermediate stronghold was a cakewalk, a mistake they would sorely pay for in the near future. Nie Yan checked the time. There were still 2 hours before the server shut down. He made plans with Xie Yao to celebrate her birthday today. She had invited many people over for her birthday party, and he naturally couldn't be absent. Given her background, the party would surely be grand. Nie Yan glanced at his quest log. Quest progress, talk to Earl Kelfield. He might have some information regarding the Tyrant Abok set. The time limit on the quest was quickly running out. He had to start it soon or it would disappear forever. I'll leave the Crypt Stronghold to you guys. I need to go to a quest, Nie Yan said to Blade Light and the others. The important work related to the Crypt Stronghold was already handled by him personally. All that was left to do was to watch over things. No problem. Don't worry. With us here, there'll be no trouble, Blade Light assured. Everything in the Crypt Stronghold was basically settled. There were only trivial matters still in need of attention. Nie Yan bid farewell to Blade Light and the others and teleported back to Kalor to stock up on supplies. He rode out of Kalor northern entrance on his Faulkner warhorse. About half an hour north of Kalor was the Marcos Mountain. Situated at the base was an ancient castle built during the era of shared governance. At some point, it was bought and renovated by Earl Kelfield, who planted a beautiful garden around the walls. Kalor Mercenary Association gave a quest related to Earl Kelfield called Earl Kelfield's Worries. The description of the quest went roughly like this. Earl Kelfield hasn't been able to sleep peacefully for the past 2 months. Skeletons are frequently emerging in his garden, destroying the tranquility of his home. The Earl has already lost 3 servants to these vile undead. Brave adventurer, are you willing to help the Earl get rid of these damn skeletons? Skeletons, 0/30. This was a fairly simple quest. However, the reward was quite generous. After completing it, the player would receive 1 gold. This was quite a lot to ordinary players. Earl Kelfield's Worries was only a normal quest. Could its contents possibly be related to his current quest? Nie Yan had attempted to do Earl Kelfield's Worries in the previous timeline to earn some easy money. But due to running into some trouble with Victorious Return, he had no choice but to abandon it. He never had another chance to return to it in the end. Nie Yan could only make wild assumptions. He galloped across the plains on his Faulkner warhorse like a gust of wind. After passing through several maps, Nie Yan noticed a lot more players around compared to a few weeks ago, a sign that more and more people were joining Conviction. Based on Nie Yan's memory of the previous timeline, Conviction would only continue to grow larger. It would still be popular more than 10 years from now. A half-hour trip took only 10 minutes on the Faulkner warhorse. Nie Yan spotted the ancient castle in the distance. It resembled an impenetrable fortress, built out of stone and situated halfway atop Marcos Mountain. Even though it looked old, one could still see hints of its former glory. Near the top were openings with dark and foreboding metal cylinders sticking out. These were magic cannons. Crafted by the elves, they possessed incredible destructive power. However, they had long since fallen into disrepair. The castle was surrounded by a lush garden, which resembled a swaying sea of violet as the wind blew past, carrying over a flowery fragrance far into the distance. However, some regions were mysteriously wrecked and destroyed. The flower garden was protected by a metal fence. There was a gate with a narrow winding path that led directly to the castle. Nie Yan rode up to the gate and dismounted from his Faulkner warhorse. He surveyed his surroundings but didn't sense the presence of any monsters. It seemed peaceful. He took a step toward the garden. You have discovered Earl Kelfield's castle. Nie Yan received an update to his quest. Quest, talk to Earl Kelfield. Earl Kelfield's castle is brimming with danger. Ever since the undead started appearing in his garden, his servants no longer dared to stay and left, leaving him with no choice but to hire outside help. But if that wasn't strange enough. Recently, the Earl left his castle in the dead of night. The next morning he was found lying in his garden sound asleep covered in mud and dirt. Since that incident he's been adrift in delirium, constantly mumbling, Ina, Ina, Ina. Phantom Princess Ina. Nie Yan's mind trembled. What a strange coincidence. It appeared this was a series of related quests. I have to talk to Earl Kelfield to find some clues. Nie Yan calmly strode forward down the path toward the castle in the distance. The walls surrounding the castle were crumbling apart, looking as if they had weathered many centuries. The wind blowing across the field of flowers brought along a gloomy cold mixed with the faint scent of decay. Nie Yan furrowed his brows. This was a telltale sign that undead were nearby. Skeletons would usually start spawning in the garden after the player accepted the Earl Kelfield's Worries quest. Nie Yan arrived in front of the castle entrance, a pair of solid and thick metal gates rusted over due to age. Feeling a cold and dreary breeze nip at the back of his neck, he slowly pushed open the gates and entered a dimly lit lounge. It appeared as if some inexplicable force was preventing the sunlight from coming in. At this moment, 2 silhouettes stepped out from the shadows. Nie Yan was startled and grabbed onto the hilt of Zenard's sword, ready to enter combat at any time. He made out the appearance of the 2 people in front of him. They wore leather armor and held wooden round shields in their left hands and shabby axes in their right. When they didn't attack him outright, he realized they were NPCs. Nie Yan activated Transcendent Insight. Militiaman Brecken, level 45. Militiaman Bernard, level 46. Brecken was tall and as sturdy as an ox. He appeared honest and simple, not giving off the slightest bit of killing intent. Bernard was somewhat shorter. He looked like your run-of-the-mill youth. SS Sir Devil Slayer, Great Thief, Grand Scholar. Nice to meet you. Bernard stuttered nervously after seeing all of Nie Yan's titles. Greetings, sir. Brecken finally spoke up after what seemed like half a day. It appeared he wasn't the talkative type. Nie Yan nodded in response. Hello, I'm wondering if you 2 can bring me to Earl Kelfield. I believe I can help with his problem. Yes, right away, sir. Please follow me, Bernard said in a respectful tone. These 2 militiamen brought Nie Yan deeper into the castle. Earl Kelfield is a good man. He's already lived in this castle for more than 60 years. After those evil creatures appeared, many people urged him to leave. But he refused to go. All of his servants left his side. Only the 2 of us stuck around until now, Bernard narrated. He then turned to Nie Yan with a sad look in his eyes. Sir Devil Slayer, please help the Earl. Of course. God will protect all those who are good and righteous, Nie Yan assured. He started sifting through the information Bernard provided in his head. It appeared there was a reason for Earl Kelfield refusing to leave the castle, probably related to Phantom Princess Ina. He could ask the Earl in person to find out. Following the two militiamen, Nie Yan passed through many hallways and winding corridors before arriving in a large room, where he saw a long table with a candelabra in the center and a luxurious red carpet running along the floor. Nie Yan looked up ahead at the old square windows hidden behind crimson red curtains. A ray of sunlight barely shone through between the gaps. An elderly man sat next to the windowsill reclined on a chair behind an old wooden desk, rocking back and forth as he gazed outside with a bleak and forlorn expression on his face. This was Earl Kelfield. Nie Yan shifted his attention from the elderly Earl Kelfield to a large, worn-out painting hanging on the wall. It was a striking portrait of Phantom Princess Ina, the same one he had stolen Abok's gloves of sealing from in the Colin Gobi. Earl Kelfield turned toward Nie Yan. Draped in an ash-gray fur coat, he looked old and withered. His hand resembled tree bark, lacking the slightest hint of vitality. Nie Yan could see the deep sadness contained within the Earl's eyes. You came. Earl Kelfield's dry lips cracked into a warm, childlike smile, as though he was about to be unburdened from his worries. Seeing Earl Kelfield's appearance, Nie Yan was taken by surprise. The Earl hadn't greeted him with any of his titles. Given the strict way in which conviction handled title addresses, this was definitely odd. It's nice to meet you, Earl Kelfield, Nie Yan greeted respectfully, then walked up to the Earl's desk. Bernard and Brecken respectfully withdrew from the room. Earl Kelfield turned back to window. His gaze was distant, as if he were looking somewhere far away. Nie Yan looked at the painting. Judging from the dust gathered on its surface, he speculated it must be at least half a century old. Is that your wife? She looks beautiful. He had to find some way to gather information on this quest, and this painting hanging on the wall was a readily available clue. Yes, Earl Kelfield gazed at the painting on the wall before letting out a deep sigh. Youngster, are you willing to listen to my story? Of course. Nie Yan nodded. Everything played out as expected. He had guided Earl Kelfield into progressing with the quest. I was quite wealthy back in the day. The castle and nearby fields all belonged to me, and every villager worked for me. This castle was built during the era of shared governance. It was bought by my grandfather and passed down to me. I was always told this castle was cursed, but I never believed their ill words. That was, until the year when bandits raided the castle, killing my parents and snatching away much of our wealth. I started becoming suspicious. The Earl shook his head. Ina, my wife, she was an orphan who grew up in the Grendel orphanage. She was good friends with another girl called Patience. I happened to hire the two of them as my maids. Her sweet and pure smile was like that of an angel and could make all your worries disappear in a flash. It was love at first sight. I fell for her, deeply infatuated with that enchanting smile. It was God's blessing to the world. If only I was allowed to see it again, I could die peacefully, Earl Kelfield narrated as he lost himself in his memories. Nie Yan quietly listened without interrupting. He could feel Earl Kelfield's deep love. Ina and I eventually got married. I wanted to make her the happiest woman in the world. Her love allowed me to get past the grief of losing my father and mother. Our first child was born 3 years later. It was a girl, and I named her Nia. She was just as beautiful as her mother. I believed those happy days would last forever, until the Marcos mountain eroded into flat plains, until this very castle collapsed into ruin, becoming as ancient as the history of the continent. Alas, it was not meant to be, and everything changed. The passion slowly dimmed into embers, and I could feel a demon growing in my heart. Patience, that seductress, was just like a siren from the folktales, bewitching my mind. I squandered our money lavishly until our savings ran dry. Finally, one day, Ina discovered our scandalous affair. Her weeping and grief-stricken appearance deeply stabbed at my heart. It were as if my very soul was being ripped apart. I snapped out of my spell. Only then did I realize just how much of a wretch and scoundrel I was. But by then, it was already too late. What had I done? Earl Kelfield closed his eyes as tears started flowing out. Nie Yan felt his emotions stir. Even though he had experienced a myriad of things in his past life, it was impossible to remain indifferent in this moment. A sympathetic expression surfaced on his face as he continued to listen in silence. I left the castle to drown my remorse in drink. I wanted to say, Ina, I was wrong. Please, forgive me. I'm willing to repent with this worthless life of mine. But by the time I came home, I saw her motionless body hanging under a beam, as though she were fast asleep. I vividly remember the look on her pale and lifeless face, the tear stains that had yet to dry. She took her own life as a way of silently denouncing me. Why? Ina, why couldn't you just wait for me to come back home? We still have Nia. We still have our family. But no matter how much I shouted, Ina didn't wake up, carrying her grief along with her as she left this world. Oh, God, how do I redeem myself? At that moment, I felt a gentle tug on my sleeve. It was Nia. She asked, Daddy, is Mommy asleep? Earl Kelfield's face was full of anguish as he broke down and sobbed with bitter tears. Nie Yan's heart ached as he stared at the Earl's mournful and deceptive figure. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have asked this old man to relive such painful memories. It wasn't much later, days maybe, when Patience came to me with a blood-soaked dagger. That mad woman. What did she do? I rushed out of the room, and to my horror I found Nia lying on the floor, the life rapidly draining from her body. I felt a light touch on my shoulder as Patience whispered into my ear, from now on, no one will get between us ever again. We can finally be together. You can bear my child, start a new family. That woman, she had already lost her mind. She had committed such a cruel and savage act. In my rage, I turned the dagger on her. That vile woman. The Earl trembled in anger before weakly slumping back into his chair. I did everything I could. But in the end, Nia left me as well. She was a pitiful and guiltless child. It was only many years later that I realized there was no righting any wrongs the moment I crossed that line. I destroyed everything I loved and cared for with my own hands. This is my sin to bear. Ever since then, I've been all alone in this world, destined to live on with this pain and guilt. Earl Kelfield's words resonated deeply with Nie Yan. Every person had their own demons. You would stray further and further away once you crossed a certain line, making one mistake after another before ultimately living a life full of regret. Why didn't you abandon the castle? Leave this place behind and start your life anew? Nie Yan asked. He had just unearthed a clue. Both Ina and Nia are buried in the garden. I want to guard their graves, Earl Kelfield replied. Beyond that, a cloaked stranger visited my residence one night. I was handed an item, then told if I handed it over to a certain person, my sins would be forgiven and the curse placed on this castle would be lifted. I tried to ask who but received no reply. I've waited for over 30 years, though it's felt more like 1,000, for this person to show up. Then, today you arrived. The Earl fished around in his pocket with his wrinkled hand before taking out a curious-looking stone. It was pure white, shaped like a tooth, and roughly the size of a thumb. This is the item I was entrusted with. Take it. I'm sure it will help you find what you're looking for. Nie Yan reached out his hand and accepted the stone. It was translucent like jade and emitted a soft, gentle radiance that soothed the heart. Nie Yan examined the stone. Holy stone quest item. Requirements, 60 willpower. Description, brave adventurer. You who pursues buried history set foot on your journey to seek out the tyrant Abok set and show the world the glory of the empire once more. Properties, illuminate everything in a 30-meter radius. Holy illumination, disperse the surrounding darkness and banish all evil creatures nearby. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 2 days. Search, reveal the position of any nearby item belonging to the tyrant Abok set. Range, 5,000 meters. Cooldown, 2 hours. Restrictions, owner of the Glimpse of Darkness. Earl Kelfield, thank you for sharing your story with me, Nie Yan said. It was time for him to move on with his quest. The Glimpse of Darkness was a prerequisite for triggering this quest. The Holy Stone would lead him to more clues. Earl Kelfield broke into a relieved smile. With the item delivered, my mission is complete. I have no more attachments to this world. Adventurer, may you journey forth with courage and conviction. Nie Yan could feel Earl Kelfield's life gradually leaving his body after he handed over the Holy Stone. His condition rapidly deteriorated. Brecken and Bernard started shedding tears as grief filled their faces. They knew the Earl was not long for this world. The light in the Earl's eyes dimmed. I can hear my family calling to me. Friends, do not grieve my passing, for my sins are absolved. I can finally be at peace. I will exit like a gentle breeze. May the light shine upon the world, and you all live without regrets. Earl Kelfield's body melted into motes of light as his spirit floated and flew out the window. Following the disappearance of the Earl, all that remained in his chair was a dusty old book. Nie Yan picked it up and flipped through the pages. It was a prayer book. Over the last several decades, Earl Kelfield had constantly recited the litanies inside to atone for his sins. This book was written in the ancient common language. Written on the cover in a large bold font was holy prayers. It was just an ordinary book. Suddenly, a small necklace with a sapphire pendant fell out between the pages. It looked quite beautiful. Some words were engraved on the back of the pendant. May the repentant receive the salvation of the light. May everyone obtain happiness. Nie Yan examined the necklace. Necklace of holy radiance dark gold. Requirements, 30 focus. Properties, health plus 500, holy magic skill level plus 1. Restrictions, holy mage. Seeing the holy magic skill level plus 1, Nie Yan's mind trembled. This necklace of holy radiance was definitely more valuable than ordinary sub-legendary grade equipment. Many properties in equipment were randomized. The chance of the all-skill level plus 1 property appearing was next to 0. Since the necklace was a holy mage item, Nie Yan planned to give it to Xie Yao. Xie Yao's gear was practically unrivaled in Ass-Kickers United. With unsurpassed strength and beauty, she became one of the goddesses in the guild. The most beautiful girls in the guild were Xie Yao, One Strike Bao, Painted Muslin, Moonchild, and Blue Feather. Each had their own merits, and it was hard to decide who took the crown. Thinking about Xie Yao, Nie Yan felt his heart stir. Nie Yan tossed the necklace of holy radiance into his bag. It was about time for him to get going. He wondered where this quest would lead him next. Suddenly, Nie Yan felt the holy stone in his bag vibrate. He quickly took it out and activated search as a marker appeared in the middle of his map. A piece of the tyrant Abok set was nearby. Bernard, Brecken, can you show me around the castle? Nie Yan asked. He wasn't familiar with the layout, so having them lead him around would definitely save him a lot of work. It'd be our honor, Sir Devil Slayer. Bernard replied. Follow me. Brecken and Bernard started showing him around. Nie Yan could feel the reaction of the holy stone growing stronger the deeper they went inside the castle. When they arrived at an intersection, he looked down the hallway and saw a long corridor with many rooms on both sides. The walls and doors looked poorly maintained, and the floor was covered in a layer of dust. It was evident this place hadn't been visited by people in a long time. Even stranger was the fact that the area was sealed off by a metal fence. Just as Bernard was about to bring him elsewhere, Nie Yan stopped and asked, why can't we go there? It's the cursed corridor. 2 servants died horrible deaths there. That's why the Earl sealed it off. No one has dared to enter that forbidden area since, Bernard explained. Nie Yan examined the fence. It was made out of ordinary metal, and without magic protection. He lightly struck it with Zenard's sword. With a loud clang, the bars shattered and fell to the ground. Brecken and Bernard were frightened by Nie Yan's actions. This sword's might was too fierce. Like this, we can go in. Nie Yan sheathed Zenard's sword and stepped into the corridor. But Brecken and Bernard didn't follow. He turned to them and asked, what's wrong, guys? Come on. Earl Kelfield forbade us from entering that area. Even now after he's passed away, we still can't go against his word, Bernard replied in an awkward tone. I see, you guys stay here then, Nie Yan said. He understood the quest wouldn't allow Brecken and Bernard to guide him any further. Nie Yan's quest senses were extremely sharp. He could instantly determine the requirements and contents of a quest from an NPC's words. The floorboards groaned as Nie Yan stepped over them. The more he walked, the longer this corridor seemed, almost as though it had no end. Nie Yan kicked up clouds of dust as he walked past, slowing down when he noticed bloodstains on the floor. They had already turned black. He didn't know how many decades they had been there. From these bloodstains, Nie Yan judged the victim had been ambushed from behind, bitten and dragged away. A dense miasma lingered in the air. Nie Yan could determine there was most definitely a powerful monster lurking in the shadows. Nie Yan cautiously trod forward, prepared to face any unknown danger, while the reaction of the holy stone in his hand grew all the more intense. He discovered a bloodstain in front of a half-closed door. He took a deep breath, then stepped forward, ready to activate Gale Step at a moment's notice. Bang! He forced the door open with a kick and entered inside. But contrary to his expectations, he wasn't ambushed. Nie Yan was greeted by a simple and crude room, roughly 5 by 5 meters in size. The floor was covered in a layer of dust. There was a small bed against the wall with several neatly folded blankets stacked on top, a few cabinets that had long fallen into disrepair, and a couple of old pots sitting in the corner. He also saw some books lying on top of a desk, but they were just miscellaneous items. Nie Yan breathed a sigh of relief. As he searched around, something on the desk caught his eye. He walked forward and discovered some pages of a diary. He picked them up and gave them a quick look over. Blood had seeped into them and smudged much of the writing. He organized the pages and started reading. Like a pale winter sun, his charm bewitched me and drove me mad. Ina, please forgive me. I believed I could take care of the both of you. But those filthy thoughts gradually invaded my mind, and those delusional well-meaning wishes of the past had long since been buried under a pile of rot. When he held me, how could I resist? I was wrapped with ecstasy. I wanted to melt in his embrace. When you decided to leave us, I was filled with a warped sense of happiness. I thought I could replace you, but I was wrong, too badly damaged to continue. This was Patience's diary. Nie Yan knitted his brows. He recalled Patience was stabbed to death by Earl Kelfield. Suddenly, several lines surfaced where there was previously blank space. I'm willing to become an undying spirit, not to avenge my death at your hands, but to stay by your side and watch over you in this ancient castle, till the very end. Nie Yan's mind trembled. He nervously glanced around but detected no other presence in the room. A cold breeze swept through the room and carried the diary pages away as they vanished without a trace. Nie Yan sank into deep thought. The monster that killed the two servants must have been Patience. He continued searching around the room but didn't find anything else of interest. He wondered where the piece of the tyrant Abok set was located. Nie Yan left the room and returned to exploring the corridor. He encountered several skeletons on the floor. Shadows slowly crept toward Nie Yan unnoticed. As soon as they touched his feet, they shot forth and wrapped around him. By the time Nie Yan noticed and wanted to run, it was already too late. The shadows resembled incorporeal hands, holding him in place. What's going on? Nie Yan was ready to activate Gale Step at any time, but he patiently waited. At this moment, a shadowy figure appeared before him. It had a sinister and frightening appearance, radiating evil energy. It was a wraith. Ghosts were divided into two categories, phantoms and wraiths. The former were passive unless provoked, while the latter would attack any living creature in the vicinity. Nie Yan activated Transcendent Insight. Patience, Wraith of the Ancient Castle, Lord, level 50. Health, 120,000. It was a level 50 lord. Patience charged toward Nie Yan and swiped at him with her claws. Nie Yan activated Gale Step, blocking the attack and freeing himself of his bindings. He circled behind Patience and attacked her with backstab followed by eviscerate. Wraiths couldn't be afflicted with bleed or poison. Even so, Nie Yan still dealt 1,600 damage to Patience. It was a pity this was barely a scratch to a level 50 lord. The only positive was that her health regenerated fairly slowly. Patience was enraged after her ambush failed. Her attacks became even fiercer as she charged forward. Nie Yan attempted to evade with a side step. However, Patience's claw elongated and slashed him across the chest. Minus 1,283. Shit, what kind of damage is this? Nie Yan inwardly cried out in alarm. At this rate, he wouldn't last more than 3 hits. Patience let out an ear-piercing screech and charged forward once more. Nie Yan quickly pulled back. At this moment, he didn't have many evasive skills at his disposal, only 2 freedom skills and shadow waltz. Disappear might work too. However, he still hadn't mastered the 2 freedom skills, particularly reverse grip backstab. He had yet to successfully pull it off. It appeared normal evasive maneuvers were ineffective against this level 50 lord class wraith. When death seemed inevitable, Nie Yan suddenly thought of something and took out the holy stone and necklace of holy radiance from his bag. The 2 items in his hands released a brilliant light that dispersed the surrounding darkness. This was the holy power of the holy stone and necklace of holy radiance. Patience let out a miserable screech as she tried blocking the light with her hands. However, her body started burning and releasing smoke. Nie Yan was ecstatic. The holy stone and necklace of holy radiance were actually effective against Patience. Items obtained during a quest often had a relevant use. Patience endured the burning light and charged at Nie Yan, her speed noticeably slower than before. Mangle. Just as Patience slashed down with her claws, Nie Yan's figure blurred as he activated Phantom Assassination. His movements were sharper and faster than before. His body flashed past as the blade of Zenard's sword drew a clean arc across Patience's throat. Minus 6,082. Phantom Assassination, 59% completion, 83% damage, 0 combo. Nie Yan could only deal such high damage thanks to the weakening effect the holy stone and necklace of holy radiance had on Patience. Seeing Patience rushing towards him again, Nie Yan turned tail and fled. He couldn't fight her head on, so his only option was to kite her. He also needed to drag out the battle as long as possible, lest he wanted to be left in the awkward situation where none of his life-saving skills were off cooldown. Nie Yan used Shadow Waltz to close the distance and slash Patience. Minus 6,792. He didn't stop and kept running while Patience gave chase, continuing their game of cat and mouse. Nie Yan was extremely fast. As he reached the end of the long corridor, he bolted up a flight of stairs and entered a large hall. Suddenly, the holy stone in his hand started vibrating intensely. He looked up and saw a dagger mounted to the wall on the other side of the room. The oddly curved blade had a sleek design and emitted a stifling murderous aura. Abok's bloody dagger, it was here. This room in the basement was oddly shaped like an oval. A table sat in the center littered with all kinds of gold oddities and baubles. Tucked away in a corner were many earthen pots and jars, having collected a couple decades worth of cobwebs and dust. Some of them were broken with black powder leaking out. Nie Yan detected the unmistakable scent of gunpowder as he breathed in through his nose. Nie Yan recalled an incident in his past life where a medium-sized guild called Moonwolf had discovered valuable treasures and crafting materials in this ancient castle. But before they could dispatch people to transport the goods away, Victorious Return ambushed them and snatched everything away for themselves. It seemed there was some basis to that rumor. On top of an adjacent table were piles of mysterious scrolls. However, Nie Yan couldn't be bothered to spare them a glance. His attention was wholly focused on Abok's bloody dagger. It was rumored that due to the countless lives tyrant Abok reaped with this dagger, a powerful curse was placed on it which prevented ordinary people from approaching. The dagger was mounted to the wall. A bloody aura slowly leaked out of it, emanating an ominous presence. The tyrant Abok set was Nie Yan's ultimate goal. With this set, he would need nothing else. He would have to keep progressing through the questline, finding one clue after another, completing the set one piece at a time. This endeavor would probably take at least 3 years to complete. Since he had discovered Abok's bloody dagger, he absolutely had to have it. At this moment, Patience floated down the stairs and charged after him. You wretched human in your holy light. Patience's appearance was frightening as she stabbed at him with her claw-like hands. Nie Yan knitted his brows. It appeared Patience had some rudimentary intelligence. These kinds of monsters were the toughest to deal with. They didn't fight blindly. If they couldn't beat you, they'd call for backup. If they saw your health drop low, they'd pursue you relentlessly to the end of the world. And if you dropped their health below a certain threshold, they'd try to flee. Nie Yan glanced at Patience. She still had over 110,000 health. Defeating her would be no easy task. Since Nie Yan couldn't beat her by himself, there was only one option left. Call for help. Nie Yan took out a pouch of flash powder from his bag and chucked it at Patience. Poof! A dazzling radiance engulfed the surroundings. Patience let out a miserable shriek. She was blinded by the intense brilliance. Nie Yan quickly ducked into a corner. He activated deterrence, then opened up the skill window for divine recruitment. After a quick glance at the list, he made up his mind and summoned the rank 7 paladin KO who had 200% of his stats and an hourly fee of 1,000 gold. For the sake of obtaining Abok's bloody dagger, Nie Yan went for broke. KO materialized beside Nie Yan, wielding a sword and shield. Sir Devil Slayer, it is an honor to serve you. May the holy light forever be with you. KO stared at patience up ahead and shouted in a righteous tone, for the sake of spreading the faith of light, by God's will, I will exterminate all evil creatures. This is the duty of a paladin. All paladins summoned by divine recruitment were pious followers of the light. They also had a rudimentary level of intelligence. When Patience regained her vision, she resumed her pursuit of Nie Yan but halted in her tracks after reaching within 6 meters of him. This was the effect of his improved deterrence. The emergence of Paladin KO also filled her with a sense of dread. KO should be able to hold his own against Patience, for a short while at least. Nie Yan immediately began chanting as one syllable after another flowed out of his mouth. He was preparing to summon Lil Gold as the space around him started to warp and fluctuate. With the addition of Lil Gold, the three of them combined could definitely take down Patience. At this moment, Patience let out a piercing shriek which spread out as a destructive sound wave and struck Nie Yan. -32 damage value floated up above Nie Yan's head. He was interrupted mid-cast. Nie Yan clicked his tongue. He didn't expect Patience to have a ranged control skill that could interrupt his cast. Bosses with intelligence were truly tricky. Nie Yan failed summoning Lil Gold. Even so, it was still possible to defeat Patience with just the help of KO. He checked the most important skill in KO's skill window, Heal. It had a cooldown of roughly 20 seconds and could restore over 2,000 health. Good. It's enough. Nie Yan dashed toward Patience. Patience floated forward and greeted him with her sharp claws. Nie Yan activated Gale Step, blocking the attack, then circled behind Patience and slashed her in the back with Zenard's sword. Patience turned around and retaliated by slashing him across the chest. -1,357. Nie Yan was bathed in a gentle radiance as Paladin KO healed him for over 2,000 health. In the next moment, KO charged forward and struck Patience with Divine Strike as a holy radiance burst forth from his blade. -15,928. Patience screamed in pain as a frightening damage value floated up above her head. Holy light was effective against the undead. This was why paladins loved to grind on undead mobs. Even Nie Yan was frightened by KO's high damage. He inwardly rejoiced. Like this, dealing with Patience would be a piece of cake. KO let out a roar and bathed Patience in the cleansing light of Purify. Her face warped in pain as she started releasing smoke. However, a bloody aura was slowly building up around her. Nie Yan was wary, but he threw caution to the wind. He furiously stabbed and slashed at Patience with reckless abandon. KO was much the same. -6,738. -1, 2957. -7,023. In a short while, Patience's health fell below 10%. She was only 1 or 2 attacks away from being defeated. Just at this moment, Patience let out a blood-curdling screech. Howl of terror. Nie Yan had no time to react at all. Fear permeated into every cell of his being, his mind blanked as he started unwillingly fleeing. Paladin KO reacted in the same manner. Patience charged after KO. She was completely aggroed onto him, given that he was dealing the most damage and the undead had an innate loathing of anything holy. She relentlessly attacked KO, slashing away with her sharp claws, shaving away his more than 5,000 health in the blink of an eye. KO collapsed dead on the ground. Patience shifted her attention to Nie Yan. Fortunately, mind magic generally didn't last long. The first 6 seconds of Howl of Terror was hard crowd control. But after that, he was free to use his skills again, even if he still didn't have control of his body. Mind immune. After 6 seconds passed, Nie Yan immediately freed himself from the effects of Howl of Terror. Seeing Patience pounce at him with her sharp claws, he activated Shadow Waltz to block the attack and circled behind her. Patience only had 6,783 health left. Nie Yan's muscle swelled as Zenard's sword sped toward her neck. Cut throat. At this moment, Patience activated 3-hit flurry. Her claws slashed across Nie Yan's chest. -1,356. -1,287. Just as the third hit was about to land, Nie Yan's blade streaked Patience's neck. -6,788. Patience let out a dying wail. Nie Yan, wary that Patience might try to pull something funny, immediately drank an intermediate health potion and prepared an advanced combat bandage. Patience exploded into a pile of ashes, from which a white ball of light floated out and flew away. Her evil spirit was exorcised. It's finally over. Nie Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Patience dropped 2 pieces of dark gold grade equipment. One was for a shadow priest and the other for an arcane mage. Nie Yan stored them in his bag, then approached Abok's bloody dagger. The holy stone in his hand vibrated intensely and released a brilliant light. With a hard tug, he dislodged the dagger from the wall. Nie Yan could feel a powerful corrosive energy surrounding Abok's bloody dagger. If it weren't from the purifying light of the holy stone, he would have long since died. This dagger could only be obtained through the quest from the glimpse of darkness. Nie Yan turned his attention to the pile of sheepskin scrolls piled on one of the tables. He didn't know how long they had been sitting there, but they had already turned gray. They appeared to be recipes. Just as Nie Yan was about to walk over to check them out, he felt a slight nip at the back of his neck. It was extremely faint, almost indiscernible, but it was still picked up by his sharp senses. It's a thief. Nie Yan's mind trembled. Given how high his awareness was, it was surprising that he couldn't sense the opponent's location. Nie Yan surveyed his surroundings, but it was completely empty. He couldn't find a single trace of the enemy thief. Since this was a level 50 map, his opponent had to at least be level 50. Furthermore, their cloaking had to be extremely high as well. How else could they go unnoticed by him in this relatively cramped space? Nie Yan judged that the opposing thief must have just arrived, otherwise, they would have already attacked him while he was dealing with Patience. Nie Yan's eyes narrowed, flashing with killing intent. He walked over to the table and reached out his hand to pick up the sheepskin scrolls. Are these what you came here for? Let's see what you do when I try to take them. At this moment, the unmistakable glint of a dagger emerged behind Nie Yan. You've finally shown yourself. Clang. Nie Yan swung around and parried just as the enemy's blow was about to land on the back of his head, sparks flying as the 2 daggers clashed. Concussive blow. The other thief reacted pretty quickly. He switched grips on his dagger and stabbed toward Nie Yan's forehead. Phantom assassination. Nie Yan's figure blurred as he evaded the attack and stabbed toward the enemy's throat. Seeing dodging was impossible, the thief activated Gale Step to neutralize Nie Yan's attack. Since activating Gale Step reduced the effectiveness of stealth by 60%, Nie Yan could finally sense the location of the enemy thief. Eye of Truth. Nie Yan's pupils turned blood red as the veins around his eyes bulged out. He quickly discovered a silhouette rapidly pulling back, putting 6 meters between them. Decent skill, fast reactions, tisk. He's a tricky one. Nie Yan immediately noticed the opponent's long ears, which he almost mistook for horns, and slim build. It was an elf. It was rumored the length of an elf's ears was closely related to the amount of magic power their bodies contained. The longer the ears, the stronger the elf. This was something implemented by the system, but the difference wasn't usually visible to the naked eye. It's an elven thief. Nie Yan never expected to encounter one here. Nie Yan's lips curved into a faint smile. Guo Wai had reported they had lost track of the elven thief from Angel Core. Wasn't this clearly him? Nie Yan wondered if he was followed or this just happened to be a coincidence. He inspected the elven thief with transcendent insight. Bodhi Skybright Elf level 52. Class, Great Thief. Nie Yan's mind trembled. It was him. He didn't know many experts from the Satrine Empire, nor did he watch videos of their battles in the previous timeline. After all, their respective skills and racial talents were different, so there was no meaning to it. But there were a couple of foreign players whose fame reached even the Viridian Empire. Whether they came for leisure or questing, their shocking feats had left deep and lasting impressions. Bodhi Skybright was one such figure. After becoming a shadow dancer, this fellow had teleported to Kalor and took out 6 other shadow dancers in a row before finally being defeated by Sun. It was an extremely close match, with several dozen exchanges. Bodhi Skybright had nearly won, but Sun had made a huge comeback and dealt a finishing blow. Even though Bodhi Skybright had lost, he was never forgotten. In the Viridian Empire, the only other player that could rival Sun was Shadow Killer, and perhaps King of the World if he hadn't already disappeared from conviction. Some people believe there were no more than 5 shadow dancers in the Viridian Empire that could go toe-to-toe with Bodhi Skybright. Bodhi Skybright's combat style focused on agility and speed. As soon as his attack failed, he would retreat, never tangling with the opponent for too long. Nie Yan didn't know how the current Bodhi Skybright compared to his previous timeline incarnation. But given that he already advanced to a great thief, he shouldn't be weak. Many top-ranked players hopped from one popular virtual reality game to the next. Their comprehension abilities were high. As soon as they familiarized themselves with a game, they could display impressive combat ability. Nie Yan didn't take action, buying himself some time. Bodhi Skybright had arrived late, so he wasn't aware Nie Yan had put several important skills on cooldown during the battle with patience, otherwise, he would have already charged forward. The longer the battle dragged out, the more advantageous it was for Nie Yan. Bodhi Skybright, who was hidden in the shadows, felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Nie Yan's demon-like eyes staring right at him. It was an eye skill, and it appeared Nie Yan's was a higher rank than most. Bodhi Skybright had decided to tail Nie Yan after learning from Victorious Return that he was headed for this location. However, he had arrived a step too late. Nie Yan's battle with patience had already concluded, so he failed to get one over on him. He ranked 5th among all the thieves in Angel Core. As an elven thief, his racial talent was extremely suited for his class. Not to mention he had many skills that increased his cloaking. However, his stealth was still seen through by Nie Yan. Bodhi Skybright recalled Love Guru's warning. As the guild leader of Ass-Kickers United, Nie Yan absolutely wasn't to be underestimated. It was best to ambush him while he was busy dealing with a monster. If the assassination attempt failed, he should immediately retreat. However, Bodhi Skybright never expected to be noticed as soon as he arrived. Nie Yan's awareness had to be at least twice as high as his own cloaking to discover him so easily. His stealthing ability, which far surpassed his peers, was something that he had always been proud of. But it meant nothing in front of Nie Yan. Bodhi Skybright couldn't possibly understand how overpowered Nie Yan was. If this information was revealed, he would probably ram his head into a wall. If he knew how high Nie Yan's stats were or how many powerful skills he possessed, he would have already tucked his tail between his legs and fled. It was just that Bodhi Skybright didn't wish to leave quite yet. The amount of black gunpowder in this room caught his attention. He wanted to transport it all away. But since the jars were too big, he couldn't store them in his bag. If the black gunpowder couldn't be transported away, so be it. However, he could tell from a glance that those sheepskin scrolls on the table were valuable. They were definitely treasures. This was why he couldn't hold back any longer and took action when Nie Yan was about to reach out and grab those scrolls. His first ambush attempt had failed, and his stealth had been seen through by Nie Yan. However, he didn't feel good just giving up on these items and fleeing. Bodhi Skybright made up his mind. He calmed himself, then glanced at Zenard's sword in Nie Yan's hands. His opponent's gear quality was extremely high, probably to an unimaginable extent. But at the end of the day, a thief's worth was in their speed and reaction time. He still had a chance, but only if he used a great thief skill. The battle was in a deadlock. Nie Yan's composed appearance caused Bodhi Skybright to feel anxious. Thanks to the countless harrowing experiences both in real life and the game, Nie Yan had learned how to stay composed even in the tensest of situations. He glanced at his skill bar. Shadow Waltz and Gale Step were both off cooldown. With these 2 skills, he felt assured. In all of conviction, there was no thief that could kill him. His familiarity with Gale Step was already marrow deep. As soon as he encountered danger, he could immediately evade. Shadow Waltz was similar to Gale Step, so with these 2 skills, he had nothing to fear. Nie Yan turned around and reached out his hand to grab those sheepskin scrolls on the table. He was determined to snatch them for himself. Seeing Nie Yan reach for the scrolls, Bodhi Skybright immediately shot forth like a bullet. Lockdown. Lockdown, similar to Intimidate, paralyzed a target in place. Nie Yan felt a powerful force binding him, preventing him from moving. Skewer. Bodhi Skybright's blade drew a graceful arc through the air as he aimed for Nie Yan's back. Skewer was a great thief skill that increased movement speed by 300%, pierced armor, and dealt high burst damage. Die. Bodhi Skybright was brimming with confidence. His dagger was only inches away from piercing Nie Yan's heart. It was impossible for an ordinary person to dodge at this range. This guy's got some pretty decent skills. Nie Yan activated Gale Step, taking advantage of the invincibility to neutralize Bodhi Skybright's attack as he reached out to grab the scrolls on the table. Damn it. Bodhi Skybright was surprised. Seeing Nie Yan about to grab the scrolls, he took out a web scroll from his bag and crushed it in his hand. A giant web fell from the sky and trapped Nie Yan within. Ha! They're mine now. Bodhi Skybright broke out into a victorious smile as he reached out his hand to grab the scrolls. At this moment, Nie Yan fired out a web line from his silk spinner ring. It accurately hit the scrolls as he pulled them into his grasp. Nie Yan smirked. Trying to compete with me? Dream on, kid. Bodhi Skybright's eyes widened in shock. He never expected Nie Yan to suddenly turn the tables on him, and with spider webs no less. Nie Yan swung Zenard's sword and destroyed the giant web trapping him. Activating Intimidate, he paralyzed Bodhi Skybright in place. Nie Yan dashed toward the immobilized Bodhi Skybright and slashed down with Zenard's sword. Just as it seemed like Bodhi Skybright was about to die a miserable death, he suddenly crushed a scroll in his hand. Nie Yan slashed through Bodhi Skybright as his body turned illusory and disappeared. Bodhi Skybright had used an unknown transfer scroll. It appeared Bodhi Skybright had come well prepared, planning to teleport away the moment danger struck. Nie Yan sheathed Zenard's sword. It appeared Angel Corps was also starting to target him. In the Viridian Empire, Ass-Kickers United was the only guild that could oppose Divine Protectors and Alliance of Mages. Angel Corps, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors were all backed by the Century Financial Group, so they were naturally on the same side. These three guilds were all fearsome opponents. As for Bloodlust Blades, their collapse was inevitable, so there was no need to worry about them any longer. Bodhi Skybright reappeared in an open field about 1,000 meters away from the castle. He breathed out a sigh of relief. If he had been a second slower, he would have been a dead man. Sure enough, Mad Rogue Nirvana Flame was a tough nut to crack. What filled him with the most regret was that he had almost obtained those scrolls. With the danger gone, Nie Yan finally had time to examine Abok's Bloody Dagger. Abok's Bloody Dagger, legendary, unequipable. Requirements: 1,500 strength, 1,200 dexterity, level 180. Description: this item can only be worn by the owner of the Glimpse of Darkness. It is only equipable when the owner has gathered the full set. Abok held strength in high regard. Only the powerful can become tyrants. Eliminate all traitors. Properties: attack plus 2,200, lifesteal plus 5%, strength plus 700, dexterity plus 320, all stats plus 100, ignore level, chaos damage, attacks inflict the following curses: exhaust, fate lock, and thorns. Set completion, 2/8. This item is automatically bound to the owner of Volume 1 of the Book of Order, Glimpse of Darkness. It cannot be traded or dropped. Exhaust lowered the target's defense, fate lock summoned a fate die that inflicted the target with a random debuff, the duration of which depended on the roll, and thorns returned a portion of the damage the target dealt back to them. Like this, Nie Yan had another piece of the Tyrant Abok set. Nie Yan checked his quest progress. Find the Tyrant Abok set, travel to the Golden City. You may find some clues there. Nie Yan could only enter the Golden City after reaching level 60, so he had to put this quest aside for the time being. Finally, Nie Yan took a look at the sheepskin scrolls he had just obtained. Goblin Magic Cannon Blueprints Rank 1. Requirements: 5 Advanced Tinkerers, 1 Advanced Alchemist, 2 Advanced Runecrafters, and 1 Advanced Enchanter. They contained the blueprints for a Goblin Magic Cannon. The information was divided between many scrolls, with each one describing every component in great detail. This was an extremely destructive cannon, with a 3-meter-long barrel, rotating base, and hole at the side to pour in magic energy. It fired out 10 pounds cannonballs which would turn red hot due to heat generated from the detonation of gunpowder and magic energy. The Goblin Magic Cannon had an astonishing range of 500 meters, which could be increased even further by firing from a tower or another elevated position. One could imagine the effects it would have when fired into a large crowd. If the ground was solid, the cannonball would even bounce and roll. Looking at the crafting materials on the blueprints, the Goblin Magic Cannon required black gunpowder, various metals, enchanted runestones, and so on. There were over several hundred different items listed in total. Crafting a Goblin Magic Cannon was an incredibly difficult task. It required a great deal of time and the combined effort of many different talents from various crafting professions. A cannon like this was more than enough to defend a city wall. If he could put a few on top of the crypt stronghold, it would become as unshakable as Mount Tai, capable of repelling any invaders. Nie Yan contacted Guo Wai and asked him to send people over to transport away the gunpowder. Just what could be so important to make you want to completely empty out a castle? Guo Wai asked in surprise. Black gunpowder, Nie Yan replied. No matter how strong a player was, in the end they were no match for these powerful tools of war. With these cannons, Ass-Kickers United would gain an additional card in their hands. Thankfully, Nie Yan had managed to snatch the Goblin Magic Cannon blueprints for himself during his exchange with Bodhi Skybright. Black gunpowder, Guo Wai no longer dared to dally. He immediately deployed over 2,000 players to Earl Kelfield's ancient castle. Contact Bird, and tell him we need 5 Advanced Tinkerers, 1 Advanced Alchemist, 2 Advanced Runecrafters, and 1 Advanced Enchanter. Nie Yan shared the Goblin Magic Cannon blueprints with Guo Wai. It seems like we'll be building cannon towers in the crypt stronghold. Guo Wai's eyes lit up. Even though the blueprints were only for rank 1 Goblin Magic Cannons, their destructive might was not to be looked down upon. Not to mention with a range of 500 meters, they would be indispensable during a siege. Our time is limited, so you should hurry. Make sure this matter doesn't leak out. We must keep it a secret, Nie Yan instructed. The Goblin Magic Cannons would have an even greater effect when they were brought out with the enemy clueless to their existence. The stronghold sieges of the previous timeline was the stage of these large-scale war machines and peak-class players. Ordinary players were reduced to cannon fodder. Before long, 2,000 players from Ass-Kickers United arrived at Earl Kelfield's ancient castle. They guarded the perimeter while a group of players entered inside. Paladin of the Elegy and his group met up with Nie Yan. We're here, boss. Paladin of the Elegy excitedly greeted. Good, take these jars of black gunpowder away. Make sure to clean out the entire castle. Don't leave a single speck behind. Nie Yan ordered in a dignified tone. Yes sir. Paladin of the Elegy replied, his eyes sparkling with reverence. Nie Yan was normally friendly, but he would turn quite imposing during serious matters. Paladin of the Elegy immediately understood the importance of this task as he ordered his group to transport the gunpowder away. Nie Yan stayed to supervise since he didn't feel at ease leaving such an important matter alone. The players from Ass-Kickers United turned the whole castle upside down in their search. They found over 20 jars of black gunpowder and a large amount of materials required to craft the Goblin Magic Cannons. Fortune seemed to be on his side. It would have taken a great deal of time and resources for him to gather these things by himself, especially the black gunpowder. He would have to find a black gunpowder recipe, and the amount produced every day would be limited. Thankfully, there was a large stockpile readily available here. By the time they burned through it, Ass-Kickers United would have enough advanced tinkerers to produce a steady supply. Such large movements from Ass-Kickers United naturally didn't go unnoticed, especially by Victorious return. Sadly, they were powerless. They could no longer compete with Ass-Kickers United. It was already impressive they could hold on to their single stronghold. They soon learned from Bodhi Skybright that Ass-Kickers United had discovered a large cache of black gunpowder. Unfortunately, they could only helplessly watch on as it was transported away. 2,000 players departed from Earl Kelfield's ancient castle and set out for the nearest Askickers United stronghold in a grand and majestic fashion. The jars of black gunpowder were too large to fit in player bags, so Askickers United could only use the risky method of transporting them away physically. It would take roughly 30 minutes for them to reach the nearest stronghold, United City. A tense atmosphere loomed over all of Askickers United as Nie Yan and 2,000 players escorted the black gunpowder to United City. Such an important matter had to be handled with the utmost care. Mistakes wouldn't be tolerated. It was at this moment that Guowai put his intelligence network to good use. Every movement from every hostile guild, no matter how small, was reported back to him immediately. Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrine kept a close watch over Victorious Return. From time to time, their players would appear on the border of Victorious Return's sole stronghold to mock them, leading to skirmishes breaking out. Heaven Breaker's hot temper prevented him from taking these insults lying down, so he stationed squads on the walls of the stronghold to attack all who dared to mock him. Being watched so closely by Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrine, it was impossible for Victorious Return to take action against Askickers United's transport group. Guowai and the other higher-ups had already made ample preparations. If the group transporting the black gunpowder was attacked, troops would be immediately dispatched to rescue them. Of course, it was best if the procession reached United City without any disturbances. Guowai believed there shouldn't be any issues. Nie Yan's group consisted of 2,000 players, after all. At this moment, 6 level 50+ players donned in amazing shaman equipment emerged on a hilltop, dashing between the trees. They were all class advanced shamans. Shamans were the most mysterious and difficult to deal with class of the orc race. Mages were the main force of the humans, necromancers for the undead, and shamans for the orcs. Shamans were divided into shaman doctors and elemental shamans. The former specialized in healing while the latter specialized in controlling the elements. The shamans on the hilltop had lightning symbols on their collars, signifying they were elemental shamans. Although their healing capabilities were weaker, they could deal devastating damage. Besides elemental and healing magic, shamans would often dabble into other mysterious magic such as totemic and shadow magic. Shamic temples, similar to magic towers, contained unfathomable spells. Any elemental shaman that visited one would come out much stronger. Up ahead were several dozen level 50 boas. One of the elemental shamans waved their staff and summoned a 1-meter-long totem covered with ashen flags. It floated in the air and discharged streaks of electricity into the surroundings. Totemic flags were NPC shop items that shamans could buy to enhance the potency of their totems, greatly increasing the stats of all nearby allies. The shamans started chanting cryptic syllables. With a wave of their staffs, the streaks of lightning surrounding the totem shot out toward the group of boas, bouncing from one bough to the next. Every streak of lightning bounced and bounced and bounced. Not a single boa remained unscathed. This was the chain lightning spell of elemental shamans. It was a different type of area of effect magic that could attack more than 10 targets with a single cast. After these boas were struck by the streaks of lightning, they collapsed to the ground, their corpses scorched and releasing smoke. Love Guru and his group are in Kalor. I wonder how they're doing, said a slim shaman. He was called Nevernight, and ranked 3rd among all shamans in Angel Corps. The others in the group weren't weak either, having all class advanced together. Since there were only 6 players in their group, they easily avoided the sights of Askickers United scouts, especially in such a large map. It's good that Love Guru and them are attracting all the heat from Askickers United. But you know what I don't understand? We're so far away from the Viridian Empire, why does Angel want to make enemies out of them? Blood Wolf asked in a bewildered manner. He always paid attention to matters that related to the guild as a whole. The boss must have his own plans. Either way, the growth of Askickers United is really astonishing. Bloodlust Blades is only a step away from destruction thanks to them, Nevernight said. Underlings like them wouldn't be privy to matters of this magnitude. This is going to be a joint operation with the top players of Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors. Everyone, stay alert. We have to succeed. Failure is not an option. Blood Wolf reminded in a grave tone. This was related to the reputation of Angel Corps. Of course, we already know. How much longer until the people from Askickers United arrive? I'd say roughly 10 or so minutes. Alright, get ready everyone, we're going to start. Askickers United might send some thieves to scout ahead, so let's find a good place to hide. The 6 shamans found a relatively flat area in the dense thickets. Standing in a hexagon, they started chanting as line by line a magnificent hexagram formed on the ground. The magic energy in the air vibrated intensely as a gust of wind blew past. A dark portal appeared at the center of the hexagram. When the magic energy in the area finally settled, players started walking out of the portal. The first player to come out was the guild leader of Bloodlust Blades, Bloodlust Mad Blade. He wore a full set of dark gold grade, silver black armor which glinted a dark luster under the sunlight. A total of 53 players stepped out of the portal, all of whom were class advanced elites from Bloodlust Blades, Divine Protectors, and Alliance of Mages. Including the 6 elemental shamans from Angel Corps, there were altogether 59 adept class players. Due to their uninterrupted growth, Divine Protectors and Alliances of Mages had far more adept class plays than Askickers United. This was only a portion of them. In comparison, Askickers United only sported a dozen or so adept class players. After a while, the dark portal trembled before disappearing into thin air. The 6 shamans immediately sat down on the ground to recover their health and mana. Mad Blade turned to the elementalist beside him and asked with a solemn expression, did everyone make it? The elementalist did a quick head count. Yeah, 12 from our guild, 25 from Alliances of Mages, and 16 from Divine Protectors. Boss, I just received word that most of the top-ranked players in Askickers United are doing their class advancement quests right now. There are only 5 or 6 players to watch out for in their group, including Nirvana Flame, a nearby priest reported. We owe you guys for helping us out in this operation, Mad Blade said as he turned to the players from Alliances of Mages and Divine Protectors. It's nothing. We're all on the same side after all. Yay, Askickers United has been acting far too arrogantly. It's about time we teach them a lesson. Our guild leader told us to listen to your word as if it were their own. So if you need anything of us, don't hesitate to speak up. The rest of the players from Alliances of Mages and Divine Protectors echoed these sentiments. Alright, I won't treat you all as outsiders. A group of roughly 2,000 Askickers United players transporting jars of black gunpowder will be arriving here any moment now. We'll slaughter as many of them as we can, but our main priority is to snatch away the gunpowder for ourselves. They'll definitely send support quickly, so we'll probably only have 15 minutes at most. After that, no matter how well the battle might be going, we retreat immediately. Mad Blade's eyes scanned over the crowd of players in front of him. Whether it be in terms of skill or gear quality, they were the best in both aspects. Even without his commands, they would do fine. So what if they have the numbers advantage? We can easily sweep them away with area of effect magic. We've wiped out a 5,000-man force with just 6 players before, an elementalist arrogantly declared. Today is only the start. There's much more work to be done in the future. We'll be launching an assault on their strongholds in a few days. After we tear them down, let's see how much longer they can last in Kalor. Mad Blade ruthlessly announced. Bloodlust Blades was under a lot of pressure recently, especially after Asskickers United refused to rescind their bounty order. They were pushed into a corner with only one option left, and that was to make a decisive counterattack. As for worrying about Sapphire Shrine and Holy Empire interfering, he would just have Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame hold them off. Under Mad Blade's command, the players split into 3 groups each heading in a different direction, lying in ambush among the trees. Nie Yan's transport group arrived in an area with many hills. The terrain up ahead was complicated with a lot of dense thickets. It was the perfect place to set up an ambush. They were relatively safe traveling in the plains, but in a wooded area, the danger level would rise significantly. Nie Yan was worried about the jars of black gunpowder behind him. If they were hit by fire magic, the outcome would be disastrous. This was why he stationed most of the warriors and paladins around the gunpowder. He and several other skilled players also stood nearby, ready to deal with any potential danger. Paladins, make sure to protect the cargo with shielding magic. We absolutely can't lose it. Nie Yan ordered. These jars of black gunpowder were extremely important to Asskickers United. Boss, should we dispatch some thieves to scout up ahead? Paladin of the Elegy asked. I want 200 thieves to sweep the area up ahead. Politely ask any suspicious individuals to leave. If they refuse, you may use force. Nie Yan ordered. Players would have to show respect to the might of the number 1 guild in Kalor. In the previous timeline, Victorious Return was the tyrant of Kalor. Many players had grievances with them, but there was nothing they could do. As long as a guild had enough power, they would never have to worry about lacking new members. When conducting work, offending a few players was inevitable. Paladin of the Elegy immediately carried out Nie Yan's orders. He selected 200 thieves suitable for the task. The selected thieves dashed forward and disappeared into the thickets up ahead. Although 200 thieves seemed like a lot, it was far from enough to scout out every inch of these forested hills. Trying to find only several dozen people in such an area was no different from fishing a needle out of a haystack. Nie Yan wasn't the least bit suspicious. After all, no one in Kalor was capable of opposing Asskickers United. Victorious Return was under heavy scrutiny, and Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors were too far away to pose any real threat. Asskickers United was deeply rooted into Kalor, with roughly 1 out of every 10 players having a relation with the guild. The moment anything happened, they would know. Informants were practically everywhere, so it was nigh impossible to escape their sights. This was why 2,000 players sufficed to transport the jars of black gunpowder. The portal those 6 shamans opened was a secret spell from the Shamanic Temple, which was the hardest type of magic to guard against. Furthermore, they had already made ample preparations, having set up transfer points in Glory City long ago. They could teleport 50 to 60 players with each portal. Bloodlust Blades had already been planning to attack Asskickers United strongholds for a long time. But with the appearance of the black gunpowder, they were forced to slightly alter their plans. They would deal with the black gunpowder first. Black gunpowder was a military good that took up a lot of bag space. The amount Nie Yan uncovered in Earl Kelfield's castle could fill tens of thousands of bottles, a task which would take at least several days. The only feasible method was to transport it by hand. When transport caravans became available later on, things would become much more convenient. Black gunpowder had many applications and could be used to craft a variety of siege weapons, such as magic explosives, incendiary bolts, explosive projectiles, etc. Although people had heard of siege weapons like goblin magic cannons, blueprints for them were extremely hard to come by. Nie Yan placed great importance on transporting these goods safely to United City. Even if these materials were only enough to craft 1 or 2 goblin magic cannons, they were well worth the effort. Boss, it's safe up here. We bumped into a few players leveling, but we shooed them away. Everything is clear on our side too. The 200 thieves reported back one after another after scouting out their respective zones. This information put Nie Yan's mind at ease. He glanced behind him and felt that putting all the black gunpowder in the same place was a bit too dangerous. After thinking for a moment, he decided to split the people carrying the black gunpowder into 7 smaller groups and had a large number of thieves and warriors patrol the thickets around them to prevent anyone from getting close. Nie Yan, I just received word that all the top experts in Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors disappeared. They were gathered together in Glory City only 20 minutes ago. I had people monitor the transfer points in Kalor, but we didn't discover them. Maybe they're doing a dungeon run or something. Guowai reported at this time. The top experts of 3 large guilds suddenly disappearing was too strange an occurrence. So, he immediately reported this information to Nie Yan. Since those players didn't teleport to Kalor, even if they rode on the fastest mounts, it would take them at least 7 hours to cover the distance between the 2 cities and enter Kalor. As such, Guowai never considered the possibility of them suddenly launching an ambush. However, this news immediately roused Nie Yan's suspicions. How could it possibly be a coincidence that all the top experts in Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors would disappear at the same time his group was transporting the black gunpowder? Conviction had all sorts of mysterious spells and items. Nie Yan couldn't eliminate the possibility those people obtained something that allowed players to teleport between cities without the use of transfer points. Tell all guild members who finished their class advancement quests to come over here immediately. Also, send over a force of at least 5,000 players as backup. Nie Yan ordered in a grave tone. Guowai was taken aback for a moment. But hearing Nie Yan's tone, he immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Understood, I'll get to it right away. As the 2,000 players carrying the black gunpowder traveled through the forested hills, Nie Yan swept his gaze over the dense foliage. It would be extremely simple to hide several dozen people here. A sense of unease crept into Nie Yan's mind. Everyone, be on guard. We're preparing for battle. At this moment, the magic energy in the air vibrated. Nie Yan looked up ahead and saw a red cloud condense in the sky as flames started pouring down. The players closest to the spell immediately became restless. We're under attack. The players in the back were about to rush forward to provide support but were stopped by Nie Yan. Stop. Protect the black gunpowder. Nie Yan shouted his orders. The only reason the enemy attacked the front of the group was in hopes of drawing away the players escorting the jars of black gunpowder from the back. They definitely had people hidden in other places. Asskickers United's procession was extremely long. There were roughly 400 players opening the path up ahead, all of whom were around level 45. Even though they couldn't compare to the top-ranked members, they were far above ordinary players. Asskickers United didn't have a single trash player. 7 players from Angel Corps, Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors suddenly appeared in front Nie Yan's group. There was an Arcane Mage, Holy Mage, Priest, Berserker, Paladin, and Elemental Shaman. The Arcane Mage stood proudly atop a clifftop. He waved his staff as a series of cryptic syllables came out of his mouth. He was surging with magical energy as an unimaginably powerful spell condensed in the air. Obscurus Magic, Explosion Inferno. A single advanced magic could cover everything within a 100-meter radius of a targeted area. It certainly wasn't as easy to avoid as normal area of effect magic, not to mention the terrifying damage which few players could endure for more than a couple of seconds. The group of Ass-Kickers United players immediately erupted into an uproar. The 5 paladins closest to the front activated Indomitable will and charged toward the Arcane Mage. They had to stop him at all costs, otherwise, most of the 400 players at the front of the procession would be wiped out. Another 6 warriors followed behind the 5 paladins. Advanced magic generally required 2 sets of syllables to cast, or in other words roughly 20 seconds. If one of the paladins could get within 5 meters of the Arcane Mage to cast silence, the advanced magic would be interrupted. Seeing Ass-Kickers United's people charging towards them, the several players beside the Arcane Mage naturally didn't stay idle. The Elemental Shaman waved his staff and summoned a windfree totem, after which he spat out several words in the Orcish language as electricity surged around his hand. He shot 3 lightning bolts at one of the paladins. Bang, bang, bang. -856. -847. -889. The paladin was sent flying and crashed into a nearby tree. It was an instant kill. Windfree totem increased the critical rate of all nearby allies to 100%. This elemental shaman's reaction speed was quite quick. The several nearby players from Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors couldn't help but be surprised. Players from Angel Corps were really something else. Lunatic, we can't let Angel Corps show us. Come on, let's show off our skills. A berserker shouted before charging into the paladins. Understood. The Holy Mage waved his staff and buffed himself with several spells that increased holy magic damage before attacking one of the paladins with Holy Judgment. -2321. Bang, the paladin was blasted away. It was another instant kill. The Holy Mage stood there with a blank expression on his face. Even he was shocked by how much damage he dealt. He glanced at the windfree totem floating beside him. It only looked like a piece of carved wood. Who knew it had such a powerful effect? Sweet, Darkwing, your windfree totem is amazing. The Holy Mage exclaimed. Only a windfree totem with a skill level of 5 or higher could have such an effect. He waved his staff and cast Light's Judgment. Bang, another paladin was sent flying. Lunatic had already class advanced to a great Holy Mage, so he already dealt a lot of damage to players who hadn't yet class advanced. With the buff from windfree totem, he could directly one-shot them. Charge. Charge. The warriors from Ass-Kickers United charged up the hill toward the enemy. The berserker let out a roar and rushed up to greet them, holding off 3 of them on his own. Whirlwind slash. Stop the paladins, don't let them silence Starbright. The berserker reminded. He roared and activated seismic slam, knocking the 3 warriors back. Don't worry, we've got this. Darkwing said. He waved his staff. Polymorph. A warrior who had just arrived in front of Darkwing was struck by the spell and shrunk into a frog. Darkwing no longer cared for the warrior after turning him into a frog and moved on to his next target. One of the paladins managed to get close to the arcane mage Starbright. Just as he was about to cast silence, the holy mage activated repel and forced him several meters back. The paladin failed to cast silence. Although this was the first time these people were cooperating together, as top-ranked players, their senses were top-notch. They could understand their teammates' intentions even when pressed for time. The spells from Ass-Kickers United's mages started flying over in their direction. The priest and paladin immediately started healing Starbright and the others. These bastards are tougher than we thought. Be careful, watch your health, the paladin said as he healed the berserker. The berserker's health rapidly fell. The paladin's healing couldn't keep up, forcing the berserker to down an intermediate health potion. He then struck out with a crippling strike, immobilizing one of the warriors that was charging over before quickly pulling back. These 7 players were like fish in the water during this high-level battle, not slipping up in the slightest. 20 seconds was a fairly short amount of time. By the time Ass-Kickers United's players had noticed Starbright's presence, 8 seconds had already passed. Time had passed in a blink of an eye. They could barely react before they heard the arcane mage chant out the final syllable. Explosion Inferno. Black flames started falling from the sky. What started out initially as a light drizzle of flames quickly turned into a torrential downpour, transforming everything within a 100-meter radius into a raging sea of fire. A blanket of damage values rose up into the sky as players collapsed in droves inside this hellish purgatory. Everything within Explosion Inferno's sphere of influence was burned to ash. Almost all of the 400 Ass-Kickers United players at the front were wiped out, with only a few survivors that happened to be at the very edge of the spell's radius escaping in time. The elemental shaman Darkwing narrowed his eyes when he noticed silhouettes darting out from the flames to his left. He waved his staff and sent out a bolt of lightning, which arced between the 7 low-health players from Ass-Kickers United and killed them instantly. The Holy Mage blasted out spells in quick succession. Although the Windfree totem had disappeared, he still had more than enough damage to finish off the straggling low-health survivors. Explosion Inferno lasted a total of 10 ticks before finally ending. Starbright jumped off the ledge and grouped up with his comrades, his name glowing crimson red. I killed 288 players. Weaklings. No challenge at all, Starbright remarked. The 7 of them had mowed down more than 300 players from Ass-Kickers United without breaking a sweat. Even though these members of Ass-Kickers United were superior to the average player, they were inferior to peak players like Starbright and his group in terms of overall stats, level, gear quality, timing, or skill knowledge. When a top expert took the field, ordinary players could only serve as cannon fodder, regardless of the disparity in numbers. Don't underestimate the enemy. The ones we just faced are the most ordinary out of the bunch. Remember, prudence guides a ship for 10,000 years, Darkwing warned somberly, not allowing the adrenaline get to his head. He knew the true battle was just beginning. So what? The only threat here is Nirvana Flame. All of the top experts in Ass-Kickers United are busy doing their class advancement quests. Let's see just how strong he really is. Starbright arrogantly replied, playing around with a ball of black flames in his palm. He was already picturing himself basking in the glory and fame, and collecting the fat reward for killing the mad rogue. No one could resist the allure of riches and fame. Starbright was no exception. At this moment, Ass-Kickers United was attempting to fend off attacks on all 4 sides by groups of class-advanced players from Bloodlust Blades, Alliances of Mages, Divine Protectors, and Angel Corps. Each group contained between 8 to 12 players. The players from Ass-Kickers United fell into a panic as the enemy gnawed away at their ranks. Protect the black gunpowder. Nie Yan personally took command of 500 players in guarding the 7 of the jars. With Nie Yan's permission, Paladin of the Elegy started dispatching orders to all of the smaller squads. Nie Yan noticed that he worked surprisingly well under pressure and had a knack for commanding. He was pleasantly surprised by this development, and remained close by to provide assistance in the event that Paladin of the Elegy slipped up. Paladin of the Elegy couldn't help but be nervous with Nie Yan right beside him. But he still issued orders with a cool head. Nie Yan glanced thoughtfully at Paladin of the Elegy. They had only interacted a few times before this, and Nie Yan didn't think much of him until recently. Now, it dawned on him that Paladin of the Elegy was a diamond in the rough, and one that was worth polishing. Boss, we lost 300 players at the front. Paladin of the Elegy called out, wiping off the cold sweat that had appeared on his forehead. He was still trying to wrap his mind around that instant where all of those level 45 players were crushed. How many attackers were there? Nie Yan asked. The actions of the enemy so far were pretty straightforward. 7. They cast an advanced magic, Paladin of the Elegy replied. He had watched a video of Undying Scoundrel using a similarly destructive area of effect spell to slaughter the players from Victorious Return. He reveled in Schadenfreude back then. Now that the shoe was on the other foot, he fell into despair. Ah, no wonder. Nie Yan calmly patted Paladin of the Elegy on the shoulder. It's just one advanced magic, nothing to get nervous over. They'll be a common sight in future battlefields. Nie Yan's calm and confident attitude flowed into Paladin of the Elegy, subconsciously influencing him and calming him down. Area of effect magic was flying everywhere as the procession received attacks from all directions. The players from Ass-Kickers United gallantly fought back and managed to kill several enemies with their counterattacks. Everyone, protect the black gunpowder. Around 200 Ass-Kickers United players stood guard over 2 jars of black gunpowder. At this moment, the air rippled to reveal the position of an elementalist hidden nearby. Red specks of light converged around him as he chanted out one incantation syllable after another. He was casting an area of effect fire spell. Paladins, stop him. The paladins rushed forward, preparing to end the elementalist's incantation with a silence. Several warriors from Bloodlust Blades formed a wall to intercept the paladins and prevent them from reaching the elementalist. Their barricade proved to be futile, as one of the paladins activated Indomitable Will and broke through the blockade. The elementalist neared the end of his chant, the red light around the tip of his staff glowing ever brighter, signifying that he was a heartbeat away from unleashing his spell. Silence. The ominous convergence of the red specks of light at the tip of the elementalist's staff dissipated into the void, leaving him impotent, blank-faced, and unable to comprehend how this had happened. He was a mere millisecond away from raining his fire and fury down upon the world before the paladin stopped him. To make matters worse, more than half of his mana was consumed in that failed casting and his spell was now on cooldown. You did it, Lil Slick. Slick, you're awesome. The players from Ass-Kickers United cheered. The silence, just in the nick of time, from the paladin known as Lil Slick had saved them disaster. However, their celebrations didn't last long. 5 players from Alliance of Mages appeared behind them. An arcane mage waved his staff, sending a blazing meteor of arcane fire hurtling down on them. It was also an area of effect spell. Many Ass-Kickers United players collapsed to the ground. The 2 jars of black gunpowder were also in imminent danger as the wards protecting them groaned and faded in the onslaught. Web-like cracks spread through the surface of the jars. Then they shattered, allowing the flames to make contact with the gunpowder inside. Boom. A massive explosion enveloped everything within a 100-meter radius, killing any player caught in the blast. All that remained visible were raging black flames, and a direful mushroom cloud in the sky. Ass-Kickers United lost close to 300 players. Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors also suffered 1 or 2 casualties. Even those not within the immediate range of the blast were almost knocked off their feet. They stared at that mushroom cloud with pale faces. This was the destructive power of black gunpowder. Every jar contained approximately 20 pounds of black gunpowder. 2 jars were enough to wreck a city wall. Boss, 2 jars. Paladin of the Elegy reported. He felt his heart ache. A single jar of black gunpowder was worth a minimum of 10,000 gold on the marketplace, more expensive than a piece of sub-legendary grade equipment. Nie Yan also felt the loss, even though it was only 2 jars. It was impossible for Nie Yan to disrupt the enemy's momentum and turn the tide by himself. He had to focus all his efforts on protecting the jars of black gunpowder. As long as he could hold out until Blade Light, Smoke Stub, Young 7 and the rest of them arrived, everything would be fine. A chaotic battle raged on another side of the battlefield. Bloodlust Mad Blade took the lead as he charged into a group of 6 players from Ass-Kickers United, relying on his superior gear to sweep through everything in his path. He slashed down with cleave and sent one of them flying out, while knocking the others aside with his charge. A distance of more than 50 meters separated Mad Blade from Nie Yan. His eyes brimmed with murderous frenzy. Nirvana Flame, we finally meet. The chain of events in the recent past had pushed Bloodlust Blades to the brink of collapse. Mad Blade's hatred had already seeped into the marrow of his bones. He wished for nothing more than to flay Nie Yan's flesh and strip his skin, a feeling that only intensified now that he could see the source of his grievances with his own eyes. Nie Yan lifted his head and instantly saw Mad Blade through the haze of battle. Although they had never met, he knew instantly this player was Bloodlust Mad Blade, the guild leader of Bloodlust Blades. Mad Blade was large and tall. He was clad in dark armor forged from elven steel, armed to the teeth, and resembled an iron fortress with no visible weakness. He wielded a 2-handed great sword that was roughly 5 fingers wide, more suited for smashing than slicing. He never expected to meet Mad Blade here. Perhaps enemies really were destined to be on a narrow path. Nie Yan pointed his dagger right at Mad Blade and beckoned him, indicating that he was ready for the fight. There was no opponent he was afraid of. Mad Blade swung his great sword out wildly in a whirlwind slash, dealing close to 1,000 damage to the 6 Ass-Kickers United players around him. Then he screamed, giving voice to the madness and fury entwined within, before slamming his sword into the ground. Seismic slam. Bang! A powerful shock wave erupted from Mad Blade as he sent the players from Ass-Kickers United flying backwards. They crashed to the ground and never rose again. A white light fell over Mad Blade, healing him back to full health. Mad Blade began slaughtering a path towards Nie Yan, his eyes were bloodshot as he lost himself in his fury. Players from Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors rushed to Mad Blade's side. Including the 3 elemental shamans, there were 11 players in Mad Blade's group. Nie Yan had over 500 players by his side protecting 7 jars of black gunpowder. Sparks flew as the 2 sides glared at each other, both ready for the moment that would ignite this battle. This showdown between Nie Yan and Mad Blade was predestined. One of them was going to die today. Cold Flame, do it. Mad Blade ordered in a deep tone as he stared daggers at Nie Yan. An azure-robed elementalist raised his staff and started chanting out cryptic syllables. Without a doubt, he was casting advanced magic. Sparks of electricity flickered as specks of light rapidly converged on cold flame. It was the elemental hall magic, Lightning Storm. Lightning could also ignite the black gunpowder. Lightning Storm was a rank 2 elemental hall magic with a radius of 75 meters. Most spells classified as advanced magic possessed an immense destructive power and were unparalleled at killing players. Only certain special life-saving skills could allow a player to escape from one. A cryptic chant flowed out of Cold Flame's mouth as if he were counting down the seconds to the day of reckoning. As soon as the last syllable left his mouth, a cataclysm would descend upon the world. A sparse 20 seconds remained before Cold Flame completed his incantation. Every second that passed brought Nie Yan's group one step closer to doom. Paladins, stop that elementalist. Warriors, open up a path. Nie Yan ordered, his tone grim. He feared the ordinary members of Asskickers United were no match for who they were about to face. 20 seconds simply wasn't enough time. He swept his gaze over the players on the side of Mad Blade. All class advanced, this will be tough. I guess it's up to me. He activated stealth, and his silhouette slowly faded into the background. Charge. Indomitable will. More than 30 warriors and paladins rushed out towards Mad Blade and his group with a single purpose in mind. Preventing Cold Flame from casting Lightning Storm. All trash. Starbright snorted. Anyone below level 50 was nothing more than an ant in the eyes of a class advanced player. He waved his staff and fired out an arcane flame burst. Bang! The arcane flame burst arced in a parabola and smashed into one of the paladins, blasting him backwards until he crashed into a tree, killing him instantly. Starbright appeared absolutely domineering with his superior level, gear, and stats. What a powerful attack. Did you already forget about us? As if we'd let you cast silence so easily. The three shamans each placed down a different totem, greatly buffing the stats of Mad Blade and the others. Chain lightning. 3 bolts of lightning crackled through the air and struck the paladins and warriors from Asskickers United. Thankfully, the priests in the back provided timely support and prevented them from dying. Paladin of the Elegy scanned the battlefield before giving out an order in voice chat. All mages, take down the elementalist and shaman over there. The mages raised their staffs and sent a shower of spells flying towards the shaman. Seeing that things weren't looking good, the shaman wanted to turn tail and flee, but it was already too late. Despair filled his eyes as more than 30 spells rained down on him and blasted him into oblivion. The elementalist also suffered a similar fate. Even if they were stronger, they still wouldn't be able to survive such an intense barrage. Mad Blade was holding off 7 warriors and paladins by himself. He let out a deep roar and struck the ground with his sword set ablaze. Flame quake. Fissures spewing scorching flame snaked through the terrain and blasted the warriors and paladins back, dealing over 1,000 damage to all of them. Mad Blade looked around, but he couldn't find any trace of Nie Yan. An intense feeling of danger arose in his heart. Mad Blade had watched videos of Nie Yan's past exploits before. His speed was so breathtaking that a certain phrase started spreading on the forums. When Nirvana Flame draws his dagger, he'll never miss his target. Priests, cast Illuminate. Mad Blade ordered. Dazzling rays of light shone down on the ground and revealed a silhouette dashing towards Cold Flame at an incredible speed. Since Cold Flame started his chant, roughly 10 seconds had passed. There was no time to dally. Regardless of the cost, Nie Yan had to take down Cold Flame first. Protect Cold Flame. Mad Blade shouted. He tried to run to Cold Flame, but all the warriors and paladins from Asskickers United clung onto his feet and dragged him down. He had no way of disengaging. Nirvana Flame. Starbright activated Arcane Gaze. His pupils glimmered with a deep violet flame as a dashing silhouette appeared in his vision. Die. He waved his staff and fired an ominous black beam at Nie Yan. Then he fetched a junior shadow bind scroll from his bag. Poof. He crushed the scroll, sending shadowy hands stretching towards Nie Yan. Sensing something off, Nie Yan raised his head and spotted Starbright standing close to Cold Flame. This fellow had timed his attacks pretty well. Success. Starbright cried out gleefully. I guess the mad rogue only amounts to this The smug look on his face immediately froze when he saw Nie Yan block his perfectly timed spell combination with Gale Step. Seeing Nie Yan fast approaching, Starbright quickly pulled back. He counted down the seconds in his mind, waiting for the invincibility of Gale Step to wear off, before waving his staff and casting Repel. A powerful repelling force swept outwards. Starbright could at least count on Repel to push Nie Yan back. A nearby paladin activated Eyes of the Divine, then charged towards Nie Yan's silhouette with indomitable will. There were 3 players barring Nie Yan's path, Starbright, a fighter, and a paladin. Cold Flame continued to chant. His voice was slightly hoarse and carried an ominous cadence as if he were beckoning forth spirits from the other realm. Another 5 seconds had passed. The lightning elements surrounding Cold Flame grew even denser as sparks flickered around him. Paladin of the Elegy was getting increasingly anxious and ordered everyone to retreat. Paladin of the Elegy glanced behind him with a pained look. Were 7 jars of black gunpowder really going to disappear just like that? Damn it. Paladin of the Elegy's eyes were red. He knew just how important these jars of black gunpowder were to Asskickers United. How would he have the face to return to his fellow guildmates and watchful snail? After all, it was Guowai who had put him in charge of the group tasked with helping Nie Yan. Paladin of the Elegy placed all of his hopes on Nie Yan. He prayed a miracle would happen. It wasn't over till the fat lady sang. Just as the force wave from Repel was about to hit him, Nie Yan activated Holy Descent from the medal of the 10 Holy Paladins, making him magic immunity for 3 seconds and increasing his movement speed by 20%. Nie Yan wasn't slowed down in the slightest as he dashed through the force wave. He was actually so fast that he left behind a trail of afterimages. There were only a few seconds left until Lightning Storm was cast. If he were any slower, he would be too late. In this high-pressure moment, where he was utilizing all his stats to their fullest, he had an epiphany. His footwork suddenly blurred as his speed broke past its limits. Why didn't Repel work? Starbright cried out in alarm after seeing Repel fail to push Nie Yan back, let alone slow him down. Divine Strike. The paladin came slashing down at Nie Yan with his sword. Haha, it landed. The paladin had an elated look on his face, only for it to turn into shock when he realized the Nie Yan he had hit was merely an illusion. The paladin only felt a breeze brush past his ears. Nie Yan had already long dashed past him. Nie Yan had recalled Sun's demonstration of the illusion steps countless times in his head. It was only just now that everything suddenly clicked, allowing him to evade the paladin's divine strike. Like a phantom, his movements were illusory and unpredictable, making it difficult for enemies to track him. By the time the paladin reacted, it was already too late. Just as Starbright was about to raise his staff, Nie Yan had disappeared from his vision, having long since dashed past him. So fast. This was precisely the speed of the mad rogue. The only obstacle left in Nie Yan's path was the fighter. Seeing Nie Yan dashing up, the fighter let out a roar. Charge. Intercept. He charged up to Nie Yan with his sword raised. The fact that all these players could successfully class advance immediately upon reaching level 50 meant they ranked among the very top of the player base. An expert had an expert's pride. How could he stand for an enemy toying with them like this? Flame slash. The fighter's sword ignited flames as it chopped down on Nie Yan, combining three skills together to unleash incredible might. Nie Yan could feel the blazing heat of the blade on his skin. Just as the flame slash was about to land on his body, he activated Shadow Waltz and blocked the attack. Then he dashed past the fighter. Not good. The fighter trembled. Cold Flame was right behind him, still in the middle of chanting Lightning Storm. If Nie Yan was allowed to get close to him, the outcome was obvious. By the time the fighter turned around, it was too late. Nie Yan had dashed past the three players blocking his way without a scratch, closing the gap between him and Cold Flame in mere seconds. The other nearby players had no time to react. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. When the last syllable was about to exit Cold Flame's mouth, Nie Yan's foot came flying at him. If Nie Yan had used any other skill, it would have been too late. Thankfully, his legs had a longer reach than his arms. Thud. Cold Flame was kicked several meters back. However, the spell hadn't been interrupted, only slightly delayed. He attempted to continue chanting. The kicking mastery had a certain chance of disrupting an enemy mid-cast, but most of the time it would only delay them. Cold Flame's cast of Lightning Storm had been pushed back by 3 seconds. However, Nie Yan was already right in front of him. He simply didn't have the 3 uninterrupted seconds required to cast the spell. Nie Yan dashed forth and struck Cold Flame in the forehead with concussive blow, stopping the cast of Lightning Storm. Success. Nie Yan smirked. The berserk lightning slowly dissipated before disappearing entirely, giving way to a clear blue sky. It was peaceful and calming, like the feeling of respite after a particularly rocky storm. The players from Ass-Kickers United breathed a sigh of relief. They were saved. If it wasn't for Nie Yan pulling off a miracle against all odds, an endless storm of lightning would have undoubtedly taken all their lives. None of them held any hope of surviving the unparalleled might of a rank 2 elemental hall magic like Lightning Storm. Fuck. Mad Blade couldn't help but curse after witnessing Nie Yan stop Cold Flame from casting Lightning Storm. Kill that bastard. Don't let him get away. A barrage of spells flew toward Nie Yan. As a group of top elites, how could they allow him to escape so easily? Cutthroat. After stunning Cold Flame, Nie Yan slashed him across the neck with Zenard's sword. Minus 1702. Critical hit. Nie Yan emptied all the remaining life from Cold Flame's health bar, killing him instantly. Cold Flame collapsed on the ground. He was a squishy cloth armored elementalist, so it was no surprise Nie Yan felled him in a single blow. At this moment, 8 spells rained down on Nie Yan. If he were hit by so many spells, he would undoubtedly be blasted into oblivion. Nie Yan had just recently used Gale Step and Shadow Waltz, so both of them were on cooldown. Mad Blade refused to believe he possessed a third life-saving skill. Nie Yan was dead for certain. Life-saving skills were extremely pricey. For the vast majority of players, obtaining even one would be impressive. A second was a matter of luck, and a third meant that that bastard had to be some kind of cheat character. Nie Yan was precisely that, a cheat character. Although he didn't actually have a third life-saving skill, he had Quick Reset, which could directly reset the cooldown of any ordinary skill. Besides Quick Reset, Nie Yan still had Adjudicator of God at hand. In terms of skill arsenal, Nie Yan had more than enough to spare. Nie Yan reset the cooldown of Shadow Waltz. It looked like Nie Yan was going to be obliterated in the next moment, and his undefeated streak as the Mad Rogue would finally come to an end. Everyone's hearts tightened. Mad Blade coldly watched on with a smirk on his face. Let's see you try and act arrogant again. Shadow Waltz. Bang, bang, bang. A hail of spells ruthlessly bombarded Nie Yan. When the dust and smoke settled, to everyone's shock Nie Yan wasn't a corpse lying on the ground. Their eyes were wide like saucers. Fuck. This guy actually has a third life-saving skill. Mad Blade cursed loudly. This fellow was becoming increasingly ludicrous in his eyes. His visions of killing Nie Yan had gone up in a puff of smoke. With 3 life-saving skills and his excellent awareness, killing Nie Yan was practically impossible. The only way was to ambush him with thousands of players like before. Seeing Nie Yan escape the bombardment unscathed, the players from Ass-Kickers United immediately erupted in cheers. Brothers, the boss just showed off his skills. We can't lose face for Ass-Kickers United either. So what if they're stronger than us? Let's mob these bastards to death. Paladin of the Elegy cried out, then pointed his sword at Mad Blade. It's time to return the favor. Mages, blast his ass back to Glory City. More than 80 mages raised their staffs and took aim at Mad Blade. A dense hail of spells whizzed through the air. Mad Blade's face paled immediately, and he hurriedly activated God's Descent. His skin glowed with a lime green radiance, and his health rose to 3,600. More importantly, his magic resistance increased significantly. He also activated a shielding spell as a black barrier of light enveloped him. God's Descent was an advanced skill. As the guild leader of Bloodlust Blades, Mad Blade naturally had a hidden trump card or two. Bang, bang, bang. One spell after another bombarded Mad Blade, dealing roughly 10 or so damage each. Even so, he was still constantly being pushed back. A moment later, the black barrier protecting him violently shuddered before shattering like glass. The damage he received instantly increased by 8-fold. One healing spell after another fell over Mad Blade while one priest hurriedly gave him a barrier. Boss, we need to leave now. It'll be too late if we don't. 3 Blades and them have spotted several of Ass-Kickers United's top players heading over here. We also received reports of more than 5,000 of their players moving to surround us. Starbright shouted anxiously. Right now, he no longer had any delusions of trying to kill Nie Yan. Even if he had more control skills, he knew it would still be a futile effort. Around 500 players were left to guard the jars of black gunpowder while the rest were charging over. With only around a dozen or so people, even if they were stronger individually, they would still end up smothered to death. A group of 200 players was a force to be reckoned with, especially given the caliber of the enemy. Without powerful area of effect magic, they absolutely weren't a match in a direct confrontation. It was still possible to cast advanced magic in the beginning since they had caught the enemy off guard. But now that the players from Ass-Kickers United had had the time to react, with more than 200 players swarming towards them, it was impossible. After all, there were only so many paladins they could stop from casting silence. The dazzling explosion of spells left Mad Blade unable to open his eyes. It was already impressive enough that he could endure such an intense bombardment for this long. At this moment, several silhouettes appeared out of the thickets. They were Sun, Smoke Stub, Blade Light, and the others. All of them spread out through the battlefield. Nie Yan surveyed the battlefield before focusing his attention on a figure in the distance. He was determined to make sure Mad Blade didn't leave this battlefield alive today. Everyone, reader, Mad Blade shouted. But before he could even finish his sentence, a sharp dagger struck him in the back of the head. Nie Yan had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for his skills to come off cooldown. Seeing Mad Blade blinded and pushed back by the bombardment of magic, he took advantage of the opportunity to circle behind him. He activated Apocalyptic Extinction, then struck Mad Blade in the back of the head with Smothering Strike. A small jingle rang out. Nie Yan glanced at his skill bar and discovered that his Smothering Strike had finally ranked up. Smothering Strike was one of the few skills that could rank up. It wasn't a frequently used skill, so few people knew what happened when it did rank up. Its proficiency could only be increased under very specific circumstances, which didn't become common knowledge in the previous timeline until many players were well over level 100. At that time, numerous players would look for places to train their Smothering Strike. Smothering Strike Intermediate: strike an enemy from behind and stun them for 7 seconds. The target will awaken from the stun if attacked after the initial 2 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. The effects of the upgraded version of Smothering Strike were pretty decent. Nie Yan wondered how powerful it would be at Advanced and Specialist. Mad Blade's attention was wholly focused on defending against the barrage of spells, so he naturally failed to sense Nie Yan's approach. By the time he was hit, it was already too late. Nie Yan was ruthless. Were it just the Smothering Strike, Mad Blade might have been able to survive. However, Nie Yan had also activated Apocalyptic Extinction and inflicted Mad Blade with a myriad of curses, causing his stats to plummet. His barrier shattered, and he started taking 300 to 400 damage from each of the spells. At this point, Mad Blade couldn't endure no matter how much health he had. Even God's Descent couldn't save him. Although God's Descent provided some protection, the curses from Apocalyptic Extinction were simply too powerful and cut Mad Blade's defenses by more than half. When the several priests and shamans saw Mad Blade in danger, they quickly raised their staffs to heal him. But it was already too late. As the dense barrage of magic ruthlessly pummeled Mad Blade, he could endure no longer and was blasted backwards into the air. When several dozen spells hit him at the same time, dealing 300 to 400 damage each, it was no different from an instant kill. Seeing Mad Blade sent flying, Nie Yan's lips cracked into a satisfied smile. He re-entered stealth and dashed toward his next target. Hurry, use your random transfer scrolls. Starbright shouted. Just as the words left his mouth, he felt a cold chill nip at the back of his neck. It was Nie Yan. He was taking action again. Starbright reached into his bag and grabbed for a random transfer scroll as fast as he could while retreating backwards. However, he was still too slow. Intimidate. Nie Yan pounced toward Starbright like a cheetah hunting its prey. Starbright immediately felt an intense wave of fear wash over him as his body stiffened. Just as he was about to crush the random transfer scroll, Nie Yan struck him in the forehead with a concussive blow. Damn it, so fast, Starbright muttered before his vision turned white. Nie Yan's speed left him with no time to react. A second or two more, and he could have escaped with the random transfer scroll. His previous thoughts of wanting to PK Nie Yan seemed like nothing more than a joke now. Putting aside the fact that mages were innately at a disadvantage against thieves, he was simply no match for Nie Yan in terms of skill or game sense. Nie Yan circled behind and followed through with a backstab and lacerate. Starbright's body powerlessly slumped onto the ground. The players from Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, Divine Protectors, and Angel Corps all crushed their random transfer scrolls and disappeared from the battlefield. They had prepared to great extent for this operation, with every single one of them carrying a random transfer scroll. Such a rare item wasn't something that would be used casually. Even Asskickers United only had a few hundred stockpiled. In spite of the enemy's ambush, Asskickers United had come out on top in this battle. Even though the damage they suffered wasn't small, they had also killed more than 20 of the enemy's top elites and looted over a dozen pieces of equipment from their corpses. All in all, it couldn't be considered too big of a loss. Of the equipment collected, more than 10 pieces were level 50 dark gold grade, each with an estimated market value of at least 1,000 gold. There were another 70 pieces with decent properties that would sell for a significant sum too. All the equipment the players from Asskickers United dropped had been retrieved. What are our casualties? Nie Yan asked. Paladin of the Elegy did a headcount. We lost around 1,000 people. Most of them died to area of effect magic. How many jars of black gunpowder were destroyed? Nie Yan asked. He had heard several explosions during the battle. 5. The remaining ones are all accounted for, Paladin of the Elegy replied in a somewhat guilty tone. Even though most of the jars were safe, they had still lost enough of them that he didn't have the face to report back to Guo Wai. The remaining jars of black gunpowder were all neatly gathered together. Transporting so many of them at once was by no means an easy feat. Each jar contained 20 pounds of gunpowder. Including the weight of the jar, that was 30 pounds altogether. Even the strongest warriors would eventually get tired after transporting such heavy goods. And since having 2 people carry a jar at the same time wasn't really practical, the only solution was to have people take shifts. It's fine, 5 jars isn't too big of a loss, Nie Yan comforted Paladin of the Elegy. There were still 17 jars of black gunpowder remaining, enough to last them until they could produce their own. Sun, Blade Light, and the others approached Nie Yan. There were over 30 top-ranking players from Asskickers United altogether. Were it not for their arrival, the forces ambushing them might not have left so willingly. We were late, Blade Light said apologetically. When they were rushing over on horseback, they had heard the sounds of explosions in the distance. At that time, they were extremely anxious and feared all the jars of black gunpowder had been destroyed. Better late than never, Nie Yan chuckled. Even though the loss of 5 jars pained him, it was still better than losing everything. Nie Yan decided to have the transport team stay put until reinforcements arrived. They only had around 1,000 players remaining. It would be troublesome if they encountered another ambush. After a while, the 5,000 players Guo Wai dispatched as reinforcements arrived, immediately bolstering the strength of the transport group. Only then did they resume their trek to United City. About an hour later, Nie Yan and the others finally arrived at United City. United City was connected to the crypt stronghold via a transfer point, allowing them to teleport the jars of black gunpowder between both places. Guo Wai recruited 5 advanced tinkerers, 1 advanced alchemist, 2 advanced runecrafters, and 1 advanced enchanter and had them all sign non-disclosure agreements. A secret workshop in the crypt stronghold was specially prepared for them, and they were provided with ample resources to help them get settled in. Nie Yan handed over the goblin magic cannon blueprints rank 1 to them, whereupon they immediately got to work. In an estimated 6 days, Asskickers United would have their first goblin magic cannon. Nie Yan looked around the secret workshop. It was located deep underground right behind the guild headquarters with only a single secret entrance. The interior was a gorgeous and spacious hall. There was no sense of claustrophobia at all. All sorts of crafting tools and appliances were placed throughout the hall, along with several hundred kinds of materials which were restocked on the daily. The 9 players who had reached the advanced rank in their respective crafting professions were all busily working. After everything was prepared, only then did Nie Yan feel at ease. Checking the server clock, it was time to log off. Nie Yan took off his game helmet and crawled out of bed. It was a brand new morning. Today was Xie Yao's birthday. Her birthday party would be taking place at the Dragonsaur Financial Group-owned Moro River Banquet Hall at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. All of Xie Yao's close relatives and family friends would be attending. Nie Yan felt a bit nervous, but he knew he would have to meet Xie Yao's parents eventually, so he forcefully calmed himself. Nie Yan pondered on what sort of gift he should get Xie Yao. He made a trip to a jewelry store and finally settled on a necklace. Driving to his father's company, memories of old and new filled his mind. He had already received the acceptance letter from the top military academy. He could choose to enter any one of the 2 ace departments, Command or Interstellar Travel. This was a privilege allowed only to those who ranked in the top 3. In this life, he had fulfilled his father's only dream. There were no more regrets. When Nie Yan arrived at his father's company, he went to chat with Ah Chen. The growth of the War God tribe was progressing smoothly, having recently captured one of the strongholds belonging to a guild under the Tuoba family. This was only the start of their campaign to take over Nisode City. The War God tribe's rise to glory was nothing short of amazing. There were several more newcomers rising up in other cities, the most famous of which were the God Punisher Sword and Dark Bright Empire guilds. Nie Yan recalled their names. God Punisher Sword was a guild based in Moonlight City. They were still weak, for now. It would take at least a month for them to solidify their foundation. As for Dark Bright Empire, they were a Kalor-based guild in the previous timeline. He believed his interference in this life had caused them to disappear from the river of history. Who knew they had run off to Blaze City, and it seemed they were doing even better than they ever had in the previous timeline. History had deviated greatly ever since Nie Yan returned to the past. It appeared Ass-Kickers United would have many rivals in the future. Nie Yan hung around at his father's company until the clock struck 1 before driving to the Moro River Banquet Hall. With a 6-star rating, the Moro River Banquet Hall was the most famous restaurant in Huahai. It was a sleek building with a total of 167 floors, each floor capable of rotating independently. The floors could also be combined and altered with ease, allowing for the perfect view of the scenery outside. Just below was the biggest commercial street in the world. The Moro in the name was taken from a religious scripture and meant dream. Every shop on the street had a unique design and displayed all sorts of fantastical oddities, making one feel as though they'd been transported to a magical world. This was a place for the rich. Just the Moro River Banquet Hall alone was valued in the excess of several hundred billion. This gave an idea of how powerful the Dragonsaur Financial Group was. Even all of the Nie family's assets combined wouldn't amount to an odd scrap of the Dragonsaur Financial Group's capital. Nie Yan arrived at the entrance and showed his invitation. A woman in a kipao came up to greet him. "Sir, please follow me," she said in a melodic tone. "Okay." Nie Yan nodded before following behind her. The woman led Nie Yan to an elevator, where they rode up to the 131st floor. After passing through a red carpet-lined corridor, he arrived at a large banquet hall. Even though it was still early, there were many people present. They were chatting and smiling with each other. The men were dressed in suits while the women wore gorgeous flower dresses. It wouldn't be unreasonable to say that practically all of Huahai high-class elites from both the government and business world were gathered here. This banquet hall would have no problem fitting several thousand people. Nie Yan walked around but didn't see any familiar faces. So, he found a secluded corner by a window and sat down. This was the first time Nie Yan had participated in such an extravagant event. He was a good-for-nothing in his prior life, so his father naturally didn't bring him to these sorts of gatherings. When his father passed away, he had even less of a chance of going. Even though he felt a little out of place, Nie Yan remained calm. He ordered a glass of juice and stared out the window. He could see the beautiful sea in the distance, where azure waters met clear blue skies. Nie Yan's gaze wandered around the hall. As for how many of these immaculately dressed upper-class elites were gathered here, he couldn't tell. There was no lack of beautiful women, each alluring figure clothed in skin-tight, low-back halter-neck dresses. It was like a field full of blossoming flowers, each vying for your attention. Some of these women were accompanied by big-bellied men several decades older than them. It was akin to a beautiful rose inserted into a pile of dung. Nie Yan could understand why so many of his schoolmates were heartbroken, despising that they couldn't be born several decades earlier, after learning that Zhang Yingyu had married a wealthy older man. Looking at his watch, it was almost 2 o'clock. Xie Yao would be arriving anytime now. Nie Yan quietly sipped on his juice. The atmosphere settled down as people stopped chattering and looked toward the front of the hall, where a beautiful young lady had appeared. She wore a strapless white dress which looked elegant and dazzling under the lighting, accentuating her lithe figure and showing off her delicate, pale white shoulders. She looked like a flawless sculpture carved out of the finest jade without a single blemish. She resembled a beautiful fairy that had descended from the heavens. As soon as Xie Yao entered the hall, everyone's gazes focused on her. Many people couldn't help but secretly let out sighs of admiration. Her presence dimmed the beauty of all other women in the banquet hall, causing jealousy to surface in their hearts. Right now, Xie Yao was only 18 years old. One could imagine how beautiful she would become in a few more years. Xie Yao was holding the hand of a tall man who looked to be around 40 years old. One could see some of his facial features in her, making it obvious he was her father. Her mother would be arriving a bit later. There were also a few others nearby. They were Xie Yao's close kin. Everyone clapped, and Xie Yao politely responded with a smile. Her gaze scanned through the crowd as if she were searching for someone. When she couldn't find who she was looking for, a hint of disappointment crossed her face. The birthday celebrations were beginning. Seeing so many people crowding around Xie Yao and her relatives, Nie Yan felt it wouldn't be too suitable for him to approach her right now. Nie Yan's gaze swept past all the guests before focusing on a figure sitting across from him on the other side of the hall by a window. His mind trembled, his hand shaking on his glass, betraying the inner turmoil in his heart. That person was around 40 years old. His tall stature gave him an imposing look. He wore casual attire, making him stand out among the crowd of finely dressed people. Even so, he still had a dignified air about him. 2 men in black suits stood on either side of him. Concealed under their clothing were muscular bodies that could burst into action at any time. With but a glance, one could tell they were battle-hardened veterans. These were his 2 bodyguards. Nie Yan couldn't be more familiar with this face. After all, it was the focus of his hatred in his past life. Cao Shu. Nie Yan still vividly remembered the scene of himself camped out on that rooftop, pulling the trigger of his sniper rifle. The bullet shot straight through Xiao Shu's head just as he was about to enter his private car, splattering brain matter all over the ground. That single gunshot vented out all the rancor Nie Yan had built up for Xiao Shu over the years. Nie Yan's hatred for Xiao Shu was no longer as intense in this life. After all, his parents were still alive. But if Xiao Shu dared to harm anyone close to him, Nie Yan would make him pay. Although Nie Yan was currently no match for the behemoth known as the Century Financial Group, he was slowly amassing more power. Eventually the day would come when he could rival their power. Roughly 20% of the Century Financial Group's profits came directly from the virtual reality industry while another 70% were related. If their position as a hegemon in the industry was shaken, it would greatly damage their business. A youngster who looked to be about 24 years old sat across from Xiao Shu. He had an unruly smile on his face which attracted the attention of all surrounding ladies. This fellow was undoubtedly a lady killer with his pretty boy appearance. A few women in revealing dresses went up to greet him. He greeted them back with a faint smile, displaying elegance and grace. His eyes swept through the crowd before finally settling on the star of today's banquet, Xie Yao. Her unmatched beauty would make any man's heart race. So, young master fan, what do you think? Interested. Xiao Shu gazed at the youth across from him with a meaningful smile. Not bad, a bit immature. Give it a few more years, and she'll definitely grow up to be a world-class beauty, Fan Yuan replied. He had to admit that Xie Yao, who was the focus of attention, was beautiful enough to move even his heart. She's the young lady of the Dragonsaur Financial Group. By obtaining her you'll receive the support of the Dragonsaur Financial Group, allowing you to crush all your rivals and inherit the Euro Fortune Financial Group. Your prospects will be limitless. Then it'll be my turn to rely on you, my friend. Xiao Shu chuckled before taking a sip from his wine glass. Assuming that day comes, will you still be able to tolerate my presence? Fan Yuan asked with a teasing smile. He knew better than to trust the word of a sly old fox like Xiao Shu. They might be on friendly terms right now, but that was because he was weak, and Xiao Shu had a financial interest in supporting him. If he ever came to pose a threat to the Century Financial Group one day, Xiao Shu wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. Xiao Shu chuckled and placed his wine glass back down on the table. What are your thoughts on the Dragonsaur Financial Group supporting Ass-Kickers United? Xiao Shu changed the subject. What thoughts? Ass-Kickers United is nothing compared to my Angel Corps. It's a pity the Viridian Empire is so far away from the Satrine Empire. Otherwise, in just 10 days, I'd crush them so badly they won't even dare to step foot outside of Kalor, Fan Yuan stated arrogantly. Don't underestimate the growth of Ass-Kickers United, especially since they have the support of the Dragonsaur Financial Group, Xiao Shu warned. He had originally planned to sweep through and take over the entire Viridian Empire with the combined might of Victorious Return, Radiant Sacred Flame, Bloodlust Blades, Alliances of Mages, and Divine Protectors. However, this plan was foiled by the emergence of Ass-Kickers United. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame had lost their value, and Bloodlust Blades was on the verge of collapse as well. Although Alliance of Mages and Divine Protectors seemed powerful from the outside, unless they captured all the strongholds of their several neighboring cities, they were still vulnerable. Given the population of Kalor, the unimpeded growth of Ass-Kickers United would spell a bleak future for both guilds. Ass-Kickers United had completely disrupted his business operations in the Viridian Empire. Fortunately, the 20 or so properties he owned were enough to support Alliance of Mages and Divine Protectors. He had diverted most of his capital to Angel Corps and several other guilds in the Satrine Empire. What left him feeling disgruntled was this youth before him, Fan Yuan, the guild leader of Angel Corps as well as one of the heirs to the Euro Fortune Financial Group. He was too cunning, making him harder to manipulate. Ass-Kickers United's rise to power and subsequent growth was too astonishing. How could Xiao Shu possibly not pay attention to them, especially so after they received the backing of the Dragonsaur Financial Group? With Ass-Kickers United's assistance, the Dragonsaur Financial Group had gained the business districts of 6 basic strongholds and 1 intermediate stronghold. The Dragonsaur Financial Group's rapidly growing presence in the virtual reality industry was enough to even threaten the Century Financial Group. Nie Yan was sitting too far away, so he couldn't hear what Xiao Shu and Fan Yuan were talking about. However, he could tell it was related to Xie Yao, especially with the way Fan Yuan was looking at her. It made him feel extremely uneasy. At this moment, Fan Yuan and Xiao Shu stood up and walked over to Xie Yao and her father. Although Xie Yao's father and Xiao Shu greeted each other courteously with smiles, Nie Yan could sense the hostility between them. It appeared Xiao Shu hadn't come merely for the purpose of celebrating Xie Yao's birthday. He clearly had ulterior motives. Long time no see. Fan Yuan raised his glass in a refined manner to greet Xie Yao. I remember you were only 12 years old the last time we met. The Euro Fortune Financial Group and Glory Financial Group had just finalized an important business deal. Who knew that little girl would grow into such a beauty in a short 6 years? You're flattering me. How is Auntie Fan these days? Xie Yao politely replied. Sensing the distance in Xie Yao's voice, Fan Yuan briefly froze up before letting out a small chuckle. She's always talking about you. When will you be visiting Europe again? We can meet up, and I'll show you around. Lu Rui was also in attendance at this banquet, but he no longer had the face to approach Xie Yao after recent events. Seeing Fan Yuan talk to her, hostility immediately surfaced on his face. He knew exactly who Fan Yuan was. This fellow's background wasn't that much inferior to his own. More importantly, Fan Yuan was one of the heirs to Euro Fortune, one of the largest financial groups in Europe, whose wealth even surpassed that of the Century Financial Group. Fan Yuan raised his glass to Xie Yao's birthday, then started chatting with the others around him. He would occasionally include Xie Yao in the conversation, saying a few words to her. All in all, he appeared quite at ease. Xie Yao was starting to get annoyed with Fan Yuan's chattering. Although he appeared refined and elegant on the surface, he was nothing but a playboy and a hypocrite. She would often hear about his sex scandals from others. She naturally didn't have any good feelings toward him. Why hasn't Nie Yan arrived yet? Don't tell me, he forgot. Xie Yao felt somewhat anxious. She scanned around the banquet hall once more before spotting Nie Yan sitting on a sofa in a corner. Her face immediately lit up like the sun. He was here all along. Nie Yan noticed Xie Yao looking over at him and greeted her back with a smile. When he saw Xie Yao chatting with Fan Yuan just now, he felt a bit unhappy. But after seeing the bright expression on her face when she spotted him, his spirits lifted. Fan Yuan was an experienced playboy. It was a pity Xie Yao wouldn't give him the time of day. Just as Fan Yuan was about to say something, Xie Yao interrupted, please excuse me. I have something important to do. Fan Yuan turned rigid as an awkward expression flitted across his face. However, he quickly recovered with a polite smile. No problem, go on ahead. Xie Yao made a beeline toward Nie Yan as people stepped aside to let her pass. Let's continue chatting, everyone. Fan Yuan smiled. Nevertheless, his gaze followed Xie Yao's back as she went to sit down with Nie Yan on the sofa. They were happily chatting together. Fan Yuan could tell Xie Yao's feelings for Nie Yan were genuine. It was like night and day compared to the polite, distant attitude she kept up with him. His expression turned cold. The several women near him started gossiping. Who's that? I don't know. He couldn't be Xie Yao's boyfriend, right? Seems like it. Why else would they be chatting so happily? An older woman covered in heavy makeup and wearing a revealing dress shook her head. That boy definitely isn't Yao Yao's boyfriend. She's never once mentioned him to us before. You're all overthinking things. He's probably one of her classmates. She was Xie Yao's paternal aunt, Xie Yi. Xie Yi had an incensed look on her face as she gazed at Xie Yao chatting with Nie Yan. This little girl is too much of a troublemaker. How can she do something like this on her birthday? She would often abuse her position as aunt to scold Xie Yao. Their relationship at home was far from cordial. Xie Yao smiling and being cute with a boy left even Xie Yao's father baffled. She normally only acted this carefreely at home. Xie Jun gazed at Nie Yan. I need to have a chat with this boy and see what his personality is like. Sadly, he was short on time right now. With so many people to greet, he couldn't move away from his spot. It would have to wait for later. Why are you sitting all the way over here? I was looking for you for so long but couldn't find you, Xie Yao pouted. She looked up and down at the leisure suit Nie Yan was wearing. He looked pretty prim and proper. She had only ever seen him wear casual clothes. Who picked out these clothes for you? Myself. I bought them at a shop called Rains. It's my first time wearing this sort of stuff, Nie Yan replied with a smile. No wonder. Next time I'll go with you to buy clothes, Xie Yao declared. Her cheeks slightly flushed red as she thought about the deeper meaning behind her words. All right. Nie Yan nodded, then dug out a small box from his pocket. Here, this is for you. Happy birthday. What is it? Xie Yao opened up the box and saw the necklace inside. It's beautiful. Thank you, Nie Yan. Xie Yao directly wore the necklace. The gift itself was secondary to her. What mattered was that it was a present from Nie Yan. The delicate necklace sparkled brilliantly under the hall's lighting, pairing well with her pale white skin. She looked like an angel descended from heaven. You look really beautiful today, Nie Yan complimented as he stared into Xie Yao's eyes. How she looked today was no doubt charming enough to move countless hearts and drive most men wild with lust. Sensing Nie Yan's burning gaze, Xie Yao didn't dare to look him straight in the face. You think so? I'm not used to wearing this kind of dress, I feel really awkward. She was secretly elated by his compliment. If it weren't for the fact she knew Nie Yan would be here today, there was no way she would have agreed to wear such a revealing dress. Nie Yan started recalling the various events of his past life, becoming lost in a river of memories. Nie Yan, what are you thinking about? Xie Yao asked, seeing Nie Yan with his head in the clouds. It's nothing. Nie Yan shook his head as a warm smile surfaced on his face. The two chatted for a while before Xie Yao's father called her over. I have to go. When the banquet ends, do you mind sending me home? Xie Yao stared at Nie Yan. Sure. Nie Yan nodded, then let out a chuckle. Many men would kill for the opportunity to chauffeur such a beauty. Hearing Nie Yan's teasing words, Xie Yao cutely pouted before walking back over to her father. Nie Yan leaned back in the sofa, sipping on his glass of juice. Several women, who could best be described as snobbish, tried to approach him, but he couldn't be bothered with them. He politely greeted them with a smile before shooing them away. Since they had seen him close to Xie Yao, they wanted to dig up his background and use him to get closer to Xie Yao. He naturally wouldn't pay them any heed. A while later, an older woman approached Nie Yan and sat down on the sofa beside him. You're Nie Yan? She asked. Nie Yan looked at the woman. She was wearing a low-cut dress which was dangerously revealing. Her figure wasn't bad, but she was what men like to call a butterface. Although she shared a slight resemblance with Xie Yao, it was akin to comparing a wilted corpse flower to a blooming lotus. She could only use heavy makeup to mask her coarse skin and elapsed youth. Even though she was only in her 30s, there were already numerous wrinkles on her face with noticeable crow's feet around the eyes. And you are. Nie Yan didn't recall ever meeting this woman before. She was old enough to be his mother, yet she dressed so gaudily. I'm Xie Yao's aunt, Xie Yi replied, then continued on in a haughty tone, I already know who you are. You're one of my niece's classmates, Nie Yan. Nie Yan wasn't happy with the tone Xie Yi was taking with him. But since she was Xie Yao's aunt, he held his tongue. I see. It's nice to meet you, auntie, Nie Yan greeted. When did I say you could call me auntie? Xie Yi sneered. Returning courtesy and kindness with abuse, huh? Nie Yan's eyes narrowed, staring coldly at Xie Yi. If it weren't for the fact she was Xie Yao's aunt, he would have long since cussed her out. Xie Yao is the young lady of the Dragonsaur and Glory Financial Groups. Do you honestly believe you're good enough for her? I've already investigated your background. I know your family only recently came into a bit of riches. You're nothing but new money. Do you really think you can climb up to the highest rung of society by tricking Xie Yao into falling for you? Don't get too far ahead of yourself. Remember your status. The Dragonsaur and Glory Financial Groups will never allow a lowly peasant to marry their precious little princess. Xie Yi coldly stated, obvious mocking in her tone. Nie Yan clenched his fists in anger. He normally wouldn't tolerate this kind of behavior for long, especially from such a noisy person sticking their nose in where it didn't belong, preferring to shut them up early with more direct and physical methods. But he held himself back. 1 because she was a woman. 2 because she was Xie Yao's aunt. Retaliating would reflect badly on Xie Yao. He owed her too much, both in his past and present life. For her sake, he endured this humiliation. Oh, did I happen to strike a nerve? Xie Yi coldly smirked. Do you want to hit me? Don't think you're so amazing just because you got into the top military academy. Let me tell you something. The top military academy means nothing to people like me, just another university, that's all. Compare yourself to some of Xie Yao's other pursuers. Lu Rui is the son of the second largest shareholder in the Dragonsaur Financial Group, and Fan Yuan is one of the heirs to the Euro Fortune Financial Group. Then look at you, simply a deluded toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Nie Yan naturally knew this wasn't how Xie Yao felt. But that didn't make the words sting any less. Are you done? Nie Yan stared at Xie Yi with an icy gaze. Xie Yi was somewhat scared by the vicious look in Nie Yan's eyes. But after recalling the promise Fan Yuan gave her, she refused to back down. Not backing down, huh? Do you really think you're qualified to stand on equal footing with the Dragonsaur and Glory Financial Groups? Large financial groups only care about one thing, profit. If Xie Yao marries Lu Rui, the Dragonsaur Financial Group's executive layer will become more united. If Xie Yao marries Fan Yuan, the Euro Fortune Financial Group will become closely tied to the Dragonsaur and Glory Financial Groups. What can you offer? Xie Yi gazed at Nie Yan in disdain. That's why you should just give up on getting together with Xie Yao. Bang! Nie Yan shattered the glass in his hand. Xie Yi's words had ruthlessly stabbed into his heart like steak knives. Venomous as they may be, they did carry a hint of truth. What could he offer Xie Yao? After all, he was a nobody right now. Even though he had reincarnated in the past, he was still at the mercy of the flow of history. He could only accumulate power bit by bit. Even though he achieved a great many things in these past 3 months, he was nothing compared to the large financial groups that had weathered decades or even a century. Xie Yi felt her scalp turn numb as her eyes widened in fear. She knew what Nie Yan shattered wasn't ordinary glass. Its hardness was comparable to a human skull. Recalling she had just incensed such a ferocious individual, she had an intense urge to bolt out of her seat right now. She couldn't help but worry if he was really brave enough to assault her here. Xie Yi summoned up her courage, then continued on. Fan Yuan is the young heir of the Euro Fortune Financial Group while you're just the mongrel son of some second-rate, upstart company's president. Take a look in the mirror. Don't you have any shame trying to latch on to the Dragonsaur Financial Group style like some kind of parasite? Humph. Nie Yan narrowed his eyes, flaring with killing intent. Are you done? If so, get the hell out of my sight. Vulgar brat, you don't know what's good for you. I wonder how your parents raised you. With just your lowly background, you should stay far away from Xie Yao. You and her live in different worlds. Xie Yi didn't dare to stay any longer, rising up from her seat and skittering away in haste. Nie Yan sat on the sofa, his chest heaving in anger before gradually calming down. Xie Yao had stayed by his side through 2 lifetimes, so she clearly didn't share the same opinion as her aunt. But Xie Yi's piercing words still lingered in his mind. If he tried to pursue Xie Yao with his current status, he would be seen as nothing but a sponge trying to climb up the social ladder. Xie Yao might not care, but his pride as a man wouldn't allow it. Nie Yan had no plans of leaving Xie Yao, since he would only be surrendering to Xie Yi's evil scheme and giving her what she wanted. He wondered who that vile woman was acting as a mouthpiece for. When Xie Yi returned to the front of the banquet hall, she secretly exchanged glances with Fan Yuan. This naturally didn't escape Nie Yan's eyes. He coldly chuckled. He wasn't the type to easily let go of grudges. Send people to sort Xie Yi out. Nie Yan wouldn't resort to such lowly methods. Not to mention as Xie Yao's aunt, she still had a bit of status in the Glory Financial Group. It would be tantamount to slapping the Glory Financial Group's face. Then his chances of getting with Xie Yao would become even more of an impossibility. The best way to deal with these kinds of people was to one day rise above them, then crush them beneath your feet by throwing their own words back at them. Nie Yan's enrollment into the top military academy was equivalent to a protective talisman. All he needed to do was bide his time. He would have plenty of opportunities in the future to make himself stronger. Nie Yan's heart softened as he gazed at Xie Yao. She had watched over him for so long in his past life. If he wasn't strong enough to keep her by his side in this life, he would be an utter failure as a man. If one day the Dragonsaur and Glory Financial Groups refused to let him marry Xie Yao, what could he do? The only option was to force them to yield with absolute power. Nie Yan didn't have much time. Nevertheless, every step he took so far was firm and steady. Nie Yan took out his phone and called up Tang Yao. What's up? Did you get your acceptance letter yet? Tang Yao excitedly asked after picking up. Yep, came in the mail this morning. You sure are amazing. Back in Ninjong, your grades ranked in the top 5 at best. Who knew you would be so amazing all of a sudden? My old man even praised me. He said I might be a failure for not getting into the top military academy, but at least I have a good eye for friends. He even gifted me my own Taiga Black. Nie Yan chuckled. It seemed Tang Yao's father was in a really good mood. A Taiga Black certainly wasn't cheap. Do you remember what I told you to do about Wei Kai? Any updates? Nie Yan asked. That brat would love nothing more than to latch onto our coattails. But he's a wolf. He might be useful to send against our enemies, but I'm worried one day he'll turn around and bite us in the butt, Tang Yao said in a somewhat worried tone. It's fine. If he has even half a brain, he wouldn't dare. Since you're set on using him, let me know when you're free. I'll set up the meeting between you two. Tell him he'll have to stop some of his shadier practices, Nie Yan said. I already have. That brat knows his limits. Nie Yan had always been meaning to meet up with Wei Kai. However, he never had the time. In the past, he didn't have any interest in helping his father operate the family company. But if he wanted to be worthy of Xie Yao, he would have to focus his efforts on growing the business into an entity rivaling the Glory Financial Group, Dragonsaur Financial Group, and Century Financial Group. His father had recently been secretly eating away at the shares of the Century Financial Group. He wondered how that was progressing. Ass-Kickers United had to put more effort into propping up the War God tribe too. After all, the War God tribe was the foundation of the Nie family's future. Acquiring more strongholds was the only way they could stably grow their share in the virtual reality industry. The Nie family's current resources could support 3 basic strongholds at most. Any more would have to wait until they accrued more capital since the investment required for each real-world business district was steep. It was impossible to develop a real-world business district in conviction without real-world financial backing. Even getting one off the ground was a costly affair that required significant capital. All the goods displayed in the shops of real-world business districts were scanned in from reality. And in turn when bought, it would be shipped to the customer in real life. If a company were found to be scamming their customers, they would have their virtual reality license suspended or even revoked. The Nie family company needed to expand in reality before they could support more strongholds. As for where these strongholds would come from, they would be snatched right out of the hands of the Tuoba family. Tuoba time popped into Nie Yan's mind. With Tuoba Hongye suffering a heavy setback inside conviction, Tuoba time had probably already made his move. Nie Yan wondered how that went. Failure meant he would probably never again see Tuoba time inside the game. Family disputes were often this bitter. Nie Yan drew a roadmap in his mind. He planned to expand the Nie family company into a conglomerate that could stand on equal footing with any financial group, including giants like the Dragonsaur Financial Group, Glory Financial Group, and Century Financial Group. Only then would he be qualified to marry Xie Yao. A while later, Xie Yao walked over with her father in tow. Nie Yan hurriedly stood up. You're Nie Yan. Xie Jun greeted with an amiable smile, looking Nie Yan up and down. Yes, it's nice to meet you, Uncle Xie, Nie Yan greeted back. He was a bit nervous meeting Xie Yao's father, but he still remembered his manners. Xie Yao gave Nie Yan a helpless smile from behind her father's back. She pointed at Xie Jun and waved her hands, expressing it wasn't her idea to bring him over here. Seeing Xie Yao's funny face and weird gesturing, Nie Yan couldn't help but break out into a faint smile. Only then did Xie Jun realize his daughter had sold him out. He pulled her forward. I heard you were recently accepted into the top military academy as an ace. It's an impressive achievement. Your future is bright. Make sure to keep working hard, Xie Jun said. He was a kind and caring parent. Yes, uncle, I won't slack off. Nie Yan nodded earnestly. Compared to the contempt Xie Yi treated him with earlier, Xie Jun's words were like a breath of fresh air. I won't try to stop your relationship with my daughter. The two of you are both adults. You're in charge of your own futures, Xie Jun said with a sincere expression. Kids matured much faster these days. It wasn't strange for them to commit to serious relationships in their early teens. Even so, he wanted to have a proper chat with Nie Yan. If he found anything unscrupulous about Nie Yan's character, he would have no choice but to use particular methods to intervene. Xie Yao's cheeks blushed rosy red. She never expected her father to be so direct. I understand, sir, Nie Yan solemnly said. Xie Jun nodded. From his impression, Nie Yan seemed like an honest and reliable individual. As for how he really was, Xie Jun planned to send people to Huahuai to investigate. He had previously heard Nie Yan injured Lu Rui. However, he didn't have too good of an impression of Lu Rui. His personality was too fickle. Nevertheless, getting accepted into the top military academy proved he had some ability. Xie Jun originally planned to wait a few more years to see if he showed any growth. But it seemed recently Xie Yao was completely ignoring him. Since that was the case, so be it. Although Nie Yan's background wasn't comparable to that of Xie Yao, Xie Jun didn't particularly care. Didn't his Xie family have enough money already? Any more would simply be a bigger number. As long as Nie Yan's character was good, his mind would be at ease. Furthermore, who was to say Nie Yan wouldn't catch up to them in standing? After all, he had already proved his ability by getting into the top military academy as an ace, the third to ever do so in the history of Huahuai. Xie Jun asked a few questions about their relationship, to which Nie Yan answered promptly, not daring to dally in the slightest. I'll leave you two kids to chat. This old man won't trouble you any longer. I still have some business to attend to, Xie Jun said with a smile before heading back to the front of the banquet hall. Nie Yan nodded, inwardly breathing a sigh of relief. Nie Yan, were you nervous? Xie Yao asked with a cute smile, revealing her two beautiful rosy dimples which looked like the ones found on dolls. I'm still okay. Your father is really nice, Nie Yan said. He was indeed a little nervous, but that was because that man was Xie Yao's father. It would be bad if Xie Jun didn't like him. My dad is pretty easy to get along with. Xie Yao told a few stories about her father to help Nie Yan better understand him. Nie Yan listened attentively. The banquet hall was packed and bustling, but nobody came to bother Xie Yao. To these high-class elites of society, her birthday was nothing more than a gathering to help them network and expand their social circle. There were many bigwigs walking around with net worths in the range of several billion to tens of billions. Nie Yan looked over at the other side of the banquet hall. Cao Shu and Xie Jun were having a heated discussion, both refusing to back down in the slightest. Nearby were several higher-ups from the Dragonsaur financial group. He guessed a problem had occurred, and they were figuring out a way to settle things. Given the close relationship between the Glory and Dragonsaur financial groups, if a conflict broke out, the spearhead would be aimed at the Century Financial Group. Nie Yan naturally wished for nothing more than the Century Financial Group to suffer. Nie Yan shifted his attention to Fan Yuan. The two happened to lock gazes as sparks flew between them. When Fan Yuan saw Xie Yao seated beside Nie Yan, he showed an envious expression. He turned his head and continued freely chatting with the several women beside him. Xie Yao, can you tell me a little about that Fan Yuan guy? Nie Yan asked. Sure. He's the second heir to the Euro Fortune Financial Group, but many people think he's more likely to be picked over his older brother. He's more famous for his accomplishments and conviction. He's known as Soaring Angel, the guild leader of Angel Corps, Xie Yao replied. She still believed Nie Yan was better than Fan Yuan inside the game. Nie Yan's mind trembled as all sorts of information about Soaring Angel from his past life flowed into his mind. Soaring Angel was one of the most skilled players in the Satrine Empire. He had always ranked at the top of the leaderboards in the entire Righteous faction, even surpassing other similarly talented geniuses. His leveling speed was astonishing to say the least. It was rumored he played an Elven Demon Hunter, a class that specialized in ranged combat. Their range was greater than mages, but their damage output was slightly weaker. They dealt piercing damage with various enchanted bolts. A skilled demon hunter was extremely deadly. It was a powerful solo class. In the previous timeline, Soaring Angel was extremely famous. Besides his own skill, he also had a large number of top-ranking experts gathered at his side. Angel Corps campaigned across the whole Satrine Empire, conquering one city after another. It was rumored that at their prime it took the combined forces of Victorious Return, Radiant Sacred Flame, Alliance of Mages, Divine Protectors, and Bloodlust Blades to stand a chance against them. Back then, Soaring Angel was a legendary existence. Nie Yan's eyes flashed with a peculiar light. He wondered what the outcome would be if he took on such an opponent. I heard he's pretty talented. When he was our age, he participated in a Europe-wide karate tournament and took second place. The champion was older than him by almost a decade. Later on, he was accepted into the European Royal Air Force Academy. However, his character is terrible. One of my cousins used to date him, but they broke up after he cheated on her. He's known for his frequent philandering, Xie Yao said with a disgusted expression. Even now, Fan Yuan was constantly flirting around with different women. Nie Yan chuckled. Xie Yao rarely showed such blatant contempt for a person. It appeared she really loathed Fan Yuan. Xie Yao's mother and grandfather couldn't make it to the birthday banquet anymore since something had come up. Xie Yao couldn't help but feel puzzled. Her mother was usually pretty free, so why couldn't she make it? As the festivities carried on, people eventually started to disperse. Fan Yuan shot Nie Yan one last glance before leaving. As for Cao Shu, Xie Jun, and them, they still had more to discuss. They headed to a conference room in the building to continue. Let's go, Xie Yao said as she put on her coat. Nie Yan and Xie Yao went down the elevator together. They arrived in the underground parking lot and got into his car. After driving past numerous streets and busy intersections, Nie Yan arrived in front of the entrance to Xie Yao's residence. Just drive into the garage, Xie Yao said. Nie Yan was taken aback for a moment but obliged. Come inside, and keep me company. My mom and dad won't be home until late tonight, Xie Yao said. Truthfully, if things really got busy, her father might not come home tonight at all, and she wasn't sure about her mother either. It was somewhat lonely staying home alone. Even after driving Xie Yao home every day, Nie Yan had never once entered inside. He parked his car in the garage, then entered the house with her. The interior of Xie Yao's home was a bit different from his own. The environment was much more calm and tranquil. There were many plants and flowers placed next to the front door, vibrant and full of life. The living room was elegant and refined. Xie Yao took off her shoes and put on a large pair of fuzzy slippers before walking in. Nie Yan, since you're a guest at my house, you have to try some of my tea. The barley tea I brew is really fragrant and delicious, Xie Yao said. Seeing Xie Yao's spirited appearance, Nie Yan faintly smiled. All right. You sit here for a bit. I'm going to get changed. It's uncomfortable wearing these clothes. Xie Yao lifted up her dress and headed upstairs to her bedroom. Sure. Nie Yan nodded as he looked around at all the furniture and decorations in Xie Yao's house. He could see hues of red, yellow, and orange everywhere, which filled his heart with a sense of warmth. After a while, Xie Yao came back downstairs with a pink t-shirt and white pajama shorts. She looked quite cute. Seeing Xie Yao brewing the tea, Nie Yan's gaze softened. The two of them were seated on the sofa. For some reason, Xie Yao recalled the previous incident when they both got drunk. Her face instantly flushed red. Nie Yan picked up the cup and took a sip. A fragrant smell wafted up his nose as the tea warmed his throat and chest. Do you like it? Xie Yao asked with an expectant look. Yeah, I love it. Nie Yan nodded. Hearing Nie Yan's praise, Xie Yao's face lit up with a happy smile. Xie Yao guided Nie Yan around the various rooms in her house before finally leading him to her bedroom. This was his first time entering her room. It was clean and tidy with the walls painted in a warm pink while a fragrance that reminded him of spring hung in the air. The windows faced the water, giving a perfect view of the lake. Nie Yan walked into the room and looked around. He saw many photo frames set on Xie Yao's desk with pictures of her when she was younger. Even back then, she looked quite adorable. Xie Yao stood by Nie Yan's side and started telling him about when and where each of these pictures was taken with a big smile on her face. She loved this sort of feeling. It was as though the two of them were in their own little world. Nie Yan looked over at the dresser near her bedside and saw something he shouldn't have, like the dress Xie Yao had worn to her birthday banquet, her frilly lace bra with a delicate design, and other risque articles of clothing. Her 3 sizes immediately popped into his mind. Nie Yan gave Xie Yao a mischievous smile. Following his line of sight, her cheeks immediately flushed red. She rushed over to the dresser to put everything away. Xie Yao right now resembled a startled rabbit, her mind riddled with chaotic thoughts. When she went to her room to change earlier, she forgot to tidy up. She bent down to store everything away in her dresser, giving Nie Yan a nice view of her butt. Nie Yan recalled the incident where the both of them got drunk in the restaurant. At that time, Xie Yao was like an irresistible lotus flower just waiting to be picked, filling his mind with overwhelming lust. As Xie Yao returned to Nie Yan's side after tidying everything up, he suddenly hugged her. She trembled as her mind turned chaotic. She could feel his solid and thick arms wrapped around her waist and back, holding her firmly. Xie Yao didn't offer up any resistance. She had already fully accepted Nie Yan in her heart. As Nie Yan continued holding onto Xie Yao, he felt an indescribable serenity wash over his heart. In the previous timeline, he was no better than a pitiful mud at death's door. But in the biting cold, he was rescued by her warmth. She was the shining ray of hope in a world of eternal misery and darkness. He never imagined he could get this close to her in this life. However, the knowledge that he was currently too weak to keep her by his side nagged at the back of his mind. He needed to get stronger, strong enough to stand above everyone in this world. Only then would he be worthy of her. Xie Yao pressed her hands against Nie Yan's chest, all her anxieties and worries scattering away in his embrace. Given her gentle personality, she had a hard time even turning him down. She was normally cool and collected in front of others, her heart only ever wavering around Nie Yan. A selfish thought crossed Nie Yan's mind. He wanted to make Xie Yao his own. But he knew it was too early. Xie Yi's words still lingered in his ears. His background was too low. Xie Yao awkwardly wriggled in Nie Yan's embrace, her mind turning hazy from the heat. As she gazed into his eyes, she let out a sigh. Perhaps this was fate. If he wanted to do something at this moment, she would be helpless to resist. Picturing the events that might follow next, her heart couldn't help but race. She resigned herself to fate. Wasn't this only natural? They could already be considered a couple, after all. It might be too early to eat the main dish, but there was no harm in trying the appetizers, right? Xie Yao, Nie Yan gently whispered into her ear, his breath brushing along her neck. Hing, Xie Yao groaned, leaning into Nie Yan's chest. Nie Yan lowered his head and pressed his mouth down on Xie Yao's. He staggered several steps forward before pushing her down on the bed. He recalled their night in the secret chamber in his past life and recently when they both got drunk as he lost himself to lust. Feeling Nie Yan's rugged body pressed against her skin, Xie Yao wriggled helplessly. Little did she know that her struggling only further ignited his desire. His right hand reached under her shirt and groped her smooth underbelly, which was akin to a supple flower, before gradually moving upwards. The only thing separating his fingers from the 2 pillowy mounds on her chest was a thin piece of fabric. She dressed rather casually at home with loose-fitting and revealing clothes. He gently lifted her bra as his hand tunneled inside. Xie Yao's figure was perfect. He had long since known this, but this was his first time experiencing it in real life. Xie Yao let out a moan as she felt Nie Yan caress her bosom. A numb sensation ran down her spine as pleasure coursed through her very being, draining her of all strength. She was powerless to his touch. Nie Yan gently kneaded the pair of moons, which were surprisingly too large to fit into his palm. Besides that one time in the secret chamber, he had never truly gotten this intimate with Xie Yao. The incident from his past life, which had long since become a fuzzy memory, once more flashed before his eyes and became all the more vivid. In the previous timeline, Xie Yao got close to him with her identity as Yao Yao. Nie Yan couldn't help but wonder what sorts of thoughts ran through her mind during that night they spent together. Perhaps back then Xie Yao had already accepted that the two of them could never be together. She knew that staying by his side was a fruitless effort, but she still watched over him without any regrets. This realization shook the core of Nie Yan's soul. Nie Yan's hand slid over Xie Yao's delicate body, past her smooth silky shoulders, then to her sleek back before finally resting on her perky butt. Xie Yao felt his large hand give a firm squeeze as an electric shock ran through her body. With a flustered expression, she struggled to grab onto something, but all she found was thin air. Xie Yao twisted and squirmed, her body shuddered intensely as she gasped for breath. She finally let out a loud moan before losing all her strength and collapsing weakly into her bed. Nie Yan was surprised Xie Yao was this sensitive. He slid his hand around to the front and felt a damp sensation. Xie Yao's cheeks flushed scarlet with an intense feeling of shame. She pushed Nie Yan off her and quickly crawled out of bed. Nie Yan, my parents are coming home soon. Next time, all right, Xie Yao said in a seductive voice, her face still bright red. Her body felt a little strange, preventing her from fully speaking her thoughts. Nie Yan gave an apologetic smile. He had overstepped his bounds. Hearing Xie Yao's gentle voice, he couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt. Sorry. I'm going to head to the washroom for a bit, Xie Yao said. What just happened left her feeling incredibly embarrassed. Xie Yao walked into the ensuite. Nie Yan could vaguely make out her figure through the frosted glass panels on her door as his mind filled with all sorts of indecent thoughts. He had no clue what she was doing right now. A little while later, Xie Yao walked back out of the ensuite. She didn't dare to meet his eyes. Recalling the words she had just spoken to him, she couldn't help but turn red again. Are we really going to? One day. Xie Yao's coquettish figure filled Nie Yan with lustful thoughts. If he continued staying here, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold back any longer and throw himself at her. Since your parents are coming soon, I should get going. Give them my regards. Xie Yao nodded as she felt a bit disappointed. She actually wanted Nie Yan to stay with her a little longer. Being home alone was dreadfully dull. But she was afraid he might try to do something improper again. It was quite the predicament. Xie Yao accompanied Nie Yan to the garage and saw him off as he got into his car. Waving him goodbye, she watched him turn on the engine. Well, I'm off. Nie Yan smiled before driving off. After safely arriving home, Nie Yan received a surprise phone call from Tuo Batime. Only now did he remember giving Tuo Batime his phone number. How have you been? Nie Yan cheerfully asked. I don't want to talk about it, Tuo Batime replied with a regretful look on his face. Did you fail? Nie Yan inquired hesitantly. If Tuo Batime had truly lost, he probably couldn't speak right now. I mean, I didn't fail, but I didn't succeed either. Some bigwigs popped up out of nowhere and beat me to the punch. They ate their fill, then ran off, leaving me with only the scraps. Tuo Bahongye took heavy losses, but I didn't profit off of it, Tuo Batime explained. The bigwigs Tuo Batime referred to also included Nie Yan's father, who had made off with a sizable share of the pie. Nie Yan, on the other hand, knew nothing about the intricacies behind such corporate conflicts. I think you need to take him out, or else he's going to retaliate the moment he gets a chance to reorganize. If that happens, you're doomed, Nie Yan advised. I naturally understand this, but I'm too weak right now. Unless I somehow magically get the funds to deal Tuo Bahongye the finishing blow, I'll be the one to go down, not him, Tuo Batime said with a bitter smile. He had found backing in the form of a financial group from North America. But he was extremely wary of them, fearing he was leading a fox into the henhouse. This was why he was paralyzed with indecision. How much do you need? Nie Yan asked. Not that much. I think $1 billion would be enough, Tuo Batime replied. 1 billion yen really wasn't that much to a well-established group like the Tuoba family. However, it was far too much for the Nie family, whose net worth was yet to top 3 billion yen. If you're willing to give me 1.6 billion yen, I'll transfer over 12% of the Tuoba family to you. But I need your guarantee you'll back me. When I finish dealing with the aftermath, I'm willing to buy back those shares for 30 billion, Tuo Batime offered. Nie Yan was in a slight daze by all these numbers. He still didn't quite understand what was going to happen, but he managed to figure out some bits and pieces. Tuo Batime wanted to borrow the Nie family's strength to purge the Tuoba family of Tuo Bahongye's influence. Although he had to pay a heavy price, he already had nothing to lose. I'll give you my father's number. Discuss it with him instead, since I'm not that well versed in the business world. I'll explain the situation to him. If there's something in it for him, he'll probably accept, Nie Yan said before texting over his father's number to Tuo Batime. 1.6 billion yen might not mean anything to the large financial groups, but it was enough to bankrupt the Nie family. All right. Nie Yan chatted a while longer and learned Tuo Batime had already completely withdrawn from conviction. Everything remaining belonged to Tuo Bahongye. The heavier the losses Tuo Bahongye suffered in the game, the better for Tuo Batime. What Nie Yan didn't know was that he had given his father an incredible opportunity. As for how his father would proceed forward to reap the most benefits, he would have to wait and see for himself. As the sun gradually fell below the horizon, Nie Yan put on his game helmet and once more returned to the world of conviction. Nie Yan reappeared in Kalor. It was the start of a new day in conviction. He saw players bustling around the streets, discussing yesterday's events, especially about how the sound of explosions rocked the surrounding several dozen towns and villages. I heard Asskickers United found a large cache of black gunpowder yesterday, but they were destroyed after Bloodlust Blades ambushed them. What are you talking about? I have a friend who personally saw Asskickers United transporting at least a dozen jars of black gunpowder into United City. Then what about those explosions yesterday? Who knows? The players were guessing wildly, while Asskickers United stayed quiet on the matter. Nie Yan felt yesterday's events were a failure on his part. Even though they only lost 5 jars, he felt ashamed his negligence allowed for the ambush to happen at all. Bloodlust Blades also kept radio silent. Not only had they failed to achieve their goal, but even their guild leader was killed in the battle. It was too shameful. Like this, the matter was suppressed. Even if a few bits and pieces of information got out, there was no one to give them credence. So, players believed they were only rumors. Nie Yan naturally didn't pay any attention to these rumors. He was satisfied knowing the manufacturing of the Goblin Magi cannons was fully underway. Looking over the guild matters for the day, Nie Yan ordered Guo Wai to dispatch some elites to assist the War God tribe in capturing strongholds. The more strongholds under the War God tribe's control, the faster the Nie family could expand their business. Asskickers United's daily expenditure were staggeringly high. Fortunately, the several auction houses, Starry Night Potion Shop, and other shops were profitable enough to offset these costs. But if these establishments didn't expand quickly enough, they would fail to keep up with the ever-growing demand of the market. Upgrading a property, especially at the higher tiers, was extremely expensive. But a lot of the surplus profit was being sucked up by the guild. Although this might not be a problem in the short term, eventually the lack of gold would negatively impact business. In short, Nie Yan needed to make more money, and do so quickly. The most lucrative method was undoubtedly by smuggling equipment between the two factions. Several hours from now, Nie Yan could open the dark portal again. With Bloodlust Blades eating such a heavy loss, Nie Yan feared they might make a last-ditch effort for a comeback. However, he had no choice but to leave for the underworld. This was the only way he could earn enough gold to resolve Asskickers United's problem. No one else could go in his place either, since Bennett's journal was bound to him. Nie Yan pondered for a moment. Asskickers United had operated as the leading guild in Kalor for so long, not to mention they had the support of Sapphire Shrine, Holy Empire, Radiant Sacred Flame, and 5 auxiliary guild. If they were really taken out by the enemy in just 5 days, they didn't deserve to have a future. Besides, even if Nie Yan was in the underworld, he could still direct the guild remotely. I'm heading back to the underworld soon. Did you prepare the equipment I asked you for? Nie Yan sent Guo Wai a message. Yeah, around 300 pieces altogether. I'll deposit everything into your personal storage, Guo Wai replied. He had spent a great deal of effort gathering this equipment, having his subordinates scour through every auction house in the Viridian Empire. Nie Yan's requirements were extremely strict. All the equipment had to be level 45 or higher, could be equipped by any faction, and be of high quality with properties uncommon in the underworld. There were probably only 100 or so items fitting these criteria in circulation on any given day. It was just as troublesome for Plenty to collect equipment in the underworld. If it weren't for him meeting Nie Yan, this sort of trade deal probably wouldn't be worth the trouble. After a while, 300 pieces of equipment arrived in Nie Yan's personal storage. He only had 270 slots of bag space, so he picked out the best ones and left the rest behind for the next trip. He also filled his soul pendant with various potions and other consumables. Nie Yan didn't know where in the underworld the dark portal would take him. But he could be certain the soul residing in Bennett's journal would guide him to another quest item related to Empress Venus. Nie Yan's eyes fell on a tattered piece of parchment sitting in the corner of his personal storage, Lich King Saul's treasure map. Normally, players would have to be at least level 100 to pass through the long tunnel separating the surface from the underworld. Even then, the chances of survival were extremely low. Nie Yan truly was an oddity since he could teleport to the underworld with the dark portal. Lich King Saul's treasure was buried in a fairly remote and dangerous region. Trying to find it at his current level was suicidal. He would wait until he was at least level 70 to 80. This trip to the underworld would likely net Nie Yan in the excess of 1 million gold. According to his agreement with Plenty, he would receive a 30% cut of the profits from the righteous faction equipment. He had done some research of the market in the underworld and concluded it should come out to be around 300,000 gold. Back on the surface where he would sell the evil faction equipment, he would make another killing. Nie Yan was free to cooperate with anyone for this deal, while Fallen Angel could only look for him. So, it was only natural for him to receive the larger share. This was the value of the dark portal. After finishing all preparations, Nie Yan went into an empty workshop in the Starry Night potion shop. When the time arrived, he activated the dark portal from Bennett's journal. Nie Yan stepped into the portal as the scenery around him twisted and warped. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived in the underworld. A scorching hot gust of wind blew past Nie Yan's face. He didn't know where he was. Looking into the distance, all he saw was a vast sea of roiling lava and a crimson sky. You have discovered the lava sea. It was rumored the lava sea was to the far north of the underworld. Every year lava would overflow to the south, wreaking havoc on the level of an apocalyptic disaster. This was why the residents of this place wanted to return to the surface, which in turn led to the yearly wars with the righteous faction. This region was still in the Undead Empire. Fortunately, the dark portal didn't bring him to the territory of the demon tribe. Otherwise, it would have been much harder for the players of Fallen Angel to make contact with him. Bennett's soul once more floated out of the journal. It danced around Nie Yan for a bit before trying to guide him to a certain location. However, Nie Yan had no plans of doing Empress Venus' quest right now. His first priority was to complete the trade with Fallen Angel. Nie Yan summoned the Faulkner warhorse and galloped south. He unfurled a map as he tried to gather his bearings. Only then could the players from Fallen Angel know where to find him. He quickly found a landmark, a stone tower that had long since fallen into disrepair at the border of the lava sea. There used to be a village located here, but it was destroyed by who knew what. All that remained was the tower. With this kind of landmark, Nie Yan could inform Fallen Angel of his location. Nie Yan disconnected from conviction. Disconnecting from the game, progress, 3%. 8%. Players couldn't disconnect from the game during combat or in the middle of a guild war. Logging off took roughly 30 seconds. If the player was attacked during that time, it would be interrupted. If there was an emergency in real life, the player could simply take off the game helmet. However, their in-game character would still remain, unable to retaliate if attacked and only disappearing when the server shut down. Nie Yan took off his game helmet, then dialed the number Plenty gave him. When the call connected, the person to answer wasn't Plenty himself but a subordinate. Nie Yan reported his rough location. This person would pass on the information to Plenty. Nie Yan returned to the game and did a bit of exploring around the area. After thinking it over, he recalled the Faulkner warhorse and paced around the stone tower. For the sake of this trade going smoothly, for the sake of 1 million gold, waiting a few hours was no big deal. After a while, an undead thief in black leather armor appeared in Nie Yan's vision. When he discovered Nie Yan, he waved his hand and began walking over to him. Nie Yan walked toward the undead thief, only to discover that person hadn't switched his alignment to the righteous faction. Our boss, the undead thief opened his mouth and was about to inquire. At this time, Nie Yan exploded into action and dashed toward the undead thief. Intimidate. The undead thief froze in place with an alarmed look on his face. Nie Yan struck him in forehead with concussive blow. Vital strike. Nie Yan's movements were too quick. The undead thief never expected Nie Yan to suddenly take action against him, so he was caught off guard. He had zero time to react. Nie Yan's dagger slashed the undead thief's throat as blood sprayed out. After which he slashed down once more and finished the opponent off. The undead thief's corpse lay unmoving on the ground. He hadn't switched his faction. If Nie Yan had made contact with him or handed over the equipment, the consequences would have been extremely severe. For the sake of ensuring his safety and preventing any mishaps from occurring, he dashed forward and directly killed the undead thief. Nie Yan knitted his brows. There was no way Plenty could have forgotten their agreement, right? Logically speaking, the leader of a top guild like Fallen Angel shouldn't commit such a low-level mistake. A mishap probably occurred in the middle, or perhaps this undead thief was simply too careless, not realizing the importance of his task. It was highly unlikely that Plenty would want to break their alliance. There couldn't be any mishaps in the trade between Nie Yan and Plenty. All precautions had to be taken, or there would be severe consequences for the both of them. Prudence guides a ship for 10,000 years. Nie Yan definitely didn't want the Kalor authorities on his back. Thinking for a moment, Nie Yan ducked back in his corner. If Fallen Angel wanted to continue their relationship, they would definitely dispatch another person over. If no one appeared within the next half hour, he could only find a new business partner. Back in the Fallen Angel Guild headquarters, the undead thief was reporting back to Plenty after reviving. Boss, I was walking up to greet him, but then he suddenly rushed up and killed me. The undead thief tried to air his grievances. But after noticing Plenty's cold glare, he shut his mouth halfway. Did you follow my instructions and switch your alignment over to the righteous faction before approaching him? Plenty asked in a solemn tone. The undead thief lowered his head. He screwed up. Since he was only instructed to guide Nie Yan to the nearest village and nothing else, he didn't realize the importance of this matter. He took it as simply another trivial task. Leave all your equipment behind. You're out of the guild, Plenty coldly stated. Why? The undead thief stared at Plenty, unwillingness in eyes. Why was he being kicked out for such a small blunder? I don't care how skilled you are. I don't want subordinates who can't even follow simple instructions. Plenty replied. The undead thief's expression sank. He knew Plenty wouldn't change his mind on this matter. Plenty attached a lot of importance to the trade agreement with Nie Yan, so much so that he didn't even disclose it to his closest friends. For every additional person in on it, the risk of danger increased exponentially. Aside from him, the only other person who knew about this deal was Proud War Lance. Since the two of them were busy, he had sent someone over to escort Nie Yan to the nearest village so he could personally complete the transaction there himself. But the undead thief's self-conceit had possibly put his partnership with Nie Yan in jeopardy. Nirvana Flame is already here in the underworld. Come make a trip with me, Plenty sent Warlance a message. Right now, I'm in the middle of, Warlance hesitated. Right now, Fallen Angel was in a heated conflict with 6 other guilds. He was loaded with work. It's fine, I'll take care of it. Nirvana Flame takes priority. If the trade goes smoothly, it'll be a great help to us. Take 350,000 gold with you and get the equipment from him. We can take our time with the war. Alright, Warlance replied. He returned to the guild headquarters and took the necklace that allowed him to temporarily switch his faction alignment from Plenty. Nie Yan continued to wait by the ruins of the stone tower. About 20 minutes later, a silhouette appeared in the distance. Nie Yan approached the figure while in stealth and saw a familiar face, proud Warlance. Seeing that Warlance had already switched his alignment over to the righteous faction, Nie Yan emerged out of stealth. That player earlier, what was that all about? Nie Yan asked with a frown. He felt Fallen Angel was behaving too carelessly. My apologies. A mishap occurred. The offender has already been expelled from the guild. No need to worry. Aside from the guild leader and me, no one else in Fallen Angel knows about this deal. That undead thief got careless in his ignorance, Warlance explained. Nie Yan nodded, glad that Fallen Angel didn't take this trade agreement lightly. If he had learned that they failed to implement proper safeguards to keep their alliance a secret, he would have immediately abandoned them and looked for a new collaborative partner. Did you bring the equipment? Of course. Nie Yan requested a trade and placed all the equipment inside the window. Warlance discovered each piece of equipment was of fairly high quality, with an estimated total value in the excess of 1 million gold. He placed 350,000 gold in the trade window. Here's the 30% cut as per our agreement. Nie Yan confirmed the trade. By his calculations, he could make at least 1,500,000 gold on this trip to the underworld. This sort of money-making speed was astonishing, and it was all thanks to the dark portal. Normally, carrying out such an operation at his current level was impossible. Follow me, I'll take you to the nearest village. We'll be meeting there next time. Alright, Nie Yan nodded. Nie Yan was guided by Warlance to a nearby village. Thanks to this, he wouldn't have to waste several days bumbling around through the darkness like last time. They traveled for about 20 minutes before arriving on a hilltop. Looking past the thickets, they saw a flat plain below, along with the glow of a lighthouse further off in the distance. That's Bessemer over there, the Ivory Village. You can hang around there for the next few days. We'll come find you after we've gathered the equipment, Warlance said. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Let's set a time and date, Nie Yan said. All he needed to know was the rough location of the village. He planned to level in nearby maps before their next meeting. After all, lingering inside an evil faction settlement was far too dangerous. 3 days later at 2100, Warlance said after thinking for a bit. Alright, I'll let you know in advance if I won't make it on time, Nie Yan said. In case he couldn't return because he was in the middle of a quest, he could only push back the date. In any case, he had Plenty's contact information in real life. Nie Yan and Warlance discussed a few smaller details about the meeting before parting ways. Nie Yan went off to level, and Warlance returned to the Fallen Angel Guild headquarters. Warlance switched back to the evil faction before teleporting away with a return scroll. When he reappeared in the guild headquarters, he immediately ordered his subordinates to sell off most of the surface world equipment. The pieces that were kept would benefit them greatly in their current war. With Fallen Angel swallowing up their rivals one after the other, the remaining guilds banded together and declared war on them, leading to their daily expenditures rising sharply. This equipment was equivalent to finding extra firewood when you were running low on a long and cold winter's night. The appearance of the surface world equipment on the market sparked a buying frenzy spanning across the entire undead empire. All the while gold coins streamed into Fallen Angel's pockets. The initial investment of 350,000 gold was recuperated in the blink of an eye. By the time everything was sold, they would make an estimated profit of at least 850,000 gold. It all went according to Nie Yan's predictions. Fallen Angel had helped him big time, so of course he would return the favor. Besides, their partnership would only stand to benefit from both of them doing well. Nie Yan checked his quest window. Quest progress, search for Empress Fina's eye, occult item 1/3. Nie Yan still had no clue what an occult item was. But judging from his previous experiences, he estimated this quest was at least S grade with a reward matching its difficulty. Nie Yan did a search for occult on the official website and discovered some shocking information. With a suitable intermediary and the combined power of several dozen great mages, occult items could summon occult titans, existences generally no weaker than a level 70 lord. Successfully summoning one was equivalent to obtaining an unrivaled war machine capable of trampling over an enemy's stronghold. Nie Yan had never heard of an occult titan in his past life, probably because no ordinary player could hope completing this quest. Nie Yan could only leave behind his desire to summon an occult titan in his daydreams for now. He would try his best to complete the quest, and it'd be great if he did. But if he didn't, so be it. The previous timeline was far less interesting in comparison. It was only until after the release of the Buried History expansion that things started getting exciting, with players waiting in anticipation to see how stronghold sieges would turn out. Bennett's soul flew out and went off toward the north. Nie Yan summoned Lil Gold before following behind. He quickly realized that Bennett's soul was leading him back to the lava sea. That place was a region of lava, which was scarier than any monster. Nie Yan recalled he still had the kiln fire heart which allowed him to survive in lava for a while. The surface of the Atlantic continent was littered with active volcanoes that spew out lava constantly, but the situation in the underworld was several magnitudes worse. A special item to survive the lava was a necessity here. As Nie Yan followed Bennett's soul, he happened to pass through a graveyard, where large mallet-wielding level 60 vampire crushers spawned. He decided to do a bit of grinding for some easy experience and increased his mobbing speed even further by using undead right. With the support of 5 vampire crushers and Lil Gold, he swept through everything in his path, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. Before long, a crisp jingle rang out as he reached level 56. The leveling speed here wasn't too bad. These vampire crushers gave ample experience. After passing through a dark forest, Nie Yan arrived at the border of the lava sea. As he walked along the coast, an isle poking out above the lava's surface caught his eye. It was a large island in the middle of the lava sea. At the center was a large volcano that constantly belted out plumes of black smoke into the sky. Nie Yan spotted black plants growing unkempt all over the island. Given how isolated it was from the rest of the world, it probably hadn't been visited by anyone before. Nie Yan followed Bennett's soul as it guided him along the duny beach full of coarse, volcanic sand and cracked calcareous rock. As Nie Yan continued walking without seeing a soul in sight, a group of players suddenly emerged from the thickets behind him. There were roughly 30 of them. When they saw him, they all froze in place. The frightening appearance of Lil Gold and the legend of the slaughter god Nirvana Flame had already spread far and wide throughout the undead empire. He had killed so many evil faction players that people feared even he had lost count a long time ago. Since there were no signs of Nie Yan for 5 days, everyone believed he had returned to the surface. This group never expected to see him again, and certainly not here of all places. Damn it, what kind of shit luck is this? This group of level 45 players were planning to do some leveling near the Flame Bright Archipelago. They never expected to encounter Nie Yan here. His name had long since become famous in the undead empire. Numerous level 40+ expedition teams were wiped out by him alone. These players didn't dare to continue forward. Boss, what do we do? A short undead thief asked the necromancer beside him. Hold up, let's just back off, the necromancer replied. Given Nie Yan's speed, there was no way they could escape from him if he really wanted to pursue them. The immense size of Lil Gold left these players shaking in their boots, especially as they recalled videos of him burning swaths of players to ashes with his flames. Nie Yan heard rustling behind him and glanced back at the group of players. Seeing they weren't approaching him but actually slowly backing away as though he were some sort of grizzly, he paid them no more heed. He continued to follow Bennett's soul at a casual pace with Lil Gold in tow. Nie Yan wouldn't have minded wiping out these players if they had tried to rush up and attack him. But since they were backing off, he couldn't be bothered to go through the trouble of chasing after them. When the necromancer saw Nie Yan ignore them, the rapid beating in his chest finally settled down. He couldn't help but wonder why Nie Yan appeared so relaxed after being discovered. Did he not care about his location being leaked to the outside? He would once more become the target of players from all over the undead empire. After thinking for a moment, the necromancer concluded that Nie Yan's confidence lay in his skill. An apex thief was an unimaginably powerful existence in the underworld, the dark environment only further enhancing their already exceptional stealth abilities. Add in the fact Nirvana Flame was known to possess several unknown transfer scrolls on his person, and it was almost impossible to lock him down. Watching Nie Yan's receding back, the necromancer let out a deep sigh. Will I ever be like that? Nie Yan continued to follow after Bennett's soul, encountering more and more level 40+ players along the way. He figured there had to be a level 40 map up ahead. A group of roughly 60 players tried to ambush Nie Yan, but they were quickly taken care of by an area of effect attack from Lil Gold. A radius of 30 meters was fairly large, enough so to fit 1,000 people densely packed together. It was generally incredibly difficult to avoid an area of effect spell. Not to mention Lil Gold's cast times were especially short, so only the sharpest of players could get out of the way in time. Nie Yan left a trail of corpses behind him. Even if some players occasionally got past Lil Gold, they would be easily dealt with by the 5 vampire crushers. Few players were capable of enduring their hammer strikes. There were also some who had the idea of testing their own pets against Lil Gold. But without exception, they were all trash. News of Nie Yan being spotted on the shores of the lava sea spread like wildfire throughout the undead empire. Those with a brain stayed far away from these muddy waters. Those in over their heads were all wiped out. As for the experts, none of them took action. Since Nie Yan was acting so wantonly, he was probably confident in preserving his own life. No matter how many people went, it would be like drawing water from a wicker basket. Nie Yan swept through everything in his path. He hadn't encountered a single opponent capable of being his match. It took some time, but finally those hunting him started to wisen up, no longer daring to come within a 60-meter radius of him, lest they had a death wish. Nie Yan suddenly felt a peculiar change in the air. He focused his senses and immediately detected several dozen thieves nearby. Their cloaking was much lower than his awareness, so none of them escaped his sight. He didn't even need to activate Eye of Truth. He ordered the 5 vampire crushers to surround them, after which Lil Gold burned more than a dozen of them to a crisp with his flames. Dealing with these players was as easy as crushing ants. Just as Nie Yan was about to wipe out the last of these thieves, he felt an almost indiscernible killing intent lock onto him. In a distant corner, a pair of eyes were coldly observing Nie Yan. Before Plenty kicked him out, Les was ranked 3rd among all the thieves in Fallen Angel, a position he was quite proud of. The 2 players ranked above him were rare talents that even Plenty had to show respect to. Going by that logic, one could say he was the strongest out of the ordinary thieves. When he was previously ordered to be Nie Yan's guide, he felt the task was beneath him. He genuinely believed himself one of the higher figures in Fallen Angel and that Nirvana Flame didn't count for a fart compared to him. So, he naturally felt indignant at the idea of being another person's guide dog. He was normally well behaved in front of Fallen Angel's higher-ups. But once he was outside, he would abuse his position to bully others. Les severely underestimated how important Nirvana Flame was in Plenty's eyes. However, he was still unwilling to accept his expulsion from the guild for what he viewed as a trivial mistake. But at the same time, he understood that if he dared to divulge any information about Plenty's dealings with Nie Yan, given Plenty's powerful background, he wouldn't live to see another day. So, he placed all the blame on Nie Yan. Les believed he only died last time because of his own carelessness. He never expected Nie Yan to attack him so suddenly, leaving him with no time to react. As Les was brooding his revenge, Nie Yan suddenly turned in his direction. Eye of Truth. Nie Yan's pupils were blood red and blossomed with a dazzling radiance that threatened to completely expose Les. Les inwardly gasped. He quickly activated Void Shroud as he felt a gaze linger over him for a while before moving away. With his incorporeal body hidden in the shadows, he finally relaxed his breath, though he regretted he was forced to use one of his life-saving trump cards. Void Shroud greatly increased his stealthing capabilities and made him immune to detection for 9 seconds, but at the cost of crippling his movement speed and losing the ability to attack. He would have to wait 2 days for it to come back off cooldown. Nie Yan was somewhat surprised he didn't find anyone, even after activating the enhanced Eye of Truth. He had clearly sensed killing intent just a moment ago. With the cloaking stat of most thieves at this stage of the game, evading his sight was incredibly difficult. Nie Yan concluded the other party wasn't simple. Little did he know that it was actually the undead thief he had killed only a little while ago. Even if the enemy didn't reveal themselves, Nie Yan felt confident enough in his skills to react in time. He continued ordering Lil Gold to wipe out the remaining thieves in the surroundings. When the last thief fell, Nie Yan heard a notification bell ring in his ear. Congratulations, soldier. You have been promoted to a 10-man commander. After killing so many evil faction players, Nie Yan had finally increased his military rank. Nie Yan checked the stat bonuses for 10-man commander, defense plus 5% and health plus 7%, only marginally better than the defense plus 3% and health plus 5% for soldier. But every percent counted, even more so given his base stats were much higher than the average player. It looks like visiting the underworld is going to become a regular thing. Maybe becoming a great general isn't that far-fetched. After all, Nie Yan couldn't help but muse. The evil faction players gave him a wide berth of space as he leisurely strolled forward. His awe-inspiring display of might had thoroughly deterred them, especially after seeing the countless scattered bodies that trailed behind him on the ground. Just as Nie Yan finished dispatching several more thieves, the cold light of a dagger flashed behind him. You've finally shown yourself. Nie Yan smirked. This fellow had kept him waiting long enough. Les dashed up from behind and struck Nie Yan's head with a smothering strike. Gale step. Nie Yan blocked the attack and countered with a concussive blow to the forehead. At this moment, Les spun around to avoid the attack. With a flick of his wrist, he switched to a reverse grip and plunged his dagger toward Nie Yan's back. This was the freedom skill of a great thief, reverse grip backstab. Whether it was the Undead Empire, Viridian Empire, or any other, the first-class advancement of all thieves was a great thief. So, the skills and combat techniques they learned were fairly similar. Nie Yan finally caught a glimpse of his assailant. It was actually the undead thief that Plenty had previously assigned to escort him. War Lance informed him that this fellow was expelled from Fallen Angel as a show of sincerity. Still not convinced, so you came looking for revenge, Nie Yan smirked. I don't mind sending you back to the grave again. Les' dagger flickered with a green light. It was coated in poison. Les' expression was fierce. He had smeared the blade of his dagger with the venom of a Roman viper, the 36th most venomous snake in the underworld. Its venom could paralyze a target for 3 seconds and prevent them from activating any movement skills for the duration of the debuff. As long as Nie Yan was even nicked by the blade, he would surely die. Nie Yan never expected Les to know how to pull off reverse grip backstab. Every single movement was carved deeply into his mind. Ever since Nie Yan started unraveling the mysteries of a shadow dancer, his comprehension ability had increased greatly. Although he had witnessed others execute reverse grip backstab in the previous timeline, his memory had grown fuzzy over time. Now that he was witnessing Les use the skill in real time, everything came surging back. Les' reverse grip backstab was about to land, but Nie Yan showed no signs of moving. At the very last moment, he raised his dagger to parry while simultaneously the mallet of a vampire crusher came out of nowhere and smashed into Les, sending him hurtling several meters backwards. Les landed back on his feet with a flip, but his face was aghast in horror by the fact that Nie Yan could still control a minion in the heat of battle. This was ridiculous. Truthfully, this move wasn't all that special to Nie Yan. By Conviction's 10th anniversary in the previous timeline, almost every expert was capable of pulling off these sorts of tricks with relative ease. Conviction could greatly improve the reaction time and thought process of the player. There had never been a virtual reality game in the past that through electrical impulses could alter the player's physique. But Conviction had succeeded. This was also why the game had obtained the support of the Federation. Nie Yan's skill at this stage of the game was universally shocking. Nie Yan gave Les a glance before turning away, pretending as though his opponent no longer existed. He ordered Lil Gold to continue wiping out the other thieves. At this moment, 3 vampire crushers surrounded Les. Vampire crushers were slow and clumsy, their attacks from wind up to swing taking roughly 2 seconds to fully execute. Even 3 vampire crushers were normally no threat to a nimble thief. But this situation was very different. With their large bodies and giant mallets, vampire crushers had an attack range of almost 6 meters. The 3 vampire crushers started swinging down their mallets in synchronized order, forming a strange rhythm that only left a 0.7-second gap between each attack. The mallets kept falling one after the other. Les evaded the first mallet with Gale Step. He tried to turn tail and flee, but his escape route was sealed off by another vampire crusher. He panicked and bolted in a different direction, only to be struck by the second mallet and knocked out of stealth. Minus 546 A damage value floated up above Les' head. He quickly chugged down an intermediate health potion. But before he could focus on dodging again, the third mallet smashed him into the air with a dull thud. Les hung in the air for only a moment, when the first vampire crusher's mallet came around once more and pummeled him back toward the earth. He crashed into the ground, the last bit of his health bar disappearing. A so-called top thief was killed just like that. Nie Yan chuckled as he glanced at the flattened corpse on the ground. Les was an exceptional thief for sure, but it was his misfortune to have encountered Nie Yan. Even 3 vampire crushers could be turned into heaven-defying existences in his hands. A thief in some distant brushes had been broadcasting the scene of Les being toyed with in real time on the Undead Empire forums. Les was undoubtedly an exceptionally skilled thief, but he was still utterly decimated by the 3 vampire crushers. The players on the forums were reeling in shock as they felt their scalps turn numb in horror. The in-sync attacks of the vampire crushers left Les no room to breathe whatsoever. What the hell is up with that Nirvana flame? He's way too overpowered. Does anyone recognize the thief? I think he's Les from Fallen Angel. I heard Les recently withdrew from Fallen Angel. No one would have batted an eye if it were some nobody that had been killed by those 3 vampire crushers. However, Les was a famous thief that ranked high up on the Undead Empire leaderboards for his class. He was a figure many players looked up to. Even if his gear quality sharply dropped after leaving Fallen Angel, his strength wasn't to be underestimated. But this revered thief still suffered such a humiliating death. Nie Yan's ability to control multiple minions at such a high level was definitely worthy of the utmost praise. The players of the Undead Empire were now even less inclined to go after Nie Yan. A powerful thief who had exceptional skills on top of godlike microing ability was definitely not an existence normal players could ever hope to match up to. Even some of the top experts in the Undead Empire were cowed by him. Nie Yan continued on his trek, with no one daring to block his path. He arrived outside of an encampment full of white tents that stretched out as far as the eye could see. Countless players were moving between the tents, creating for a lively atmosphere. Occasionally, some players rose up to the sky on giant bats which carried them to one of the distant islands in the lava sea. It was a flight point. Flight points were stations that allowed players to rent out flying monsters to transport them between stations. The fee was cheaper than transfer points. From Nie Yan's memory of the previous timeline, flight points would only really start taking off in Conviction's 7th year. They were still fairly uncommon right now. Players would naturally start setting up stalls near particularly popular flight points, with things like tents following shortly after, gradually turning the area into a place of flourishing commerce. This flight point was guarded by evil faction NPCs. Nie Yan pondered for a moment before recalling Lil Gold. He entered stealth and moved out of sight of the players in the vicinity before disappearing into the dark thickets. Deception was still on cooldown. Although the pearl of disguise could alter Nie Yan's appearance, it didn't allow him to trade or communicate with evil faction players or NPCs, lest he be exposed. He could only wait for the deception skill from his necklace of deception to come back off cooldown. Nie Yan spent the rest of the day leveling up in the nearby maps before logging off. The next day Nie Yan used deception to change into an evil faction player before heading towards the flight point. Many players shuttled in and out of the encampment entrance. This area was flourishing with trade, with rows upon rows of stalls selling various types of goods on the street. Even the small walkways outside the encampment were lined with stalls. Most of the players here were over level 40. They were all traveling to the Flame Bright Archipelago. The Flame Bright Archipelago was a group of 13 islands located in the middle of the lava sea. Only the beast tamers operating the flight points knew how to get there. Nie Yan wore a black cloak that hid his face. It wasn't odd for players in the Undead Empire to wear such attire, so he didn't attract any suspicion. The entrance to the encampment was guarded by 2 level 70 skeleton guards. They failed to notice Nie Yan among the stream of players entering inside. After infiltrating the encampment, Nie Yan headed directly for the flight point. I found 2 gems yesterday. I really earned big. Let's go to that same place again today. I heard if we keep grinding in the same spot, some good stuff is bound to drop. Who knows? Maybe you just got lucky yesterday. Nie Yan felt a sense of nostalgia as he heard the chattering of the players around him. He used to be like them, frequently grinding in the same spot for several days on end in the previous timeline. Back then, a single gem or piece of equipment dropping would leave him excited for a long time. His past self would never dare to pick fights with elites or explore untracked land like he was doing right now. Whether in terms of stats or gear quality, the difference between his past and current self was like night and day. The flight point was already in Nie Yan's sight. He occasionally saw giant bats flying over him in the sky. They had pairs of fleshy, semi-transparent wings spanning more than 3 meters. They weighed several hundred pounds and were covered in dense fur. When they took off, they generated gusts of wind that caused the robes of nearby players to flap around wildly. Every now and then, the sound of feminine squeals entered his ears. Nie Yan stopped right outside the flight point. Although this place was called a flight point, it was actually just a stable that housed giant bats. The beasts were healthy and well fed. Several old mole men were guarding the entrance. They were thin and frail with ugly appearances. A system notification popped up. Quest progress, head to Brendor Islet in the Flame Bright Archipelago. Nie Yan walked toward one of the mole men. The old mole man greeted him, "Dear sir, what may I help you with today?" Nie Yan scanned through the dozen or so of flight destinations for a while before responding, "Please take me to Brendor Islet." Happy to be of service. The old mole man retrieved a giant bat from the stables and saddled it. "Ready, sir. That'll be 50 silver." Nie Yan paid the fee. The giant bat approached Nie Yan. It had a very docile appearance. This wasn't the first time riding a flying beast for Nie Yan. He had done so multiple times in the previous timeline. But back then he rode the most common flying beast in the Viridian Empire, the griffin. Nie Yan got on the giant bat, and it took off with a mighty flap of its wings. It spiraled upwards until the white tent below was just a tiny speck before setting course toward Brendor Islet. The giant bat flew over the lava sea, shuddering fiercely due to the scorching air rising up from below. Nie Yan firmly held onto the reins of the giant bat. After a while, the bat finally stabilized itself after rising roughly 300 meters above the lava sea. Nie Yan got a clear view of the thick black smoke rising up from a volcano as the giant bat flew past the crater. He looked further ahead and noticed the lava sea dotted with islands scattered in a peculiar pattern. Nie Yan believed there was definitely some lore behind the Flamebright Archipelago. He did a quick search on the official website and found it was the remnants of the Kirkby Empire, a once powerful mole men empire that rivaled the Undead Empire. However, it was ultimately submerged under the lava sea. These 13 islands still contain some ruins of this empire, but most of them were occupied by lava monsters and fire spirits. Lava monsters and fire spirits often dropped gemstones and other similar items, so they were very popular targets for players. After flying for 10 more minutes, the giant bat gradually started descending to one of the large islands below. There were lava rock formations everywhere. Large and small cracks ran throughout, under which Nie Yan could see the lava flowing. You have discovered Brendor Islet. At the center of Brendor Islet was a volcano, spewing thick clouds of black smoke into the air like a chimney. Bennett's soul flew straight toward the volcano. Nie Yan hurriedly followed after. He searched up this area online and discovered it was a level 80 map. He immediately became more cautious and decided it'd be too risky to summon Lil Gold. If he encountered a level 80 elite, Lil Gold would only die for nothing. He entered stealth and made his way toward the lush-looking forest in the distance. Shuttling through the forest, Nie Yan eventually encountered some fire spirits. They were roughly 3 meters tall and had blazing humanoid forms. Flame Elemental, level 80. Health, 8,000. Flame Elementals were a higher class of fire spirits. They didn't have much health, but they possessed powerful fire magic. Even Nie Yan wouldn't dare to face more than 2 of them at once. The Flame Elementals walked between the trees. The light emitted from their blazing bodies lit up everything within a 30-meter radius. Nie Yan snuck past the Flame Elementals in his way as he followed Bennett's soul, gradually entering the depths of the forest, where a large tree poking into the sky caught his eye. It was roughly 6 meters tall, its branches forming a giant umbrella. Its trunk was large enough for 6 people linking their arms together to fully wrap around. A portion of its numerous and densely packed roots was exposed above ground. Bennett's soul flew over to the tree and hovered in place. Nie Yan looked over and spotted several beast bones along a few other things sparkling on the ground. There was also a small treasure chest resting against the trunk. It was covered in a thick layer of dirt and leaves and looked fairly unremarkable. Nie Yan didn't know what hidden dangers lurked nearby. He looked around but failed to discover anything out of the ordinary. He walked over to the tree, bent down, and started picking up the items on the ground. He discovered they were lumps of metal roughly the size of his fist. Nie Yan examined the lumps of metal. Nightmarium 7 raw material. Nie Yan recalled Nightmarium was a crafting material used for making siege crossbow strings. It was well known for its resilience and rarity. Generally, they could only be found near the summit of volcanoes. The closer to the crater, the better the quality. Naturally, the danger level would rise as well. He found a total of 30 Nightmarium ores scattered on the ground around the tree. Afterwards, he moved toward the chest. It was firmly embedded into the roots and looked somewhat ancient. Nie Yan wiped off the dirt and leaves from the chest, revealing the peculiar runes engraved on the surface. The lock had the appearance of a white skull and gave off an eerie feeling. Nie Yan wasn't knowledgeable on the history of the Undead Empire, so he had no clue what era this chest belonged to. But judging from its appearance, it was at least several hundred years old. He was surprised to see this chest was actually dark gold grade. Nie Yan bent down and started opening the chest. The lock was rather difficult to pick. Opening treasure chest. Progress, 3%, 5%. It would take a long time to open this chest. Just as the progress bar increment passed the halfway mark, the tree's roots lifted themselves silently and wrapped around Nie Yan's foot. Nie Yan's eyes widened in alarm. He never expected the tree to so suddenly attack him as countless more tendrils moved to ensnare him. The previously unassuming tree suddenly opened its eyes and revealed itself as a tree demon. Nie Yan glanced at his skill bar. Gale Step and Shadow Waltz were both grayed out, because these skills could only be used when the user wasn't snared. However, his right foot was firmly rooted to the ground by the tree demon's tendrils. The tendrils threatened to wrap around Nie Yan's entire body. If he allowed this to happen, he would have no hope of escaping. He could feel his health being slowly leached away. Nie Yan suddenly understood how those bones got under the tree. However, Nie Yan had no skills that would allow him to escape from these bindings. Wait, a light bulb went off in Nie Yan's head. I do have something. Nie Yan activated the pygmy transformation ring. His body, including his trapped foot, immediately shrunk in size as the tendrils tightly wrapped around his leg loosened. He jerked his foot free and sprinted away, narrowly escaping the rest of the tree demon's tendrils. The tree demon never expected Nie Yan to suddenly shrink. After its meal escaped, its tendrils shot forward in an attempt to ensnare Nie Yan once more. Bang, 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 the tree demon's tendrils stabbed into the ground like falling arrows. Nie Yan kept zigzagging as he fled. Just as a tendril was about to hit him, he activated Gale Step and blocked the attack. It was unfortunate his speed was dramatically reduced during pygmy transformation. It was because his legs were short. Tendrils blotted out the sky above Nie Yan. Before they turned him into Swiss cheese, he activated Animorph and transformed into a lynx. He suddenly gained a burst of speed as he bounded 6 meters in the blink of an eye, passing through the gaps between the tendrils. The tree demon still had more up its sleeve. As blow after blow hit the ground, it continued stretching its tendrils. They were now well over 20 meters long and still growing. Nie Yan leapt up toward a nearby tree. His sharp claws dug into the bark as he rapidly clambered up to the top, where he leapt from tree to tree until he completely disappeared from sight. Only then did the tree demon abandon its pursuit. After running over 60 meters away from the tree demon, Nie Yan found a hidden corner to duck into. He dispelled Animorph and pygmy transformation before leaning against a nearby tree, heaving a massive sigh of relief. That was too close. If I hadn't thought of the pygmy transformation in time, I would have been screwed. This tree demon was truly sinister, pretending to be an ordinary tree while using the dark gold chest as bait. When a player attempted to unlock the chest, that was when it would deal a fatal blow. Nie Yan was almost done in there. Luckily, he reacted in time. After the tree demon failed to catch its prey, it slowly retrieved its tendrils before returning to the appearance of a normal tree. Its disguise was so convincing that it even fooled Nie Yan. Nie Yan got within 20 meters of the tree demon while stealthed and activated Transcendent Insight. Lesson Elite Level 80. Health, 300,000 300,000. This son of a bitch has so much health. Furthermore, the Lesson possessed magic immunity along with high physical defense that made it impervious to ordinary projectiles. However, it was completely immobile with a maximum attack range of 30 meters. Nie Yan didn't know the Lesson's detailed stats. But with the dark gold chest only halfway unlocked, he naturally wasn't willing to just leave. He opened up the official website and searched for information on the Lesson. The Lesson was a type of immobile tree demon with tendrils capable of extending to upwards of 30 meters. It had magic immunity and high physical defense which greatly reduced or negated the damage of ordinary projectiles, making melee combat the only effective way of fighting it most of the time. Even then, the life-leeching and binding effects of the tendrils were a headache to deal with. This was why players generally preferred to take a detour around it if possible, unless someone brought along a powerful crossbow. Nie Yan wasn't sure if his Dullahan cavalry crossbow was capable of killing the Lesson, but it was worth a shot. He leapt several meters into the air and grabbed onto a nearby tree branch before flipping himself over and perching on top. He took out his crossbow and lined his sight onto the target before squeezing the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 bolts flew out in a straight line and struck the Lesson's trunk in quick succession. -28. -28. -28. -192. -28. The Lesson opened its eyes to find its assailant. But since Nie Yan was out of range, it could only let out an angry groan. Nie Yan's eyes lit up after seeing his damage. He started reloading his crossbow. But by the time he finished, he was dismayed to discover that the Lesson had regenerated back to full health. Damn it, what's with this health regeneration? Nie Yan raised his crossbow with a bitter smile. He absent-mindedly shot at the Lesson a few more times and confirmed that its health recovered faster than he could deal damage. There was no way to kill the Lesson. Nie Yan was about to put away the crossbow when a thought crossed his mind. Did the Lesson have a weak point? Some monsters would take additional damage when hit their weak point. The official website didn't have any information on the Lesson's weak point. But this was fairly common. How could they provide everything to player? Hope reignited in Nie Yan's eyes. He continued firing his crossbow as one bolt flew out after the other. Nie Yan was confident with the crossbow, having honed his skills with it for more than 10 years in the previous timeline. He could consistently hit a target from over 30 meters away even when blindfolded. He kept firing out bolts at a rapid pace, shifting his aim constantly to test out various points on the Lesson's body. But sadly, there was no change. He was still dealing a consistent 28 damage per hit. Nie Yan refused to give up. From the branches to the roots, he probed every part of the Lesson's body. Nie Yan fired his crossbow at the Lesson's eyes. But it closed them at the last second, causing the 5 bolts to bounce off its eyelids like they had struck metal. After this last failure, Nie Yan was beginning to lose hope when a light bulb lit up in his head. Eye of Truth. Nie Yan's pupils turned crimson and blossomed out with an omniscient light. He looked at the Lesson and discovered that many of its leaves, twigs, and branches were merely an illusion, with only a portion of the branches, the main trunk, and the roots being real. But what caught his eye the most was the bright red heart beating just 2 inches below its eyes. This was the Lesson's weak point. Without Eye of Truth, it would have been impossible for Nie Yan to locate the Lesson's heart, which was only the size of a baby's fist. He was pleasantly surprised with this discovery. Over the course of many years, the Lesson had transformed into a creature that was a cross between a plant and an animal. Nie Yan raised his crossbow and fired at the Lesson's heart. Put. 5 bolts cleanly hit their mark. -323. -323. -323. -323. -323. Seeing the difference in damage, Nie Yan was elated. He could now kill the Lesson. Even though the Lesson's health regeneration was high, it couldn't keep up with Nie Yan's damage. The Lesson angrily roared and lashed out with its tendrils. However, the enemy was outside of its attack range. Nie Yan continued firing his crossbow without rest, gradually chipping away at the Lesson's health. After roughly an hour, it could endure no longer and fell to the ground with a loud crash, scattering leaves everywhere. Ding dong, ding dong. Nie Yan leveled up twice as he reached level 58. Not bad, 2 levels for an hour or so of work. Nie Yan wiped the sweat from his brow before jumping off the tree and walking towards the Lesson's remains. He had no clue what the Lesson dropped. But he was certain a level 80 elite would give something good. Nie Yan rummaged through the twigs and branches and picked up 3 items, 2 pieces of level 80 gold grade equipment and a piece of parchment with the incomplete schematics of a siege crossbow. It was a dark gold siege crossbow blueprint fragment. Flamespitter crossbow blueprint fragment, 1/5. Nie Yan took a closer look at the crossbow blueprint. It was larger and much more complicated than regular crossbows. It took 2 people just to lift it, and required 3 people to operate. Checking out the properties, the Flamespitter crossbow had a range of 300 meters, over 3,000 attack power, and shot out 5 bolts in a wide spread. It would take 5 intermediate engineers working around the clock for 2 days straight to manufacture the Flamespitter crossbow. The crafting materials required were also hard to come by. As the number of captured strongholds rose, so too would the demand for engineers. More and more players who found themselves unsuited to combat would start switching to this profession. It would definitely become extremely influential in the future of conviction. Such a huge crossbow wasn't suited for grinding mobs, but its effectiveness would significantly increase if placed inside a crossbow tower. Nie Yan had no idea where he would find the remaining fragments. Maybe there were other lessons nearby. Naturally, he didn't forget he still had a chest to open. He wondered what sort of items lay inside. Taking out Zenard's sword, he chopped away the roots and uncovered the chest. This time, there were no monsters to disturb him. Nie Yan bent down and started unlocking the chest. Its level was much higher than his, but his lockpicking skill was high enough to manage it. Nevertheless, it would take a very long time. 6 minutes later, the chest popped open with a click. Nie Yan fished around inside and took out a staff crafted out of sturdy red wood. There was a white skull about the size of a human fist affixed to the tip of the staff. Its eye sockets flickered with 2 red flames. Examining the staff's properties, it turned out to be a legendary item fragment. Nagado's Staff of Curses legendary fragment broken. Requirements, 1200 intelligence, 130 focus description. Nagato was a legendary necromancer. Seeking to wield the ultimate power of death, he challenged Empress Phoenix and attempted to enslave her spirit to increase the power of his curses. Unfortunately, he failed in his pursuit. Collect Nagado's Staff of Curses, Nagado's Death Skull, and Nagado's Jewel of Darkness to restore this legendary staff. Properties, Magic Attack 1028 to 1203, Willpower plus 30. Dark Magic Effect plus 30%. Vengeful Spirit Possession, summon a vengeful spirit to possess your body, increasing the effects of all curse magic by 200%, and magic resistance by 30%. Cast time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 2 days. Restrictions, Dark Incantist, can only be equipped by a member of the evil faction. It was a staff for Dark Incantists. Nie Yan couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. Nevertheless, this was the underworld, so it was only natural for evil faction equipment to drop. The requirements on this staff were a bit high. 1200 intelligence wasn't something ordinary players could attain. Even top-ranked Dark Incantists would have to wait until they were level 70 to 80 to have the stats to equip it. Considering how good this staff was, Nie Yan would have no problem exchanging it with Fallen Angel for some decent thief equipment. If such a piece of equipment were to appear in the evil faction marketplace, it would definitely cause an uproar. Of course, Nie Yan had no plans of selling it. He would only accept another item of equal value in return. After putting the staff away in his bag, Nie Yan continued fishing around in the chest. Since Bennett's soul had led him all the way here and made him kill the Leshen, there definitely had to be a quest-related item or two inside. Nie Yan took out a marble from the chest. Truthfully speaking, it wasn't a whole marble but just a fragment of one. Detoxifying marble fragment, special item, 1/3. Properties, poison resistance plus 10, poison immunity, junior. Detoxify intermediate, remove any poison intermediate rank or lower inflicted on a target. Restrictions, none. It was a detoxifying marble. The effects were pretty good since intermediate Exotify was still useful at this stage of the game. But it would become obsolete in another 10 levels or so. By then, players would start using advanced poisons. Nie Yan wondered what would happen if all the fragments of the detoxifying marble were gathered together. At this moment, Bennett's soul floated up and guided Nie Yan deeper into the forest. The quest had only just begun. Who knew what awaited him next? Following Bennett's soul, Nie Yan soon encountered a second Leshen. There really were other Leshens on this island. Armed with the experience of killing the first Leshen, Nie Yan took down one Leshen after another. He failed to find the 2 other fragments of Nagado's Staff of Curses. However, he did gradually collect all the blueprint fragments for the Flamespitter crossbow. After killing the 6th Leshen, he gathered the 5th and final fragment. These types of blueprints would definitely become more common in the future. This meant the guild would soon require a lot more engineers. Although Asskickers United was rapidly expanding and originally showed some good results, their growth had stagnated due to recent financial strains. Without any money, even a clever housewife would find it difficult to get the rice to cook food. Nie Yan's purpose for coming to the underworld was also for the sake of resolving Asskickers United's lack of funds. With money, they could recruit talented engineers to help build these siege crossbows. After spending an entire day fighting Leshens, Nie Yan finally found all the fragments of the detoxifying marble. When the 3 fragments were brought together, they released a dazzling light before slowly fusing together and becoming a perfectly round, egg-sized marble which flickered with a faint green luster. Nie Yan once more looked at the properties of the detoxifying marble. Detoxification marble, special item. Properties, poison resistance plus 30, poison immunity, intermediate. Detoxify advanced, remove any poison advanced rank or lower inflicted on a target. Restrictions, none. Both the Kiln Fireheart and detoxification marble could be used in clever ways. They would definitely come in handy whenever he encountered danger. Over the course of the day, Nie Yan had leveled up from level 58 to level 63, surpassing Tang Yao who was at the top of the level leaderboards at level 60. The second highest level player was only level 58. After seeing Nie Yan's level soar, Tang Yao was left speechless. No matter what he did, he could never compete with Nie Yan's leveling speed. Nie Yan had already resolved to leave the rest of the players behind and directly charge to level 100 so he could become a shadow dancer. After getting the Tyrant Abok set, he would then rush to level 180. With a full set of godly equipment, Nie Yan would wipe out any enemy in his path. As a reincarnator, he had to overwhelmingly crush his enemies beneath his feet, to the extent they would lose all hope of ever standing up to him again. Of course, this goal would lead him down along an arduous path. It was precisely because he reincarnated that he knew how difficult it was to reach level 180. Nie Yan's level advantage would never grow too large. If a single player was pulling too far ahead of the rest of the player base, the system would make adjustments to experience values to make leveling easier for the lower level players. But even if the system made adjustments, so what? As humanity's most powerful advanced intelligence, the Federation could restrict its activity but had no way of directly accessing and modifying its data. As long as Nie Yan's actions remained within the system's laws, there would be no problem. Nie Yan took off the game helmet and made a run to his father's company. Under Ah Chen's guidance, the War God tribe began its campaign. Ass-Kickers United dispatched a large number of elites to assist the War God tribe. With their allies, the War God tribe captured 3 strongholds in Nisode. Ass-Kickers United's top-ranked players were strong beyond reason. They took control of the battlefield, giving the enemy no hope for victory. The Tuoba family was beaten back step by step. Tuoba Hongye was at the end of his wits. However, no one would come to his aid. The Tuoba family recently had a falling out with the Century Financial Group, so asking for the help of Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors was out of the question. There were basically no other guilds in the entire Viridian Empire that could contend against the combined might of Ass-Kickers United and the War God tribe. Meanwhile, Tuoba Hongye was even more helpless outside the game since he was being dragged down by the 2 other powers in the Tuoba family. It appeared his position as the head of the family would soon be no more. The sudden rise of the War God tribe was too shocking, catching many people off guard. After taking over the 3 real-world business districts, Father Nie sought the help of several clients to help develop them. He would do it himself, but he lacked the funds. So, for now he would have to settle with signing lease agreements and collecting the money from them. Aside from this, Father Nie had formed a partnership with Tuoba Time. When this business deal was over, the Nie family's capital would grow by several fold. In the previous timeline, if Cao Shu hadn't interfered, the Nie family would have definitely grown into a large financial group. It was a pity the Nie family's development at that time was too fast. They lost more than half their business the moment the Century Financial Group took action. Ultimately, they were just too weak. The development of the Nie family was different in this timeline. This was at least true in the virtual reality aspect, where with the protection of Ass-Kickers United, the War God tribe could expand without worry. When the War God tribe grew big enough to start providing support back to Ass-Kickers United, Nie Yan's mind would be at ease. After the Dark Portal came back off cooldown, Nie Yan planned to deal the finishing blow to Bloodlust Blades. Bloodlust Blades was already on its last breath. They had lost more than half their players. The only ones remaining were their core members, which accounted for roughly 60,000 players. However, their combat strength was not to be underestimated. If they put all their effort into one last-ditch counterattack, they could still deal heavy damage to Ass-Kickers United. Previously during the war of attrition with Bloodlust Blades, Ass-Kickers United had also suffered heavy damages. They were forced to look at all of their allies for support. But with Nie Yan's recent investment from his first trip to the underworld, they had regained their strength. They still needed more time to fully recuperate. But in any case, now that they had money, they could destroy Bloodlust Blades first and worry about other matters later. After having helped at his father's company, Nie Yan took Xie Yao for a stroll in the mall to enjoy themselves. Father Nie had also tacitly accepted their relationship. Nie Yan learned from Xie Yao that her parents would be leaving for Europe in the next few days. Nie Yan brought Xie Yao home. As he watched her walk up the driveway, he couldn't help but feel his heart itch at her cute and lovable appearance. But he forced himself to hold back. Nie Yan had waited so many years in the previous timeline for Xie Yao. What harm was there in waiting a few more? When he was finally worthy of Xie Yao, he would make his move. Rather than waiting for the Dragonsaur and Glory financial groups to take pity on him, he would rather make the Nie family so powerful that no one could say anything about them. When Nie Yan returned home in the evening, he discovered there was a large game capsule sitting in his room. It was 2.5 meters tall and was made out of special materials. There were all sorts of complicated apparatuses and computer chips on both sides. It looked quite advanced. By stepping inside and closing the door of the game capsule, one could perfectly transport their mind to the virtual reality world. There was also a concoction of nutrient liquid inside the game capsule which would supply the player with energy and improve their physique. Seeing the symbol of a black sword near the bottom of the game capsule, Nie Yan's mind trembled. It was a Darkblade game capsule. In the previous timeline, as a fanatical addict of conviction, Nie Yan had naturally spent many long nights researching every type of game capsule. Among them, the ones from Darkblade had the best and most stable performances. Even the cheapest model cost over 5 million. There was a slip of paper lying on the desk by his bedside with his father's handwriting. Your mom suggested we buy you this game capsule for getting into the top military academy. Father Nie wasn't a person to wear his emotions on his sleeve. Instead, he would push all credit to Mother Nie. But Nie Yan could still tell how much he cared from this gesture, so he gave his parents a call. Nie Yan had always been considering buying a better game helmet. The thought of getting a game capsule never once crossed his mind. After all, it was too expensive, and he felt it a bit wasteful. He never expected his parents would buy him one, and a top-of-the-line model at that. His actions inside the game would become a lot smoother and more fluid, especially when using freedom skills. The type of hardware the player was using could greatly influence the execution of a freedom skill. When a player became a great thief, they would generally try to upgrade to a more expensive model of game helmet. In Nie Yan's case, it was even better since he now had a game capsule. From henceforth, Nie Yan could bid his game helmet farewell. Nie Yan put on a skin-tight bodysuit that came with the game capsule and entered inside. He felt an electrical current flow through his body. It felt comfortable. With a flash of white light, he entered conviction. As soon as Nie Yan re-entered the game, he could feel the difference. His surroundings were more clear and real, and he could feel the small differences in texture on surfaces with his hand. His movements were a lot smoother as well. All of this made Nie Yan endlessly excited. Having a game capsule really did make a world of difference. Nie Yan executed the movement for a reverse grip backstab and discovered it was a lot easier than before. After familiarizing himself with the game capsule, Nie Yan continued on with his quest. As he followed Bennett's soul, he gradually neared the base of the volcano. A river of lava was flowing down from the side of the volcano as noxious sulfuric gases filled the air. Nie Yan equipped the leaper ring and jumped over the river of lava. When he reached halfway up the volcano, he encountered a mysterious cave. Because this was a high-level region, Nie Yan was worried what sort of dangers lurked inside. But at this moment, Bennett's soul trembled in excitement and directly flew inside. Nie Yan hesitated for a moment but still followed behind. Since he had already made it this far, it would be a waste to turn back now. Scorching hot gusts of wind blew through this cave. If it wasn't for the kiln fire heart, this boiling temperature would definitely cause him to continuously lose health. As Nie Yan explored deeper into the cave, he saw all sorts of yellow crystals in the walls. These were sulfur crystals and could be used to make gunpowder. It was a pity he needed a miner to excavate them. After passing through a long and narrow tunnel, Nie Yan arrived in a spacious lava-filled chamber with a 60-meter high ceiling. Two giant lava monsters guarded the area up ahead. They were 6 meters tall blob-like creatures composed completely out of lava which regularly oozed out onto the ground. They looked like miniature versions of the lava titan in Kiln Fire Woods. They were immune to fire and had high physical defense. The only way to effectively deal damage to them was with ice magic. Their attacks were also troublesome to deal with since they dealt neither physical nor magic damage, but rather lava damage along with additional fire damage from a burn debuff. Lava Giant Elite Level 80. Health, 120,000. Level 80 elites, a lot of health too. It was impossible for Nie Yan to kill these two lava giants. He could only try to sneak around them. Nie Yan checked his surroundings. The ground was pockmarked with pools of bubbling lava. The two lava giants completely blocked his way forward. Everywhere they went they left behind a trail of lava that wouldn't disappear for a long time. The ceiling was glowing red hot due to the heat coming from the pools of lava below. Thankfully, the yellow sulfur crystals appeared unaffected. He could probably get around the lava giants by climbing across the walls. Nie Yan entered stealth and made his way forward. He leapt over some lava flow and started clambering across the wall with the crawler ring. The two lava giants were oblivious to Nie Yan's presence thanks to his high cloaking. Suddenly, the lava giant closest to Nie Yan stopped and looked in his direction. Nie Yan froze in his place. He hurriedly activated a few skills that increased his cloaking. The lava giant stared at Nie Yan's hiding spot for a long time before swinging its right arm and lobbing a glob of lava in his direction. Nie Yan's heart tightened. Did I get discovered? However, Nie Yan quickly noticed the glob of lava was only aimed in his general direction. Bang! It struck the wall several meters to his side, opening up numerous cracks. The tremors were so intense he nearly slipped off. Nie Yan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The lava giant's attack was truly frightening. After not discovering anything, the lava giant turned around and returned to a passive state. Nie Yan continued creeping his way forward. Some of the crevices on the wall were more difficult to climb over than before. Just as he placed his hand over a sulfur crystal and put his weight on it, a chunk snapped off and loudly shattered on the ground. Crap, I'm done for. Nie Yan silently cursed as he saw the two lava giants charge toward him. Nie Yan was out of options. He leapt off the wall and bolted toward the closest exit. The two flame giants slung globs of lava at Nie Yan. They arced through the air and struck the ground around him, splattering flames everywhere. Before the splashing lava could hit him, Nie Yan activated Gale Step to avoid taking damage without breaking pace. The two lava giants quickly caught up to Nie Yan. They sent their lava fists hurtling towards him from different directions. When it looked like Nie Yan was going to be turned into a meat patty, he shot a web line from his left hand at the wall up ahead and swung away to safety. With the crawler ring still being active, he quickly climbed up the wall before leaping away. The two lava giants slammed into each other, sending their colossal bodies crashing into the ground. Nie Yan took advantage of this opportunity to bolt far away, escaping his pursuers. This map was unexplored, so there were many elites still roaming around. Nie Yan moved deeper into the cave with extreme caution, for fear of attracting any unwanted attention. After traveling for about an hour, avoiding the detection of numerous lava giants, Nie Yan couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Just how deep was this cave? Checking the time, there were about 5 hours left before the meeting with War Lance. It looked like he was going to be late at this rate. Even now he still hadn't found his goal. He still had no clue where Bennett's soul was leading him to. After traveling through another rugged tunnel, Nie Yan saw an exit up ahead. It led to a giant chamber of 1,000 by 1,000 meters with a 20-meter high ceiling. Lava flowed over the floor, and there were almost 30 lava giants wandering around. A lone pillar roughly 14 meters tall stood at the center of the chamber. There appeared to be something placed on top of it. Reaching the top of the pillar was going to be a tall order. The lava giants guarding the vicinity would immediately swarm any intruder that got too close. Nie Yan would normally just get past them with the crawler ring. However, the ceiling was also flowing with lava, making climbing or even swinging with a web line impossible. Nie Yan was in deep thought when he suddenly received word from Guowai that more than 50,000 players from Bloodlust Blades were moving towards the Blackstone stronghold. Ass Kickers United had one intermediate stronghold and 3 basic strongholds. Among them the one with the weakest defense was precisely the Blackstone stronghold. Even though it was developed, there weren't many NPC archers and zero siege crossbows. The defenses on the walls paled in comparison to those of their other strongholds. The real-world business district inside also wasn't yet fully developed. Although the loss of the Blackstone stronghold wouldn't be a huge blow to Ass Kickers United, it was still a stronghold. And perhaps more importantly, who was to say Bloodlust Blades would be satisfied with just one stronghold? They would definitely want a mile after taking an inch. How did Bloodlust Blades get over there? Nie Yan asked. Around 50,000 set off by horse 5 hours ago. Another few thousand teleported to Kalor. I had Sapphire Shrine and Holy Empire hold off the ones that teleported here. They won't get out of the city, Guowai replied. He had handled things in a timely and appropriate manner. Riding on horseback took a long time, but it was the most cost-effective method. Not to mention if all 50,000 players from Bloodlust Blades teleported to Kalor, Ass Kickers United would keep them locked up within the city walls. Bloodlust Blades definitely had something up their sleeves since they dared to attack the Blackstone stronghold. Have alliances of mages and divine protectors shown any sign of movement? Nie Yan asked. What he was most worried about were these two guilds joining the fray. They had basically grown unhindered in their territories, so it would be troublesome if they participated in this conflict. Both of them dispatched 1,000 elite players. Angel Corps also sent over 500 players to stir up trouble, Guowai replied in an anxious tone. Nie Yan knitted his brows. A war wasn't simply won with numbers alone. A group of 20 elites working together could easily wipe out more than 1,000 ordinary players with area of effect magic. Angel Corps, divine protectors, and alliance of mages had all sent over their elites. This matter had just become a whole lot more troublesome. Any other news? Nie Yan asked before sinking into silent thought. It seemed like war was unavoidable. If Ass Kickers United was defeated, the enemy would cling onto the momentum and follow up with an even fiercer onslaught. But if Bloodlust Blades lost, it would most likely lead to the guild disbanding. No matter how you looked at it, neither side could afford to lose. It would be a battle with their fates at stake. This is a video recorded by our scouts. Take a look. Guowai sent over a video to Nie Yan. Nie Yan found a safe hiding place and opened up the video. This video was probably recorded by a thief. It showed a fairly up-close view of the forces of Bloodlust Blades marching onwards. After a while, a giant siege machine came into view. It was made out of wood and covered in metal plates. At the center was a long, solid wooden beam with a bucket at the end large enough to hold boulders and similar-sized objects. Its design was intricate. Nie Yan's face paled after seeing this giant siege machine. Although he had never participated in sieges in his past life, he had seen these types of contraptions while passing through battlefields before. This thing was called an armored catapult. There were many types of ranged siege machines, such as trebuchets and catapults. Where trebuchets had a larger range, catapults were more destructive. They could launch 6 exploding iron balls at a time, wreaking havoc to the enemy lines and walls. Armored catapults were true killing machines, even excelling in war on an open battlefield. A single launch could wipe out a huge slew of players. In the previous timeline, Nie Yan had watched several hundred armored catapults decimate a tier 6 reinforced wall after just 2 bombardments. What is that thing? Guo Wai asked. His knowledge in the game was limited. But judging from the appearance, he could guess it was a ranged siege weapon. He just didn't know how powerful it was. It's an armored catapult. Do you know how many they have? Nie Yan asked with a frown. We don't know yet, but probably not many. Mobilize the 100 thieves to find out exactly how many armored catapults they have. Nie Yan ordered in a serious tone. This information was critical. Nie Yan refused to believe Bloodlust Blades had more than a few armored catapults. They were extremely costly to manufacture, both in terms of resources and manpower. Although only several of them were enough to destroy the walls of the Blackstone stronghold, they didn't pose much of a threat beyond that. Armored catapults were only dangerous in large numbers. A single bombardment could wipe out players in droves. The vast majority of players, save for those over level 100 with full set equipment, would be instantly killed by the explosive incendiary shells. Perhaps the goblin magic cannons could destroy the armored catapults before they neared the Blackstone stronghold by relying on their superior range. However, that would depend on Asskickers United getting them out in time. This was only the beginning of the siege. Both guilds had brought out their most advanced weaponry. Aside from manufacturing siege weapons, Asskickers United also had to start focusing on reinforcing the defenses of their strongholds. After provoking the likes of Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, Divine Protectors, and Angel Corps, their future was guaranteed to be full of strife. War was fast approaching. Nie Yan understood just how important funding was to Asskickers United at this moment. Try to hold out for the next 2 days, Nie Yan said. When he returned to the surface, Asskickers United would have at least an additional 1 million gold in capital. 2 days shouldn't be a problem. I'll mobilize the 5 branch guilds. Even if they can't do much to the enemy's forces, they can still buy us a precious few hours, Guo Wai said. Without accounting for travel time, taking down a stronghold generally took at least a day, which meant the most Bloodlust Blades could accomplish before Nie Yan returned was the occupation of the Blackstone stronghold. If it really came down to it, Asskickers United could just cut their losses. After all, the stronghold wasn't going anywhere. It would fall back in their hands after they won the war. All it meant was that their initial investment would be lost. Asskickers United would have no problem delaying the final battle until Nie Yan returned from the underworld. Aside from discussing plans on how to deal with Bloodlust Blades, Nie Yan also ordered Guo Wai to start recruiting more engineers, tinkerers, blacksmiths, and miners. He feared it would be too late if they waited until the war was over. Since Bloodlust Blades had produced armored catapults, Asskickers United also had to step up the pace, or risk facing grave consequences if they lagged too far behind in terms of both scientific advancements and technology. What Asskickers United lacked the least right now was alchemists. Branches of the Starry Night potion shop could be found all across the Viridian Empire. With over 600 alchemists employed, 13 of which were at the advanced rank, they were unrivaled and could fulfill all the needs of the guild. However, when it came to the other crafting professions, they were sorely underdeveloped. Guo Wai immediately got to work. Developing players for these several crafting professions would cost at least 100,000 gold. Talented engineers and tinkerers were especially hard to find. Thankfully, Nie Yan had given him a list of names, so all he had to do was go down the list. As for miners, that was a far simpler task. He could recruit 5 or 600 in a heartbeat. It was just a shame they couldn't spare the manpower for mining expeditions in the middle of a war. Generally, a whole map had to be cleared followed by the construction of a mine before operations could commence. Doing anything required gold. Wars especially were expensive. It was crucial Nie Yan took full advantage of the dark portal. Hurry back after you're finished with your business in the underworld. Also, that jewel crafter you asked me to look for, I've already found him, Guo Wai concluded. Alright, Nie Yan had asked Guo Wai to help him find an advanced jewel crafter because he wanted to use the 5 radiant gems in his possession to upgrade his special items. The two chatted for a while before hanging up. One of the benefits of the game capsule was that it could link both in-game and real-life communications. If Guo Wai had something important to report, he could exit the game and give Nie Yan's phone a call. Like this, they could circumvent the no communication restriction when players were in the territories of different factions, allowing Nie Yan to control Asskickers United remotely. Nie Yan returned his attention to the group of lava giants ahead of him. He carefully studied their paths in an attempt to figure out a pattern. Even after intently observing them for a long time, he failed to discover an opening. Do I really have to kill all of them to reach the top of the pillar? Suddenly, Nie Yan heard the faint sound of trickling water. He investigated further and discovered an underground lake hidden beneath the thick layers of rock. The maps in Conviction were always full of surprises. He hid under a crevice and slowly crawled over there before dipping his finger into the water. Surprisingly, it wasn't hot at all. He dived in headfirst and was greeted by a beautiful underwater world, where the only light was the scant rays that slipped through the cracks between the layers of rock. As Nie Yan passed by a few crevices, he could see the lava giants roaming around above him. After swimming for 150 meters, the pillar was within reach. Climbing back up to the surface through a crevice, Nie Yan discovered several lava giants roaming nearby. He hurriedly activated Disappear and took advantage of the increased cloaking to approach the pillar and start his ascent. A moment later, Nie Yan reached the top of the pillar. There he saw an eye calmly floating above a 1-meter-tall pedestal. It looked like a dazzling emerald emitting a brilliant splendor. It occasionally swiveled around as if it were still alive. This was Empress Fina's eye. This was the second occult item in the quest. Recalling the previous experience with Empress Fina's fang, Nie Yan equipped the detoxifying marble into his accessory slot before reaching out to take the eye. Suddenly, it trembled and locked onto him. Nie Yan was struck by a powerful force, every nerve in his body firing off all at once as his skin turned deathly pale. This was the effect of an advanced poison. Nie Yan felt stiff all over as his body was paralyzed. Even moving his fingers was difficult. -342. -387. -403. Nie Yan hurriedly activated the detoxifying marble as he felt a warm energy course through him and slowly expelled the poison. Nie Yan finally regained control of his body. With the detoxifying marble still in effect, he grabbed Empress Fina's eye. It resisted violently, trying to break free from his palm. However, his grip remained firm. It gradually lost its brilliance and transformed into an ordinary-looking marble. Nie Yan examined the properties of Empress Fina's eye. Empress Fina's eye quest item, occult item. Description: attacks inflict the enemy with poison and reduces their movement speed by 30%. It was the second of 3 occult items, and boasted pretty decent properties. Nie Yan checked his quest log. Quest progress: search for Empress Fina's venom sac, occult item 2/3. One more to go. Nie Yan wondered what sort of reward he would get for completing this quest. As for whether it would end there or continue on into another quest, he wasn't too sure. Nie Yan put away Empress Fina's eye in his bag. Although he had collected the eye, Bennett's soul didn't look like it was ready to stop. It danced around him and tried to guide him somewhere else. Surveying his surroundings, Nie Yan spotted a crevice below the pillar. He jumped back down and dove into the water. He started swimming forward, following after Bennett's soul. Gazing down at the serene depths of the lake, all Nie Yan saw was a large span of darkness along with the faint glow of lava here and there. Large clusters of gas bubbles would occasionally rise up and cloud his vision. Nie Yan was eventually led to an underwater ridge. As he moved along the ridge, he discovered another cave. I should still have enough breath left. Nie Yan swam into the cave. Traveling deeper inside, he noticed man-made scribblings on the walls. Could someone be living here? Pushing these doubts to the back of his mind, Nie Yan pressed forward. As he looked around, he noticed all sorts of strange veiny runes drawn into the walls. They were made out of a black substance and stretched all the way into the depths of the cave. Nie Yan eventually arrived in a stone room, where he could see the flicker of a figure's shadow. Any monster or NPC that was residing here would at least be level 80. Nie Yan became wary. He slowed his movements and entered stealth. The stone room was roughly 50 by 50 meters, and was completely empty save for an NPC in tattered clothes sitting at the center. He was surrounded by black rope-like lines which converged on him and extended out all across the floor and walls. This was a ceiling formation. Nie Yan looked at the NPC's face and saw a bare white skull with 2 red flames flickering in the eye sockets. It was an undead NPC. Nie Yan's heart tightened. At this moment, the NPC raised his head and looked in his direction. He felt like he was completely laid bare under his gaze. Human, what are you doing here? The NPC asked in the ancient common language, his voice hoarse. The modern common language had replaced the ancient common language in the Viridian Empire hundreds of years ago. This meant the NPC had been around since at least the era of shared governance. The era of shared governance, a splendid age that gave birth to countless dazzling talents who would go on to become legendary figures. But within the constant strife, many ultimately failed to escape the hands of fate and became nothing more than sunken bones in the river of time. Those who survived to the modern day could be counted on a single hand. Of the people Nie Yan had met, Karsi counted as one, war god Kello as well, and now this NPC before him too. The general rule of thumb was the longer live the more powerful. The level of might these undying existences had reached wasn't something ordinary NPCs could ever hope to attain. Since Nie Yan had been discovered, he no longer had any reason to stay hidden. He dispelled his stealth and tried to walk over to an empty corner in the room, only to feel a powerful force pushing him back. There was a protective barrier here. Nie Yan suddenly saw numerous incorporeal chains stretching out from the walls binding the NPC to this room. The chains were invisible yet extremely strong. Nie Yan carefully looked over the undead NPC with transcendent insight. Necromancer Nadago, legendary, level 260. Health, /????. Nie Yan couldn't see the NPC's health and other stats. Nadago's level was somewhat lower than that of Kellowitz. He evidently still hadn't reached the realm of a god. The legendary staff fragment Nie Yan picked up from that lesson earlier probably belonged to this very person. Bennett's soul trembled restlessly, as if it had sensed something. The pair of flames in Nadago's eye sockets pulsed in surprise. So, it's the soul of that mole lord. I actually have something on here that might interest you. He took out a black talisman with a myriad of profound charms drawn on it. Bennett's soul shone brilliantly in resonance with the talisman, lighting up the entire stone room. Nie Yan was convinced the black talisman had some sort of connection with Bennett's soul. Why else would it guide him here? Nadago grinned mysteriously with a rattle of his jaw. This is an occult talisman. It allows you to summon a powerful mole lord from a pocket dimension. However, the summon will just be an empty vessel. If you let this mole lord's soul merge with it, it'll become an unstoppable behemoth that can rampage across the battlefield. Nadago's eerie cackle sent shivers down Nie Yan's spine. It was as if he knew Nie Yan would be interested in this talisman, like a fisherman throwing out his bait. Can I see it? Nie Yan finally asked after a long moment of hesitation. To Nie Yan's surprise, Nadago didn't refuse. Instead, he nodded in agreement. Sure. With a wave of Nadago's fingerbone, the talisman slowly floated over to Nie Yan. Nie Yan accepted the talisman and examined its properties. Occult talisman, legendary, special item. Description: summon a level 100 mole lord with 2 million health for 3 hours. Cooldown: 60 days. What a terrifying item. 60 days. In both his lifetimes playing Conviction and browsing its forums, Nie Yan had never even heard of something with such a ridiculously long cooldown. Perhaps only an SSS grade quest could reward such an absurd item. At this stage of the game, a level 100 mole lord could absolutely steamroll over any player-occupied stronghold. Nie Yan's eyes flashed with greed. He wanted this occult talisman for himself. Since Nadago was an NPC from the evil faction, stealing from him wouldn't be considered a crime. Nadago was the enemy. Just as this thought crossed Nie Yan's mind, Nadago's jaws chattered as his eerie cackle filled the room. Don't even think about it. Without my permission, do you really think you can take away an item from the hands of me, a legendary necromancer? Even if I've been sealed in this damned place for almost a millennia, I can still easily snuff out your meager life with a snap of my finger. Nadago dismissively flicked a finger, causing the talisman to shatter into motes of light and fade away. Nie Yan's right hand was jolted by the dreadful power. It turned numb and unresponsive. This was a warning from Nadago. It appeared things weren't going to play out as nicely as Nie Yan had hoped. Since Nadago was an evil faction NPC, Nie Yan would suffer punishment from the righteous faction if he accepted a quest from him. Not to mention Nadago was a dangerous figure. There was no telling Nadago wouldn't stab him in the back afterwards, causing all his efforts to go up in smoke. Nadago's incorporeal chains shook as he stood up and leveled his gaze at Nie Yan. His eyes flared up, igniting a rising sense of dread in Nie Yan. Nie Yan's heart trembled. He forcefully calmed himself. May I ask what you want my help with? There was no harm in listening to the conditions of the quest first. It's simple. All you have to do is follow what I say. Don't test me. If I sense even a hint of movement from you. Oh, and don't try to flee either, or I'll instantly turn you into a corpse. Nie Yan felt a wisp of dark magic wrap around his throat, ready to end him at any time. Nie Yan's mind raced as he desperately sought a way to save himself and kill Nadago. Nagago waved his staff as black obelisks erupted from the ground. Nie Yan looked around and noted 7 in total. They were arranged in a strange pattern. Each of them carried a glowing white oval stone roughly the size of a fist. Nagago was bathed in their radiance as he cowered back in fear and shielded his eyes, letting out a string of curses in a language foreign to Nie Yan's ears. Nie Yan's eyes shook as he noticed the stone floating on top of the obelisks resembled the holy stone in his bag, except these were larger and contained much more holy power. It was precisely these stones that were sealing Nagago. Nagago waved his hand. Suddenly, the Nagago staff of curses appeared in Nie Yan's hands. A powerful miasma gushed out from the skull at the tip, brimming with destructive power. Nie Yan looked at the staff in his hand. He never expected the item he obtained from the Leshen would come into play this quickly. The miasma corroded the barrier and tore open a hole. Now then, enter, Nagago beckoned. Nie Yan hesitated for a moment. Right now he was a fish on the chopping block. He could only follow Nagago's command while hoping for an opportunity to arise. Nie Yan slowly walked forward while observing the other side's expression. Even though Nagago's face was a bare skull, he could still sense the change in mood. In the instant Nie Yan stepped foot inside the barrier, he caught a trace of anxiousness flash across Nagago's face. Nagago was afraid. Nie Yan confirmed he could threaten Nagago's life after entering the barrier. Now he just needed to figure out how to kill him. With this knowledge, he calmed himself down. No good would come from being rash in this sort of situation. Bennett's soul floated in front of Nie Yan and fluttered around, seemingly trying to tell him something. Nie Yan checked his quest log. Fate of Empress Venus. Follow the soul of Mole Lord Bennett and help him find out what happened to his beloved Empress Venus. Objectives. Search for Empress Venus Venom Sac, occult item, 2/3. Kill the legendary necromancer Nagago and take the occult talisman. Sure enough, the quest objective was to kill Nagago, not save him. Destroy the holy stone toward the stellar fire. Nagago shouted in a hoarse voice. The stellar fire was a direction which roughly pointed northeast. It was terminology used by mages. Nie Yan waved Nagago's staff of curses and fired out a shadow arrow. Bang! The holy stone exploded into powder that gently fluttered to the ground. Good. Now destroy the holy stone toward the stellar water next. Nagago ordered with an elated expression. With the first holy stone destroyed, he could already feel the illusory chains binding him loosening. Bang! Nie Yan waved the staff again and shattered another holy stone. After 1,000 years, I'll finally get to leave this damn place. My first act will be to send that old bastard Karsi straight to hell. And then I'll plunge the entire Viridian Empire into darkness and convert everyone there into my army of the unliving. Nagago cackled hysterically, his sinister voice reverberating through the stone room. At this moment, Bennett's soul absorbed the power from the fragments of the destroyed holy stones and released a dazzling light. Nie Yan could feel the power within Nagago's staff of curses weakening. Even though he wasn't sure what he was supposed to do, he understood the staff was crucial to progressing the quest. It was the only thing that could destroy the holy stones. When Nagato momentarily lost himself in his ravings, Nie Yan took advantage of the opportunity to unsheath Zenard's sword. Let's hope this works out. He slashed down without any hesitation and chopped off the skull at the tip of the staff. The skull let out an anguished scream before shattering on the floor. Nagago's staff of curses was destroyed. Nagago's soul suffered a heavy blow, putting him in a weakened state. Why you? What have you done? I'll skin you alive and torture your soul for all eternity. Nagago furiously cursed. After a millennium of imprisonment, he had finally found an opportunity to break free of the shackles binding him and was only moments away from obtaining the freedom he so desired. But this wretched human ruined everything. He had channeled much of his soul into the staff of curses, employing Nie Yan as a proxy to shatter the holy stones. Its destruction represented a significant loss of his power. Nie Yan was elated his gamble paid off. Although he had noticed the changes occurring in the staff of curses as soon as he entered the barrier, he was walking on a knife's edge. Nagago could instantly end his life at the first sign of resistance. So, he could only bide his time, patiently waiting for an opportunity to appear. Had he not complied with the orders, he would be a corpse right now. Impatience was the greatest enemy to achieving one's own goals. With freedom right before his eyes, Nagago had dropped his guard, giving Nie Yan the opportunity to turn the tide. Nevertheless, it was a pity such a valuable staff had to be sacrificed. Nie Yan burst into action as he activated God's blessing and dashed toward Nagago with Zenard's sword slashing down. Nagago was a caster, so God's blessing could nullify his damage. Nagago chanted out a cryptic incantation and cast a powerful curse on Nie Yan as a dark mist tightly wrapped around him. However, the curse rapidly dissipated before disappearing entirely upon making contact with the membrane of light around Nie Yan. After being closed in on by Nie Yan, the flames in Nagago's eye sockets trembled in panic. Zenard's sword ruthlessly chopped down on Nagago's chest, shattering 2 ribs and revealing a beating heart. This was his weak point. Necromancers were still human, albeit ones that endlessly pursued the power of death and transformed themselves into undead. But before becoming liches, they still couldn't entirely shed themselves of their mortal coil. Still, Nie Yan was surprised Nagago was this weak. It appeared the destruction of the staff of curses had dealt him a severe blow. Piffed, Nie Yan plunged his dagger into Nagago's heart. Blood started gushing out like a fountain. Nagago roared out in pain and unleashed a powerful blast of death energy which sent Nie Yan flying back. The remaining holy stones shone even brighter, melting away the death energy in the surroundings before eventually reaching their limit and shattering into pieces. The stone room shook violently while web-like cracks spread out across the walls. As the dust and smoke settled, Nagago, drained of all his power, collapsed on the ground. Nie Yan glanced at his health, roughly 20% remaining. Fortunately, he wasn't harmed by the death energy thanks to effects of God's blessing. He was only injured by the physical damage portion of the blast. You have gained 2,186,578 experience for killing the legendary necromancer Nagago. Take the broken pieces of Nagago's staff of curses to Great General Breakspear. As 3 crisp jingles rang out in his head, Nie Yan went from level 63 to level 66. The experience reward was quite generous. Nie Yan opened up his quest window. Fate of Empress Venus. Follow the soul of Mole Lord Bennett and help him find out what happened to his beloved Empress Venus. Objectives. Search for Empress Venus Venom Sac, occult item, 2/3. Check box with check kill the legendary necromancer Nagago and take the occult talisman. Nie Yan walked over to Nagago's corpse and picked up the loot. He found the occult talisman in a mysterious black scroll. The occult talisman is finally mine. Nie Yan could hardly contain his excitement. Occult talisman legendary special item. Description: summon a level 100 mole lord with 2 million health for a maximum of 3 hours. Cooldown: 60 days. Requirements: 20 great mages, 3 occult items, 1 soul, and 1 magical array. Nie Yan already had 2 occult items in Bennett's soul. He could probably scrape up 20 great mages by asking for the help of Sapphire Shrine, Holy Empire, War God Tribe, and Battle-Crazed Alliance. As for the magical array, his vision fell on the elaborate hexagram array drawn on the black scroll. Nie Yan would require an experienced great mage to set up the array. Furthermore, he'd also need 3 more great mages with the largest mana pools to hold the occult items. Together, the 20 great mages would have to chant for roughly an hour without interruption to summon the Mole Lord. Afterwards, the 20 great mages would have to continuously expend mana to keep the Mole Lord in this plane. If the supply of mana was cut, it would disappear and couldn't be summoned again for 60 days. The occult talisman was off cooldown and could be used right away. The only thing missing was the last remaining occult item, Empress Fina's venom sac. Nie Yan tucked these items together in a corner of his bag. They had to be treated with great care. If the Mole Lord was used wisely, it'd be a game-changing trump card. He couldn't help but wonder if there were others who had similar items. Although the possibility was infinitesimally low, he still had to remain vigilant. Nie Yan noticed beside the just in his status window, Brave was also added. This was the reward for killing legendary necromancer Nadago. He had no idea what these 2 modifiers meant. They required further research. After searching around the room, Nie Yan didn't find anything else. He retraced his steps and left the cave. Bennett's soul didn't appear again. The shattering of the holy stones probably had something to do with this disappearance. Without it guiding him, Nie Yan had no way of finding Empress Fina's venom sac. Looking at the server clock, it was almost time for his meeting with War Lance. Nie Yan couldn't use a return scroll, so he could only make the journey back on foot. It took him about half an hour to arrive back at the flight point on the island. He paid the fee and flew back to the mainland, where he then galloped off toward the Ivory Village on his Faulkner warhorse. About 20 minutes later, the Ivory Village came within sight. Similar to Graveyard Village, it was also surrounded by a large plain with tombstones everywhere. This was a massive graveyard. Occasionally, corpse-eating birds could be seen flying overhead in the dark sky. Nie Yan passed by the 2 skeleton guards stationed at the entrance and entered inside. This place wasn't as bustling as Graveyard Village. Only a few players were walking on the narrow streets. Nie Yan found a corner and set up a stall, putting his wares up on display as he waited for War Lance to arrive. Since arriving back in the underworld, Nie Yan had killed hundreds of players and filled several of his bags to the brim with their equipment. He might as well put them up for sale in his little stall and earn a bit of money while passing the time. There weren't many people in this village, with most of them only passing by. However, all the players here were at least level 40 or higher. And more importantly, all of them had money to spend. Add this to the fact that Nie Yan's wares were cheap and the quality high, they sold out fairly quickly. Tallying up his profits, he made almost 3,000 gold. Roughly an hour and a half later, Nie Yan had emptied everything from his bag, and War Lance finally arrived. War Lance quickly spotted Nie Yan. After exchanging meaningful looks, the 2 of them walked into a tavern. They sat at a table in a remote corner of the room. We have to be careful. Recently, we've entered a war with several guilds. There are players tailing me. The guild leader couldn't personally come since he's too big of a target. Nie Yan nodded. As long as they remained discreet, everything would more or less be fine. At this moment, 2 thieves in black leather armor walked into the tavern. They found a table not too far from Nie Yan and War Lance and sat down. Nie Yan discovered these 2 players were both great thieves. War Lance glanced at them before returning his attention to Nie Yan. Those 2 belong to enemy guilds. Let's use private chat. When you leave the village later, make sure you don't get followed. Nie Yan chuckled. No worries. If I don't want to be followed, no one can keep up with me. That aside, back at the Lava Sea, I ended up encountering the thief you expelled from your guild. Will there be any problems? He was worried Les would leak his relationship with Fallen Angel to outsiders. It's fine. We have him under our watch, War Lance said. They naturally wouldn't leave such a loose end. You've brought the equipment. War Lance nodded. He handed over all the equipment to Nie Yan, along with 50 stacks of Death Wave scrolls. So, how did the equipment I brought you sell? Nie Yan asked with a smile. He assumed Fallen Angel had made a nice profit. We've already sold everything. The gold really helped us out of a crisis. Since both sides profited, this collaboration could continue smoothly. It appeared Fallen Angel was quite satisfied with their partnership. After completing their transaction, Nie Yan and War Lance bid each other farewell, with the latter leaving first. Nie Yan looked at the equipment in his bag, several dozen pieces that increased night vision, a few that increased focus, and the rest increased shadow damage. The demand for night vision equipment on the surface was finite. Since so many pieces had been sold only a week ago, if another batch were to flood the market so soon, the equipment likely wouldn't sell to their full potential. Additional time was required to allow players to digest. Although equipment that increased shadow damage wasn't as popular on the surface, it would still sell well enough. After sorting out his inventory, Nie Yan stood up and walked toward the tavern exit. Shortly after, the 2 great thieves also got up and left. Giving up on their pursuit of War Lance, they entered stealth to tail Nie Yan and find out his identity instead. Nie Yan glanced at his status bar. He had been marked by Pursuit, a spectral thief exclusive skill that allowed the tracking of an invisible target. However, the mark would disappear if the target got more than 100 meters away. Nie Yan looped around the area, using the 20% speed boost from Gale Step to throw off his pursuers, before he exited Ivory Village and sprinted off into the wilderness. By the time the 2 great thieves realized they had been fooled, Nie Yan was long gone. He had faded into the eternal night that shrouded the underworld. Nie Yan made his way through the wilderness. Every so often, he spotted players from various guilds wandering about, searching every nook and cranny for him to no avail. 6 different guilds. Looks like Fallen Angel made quite a few enemies this time. But, they still can't catch me. Finding a spot hidden away from view, Nie Yan ditched his black cloak and switched back to the righteous faction. Nie Yan started looking for a place to level. When the dark portal came off cooldown in 2 days, he could finally return to the surface. After grinding for a full 5 hours, Nie Yan found himself in a dense forested region full of level 70+ monsters. At this moment, Bennett's soul floated out of the journal and appeared before him. To his surprise, it had grown bigger and brighter than before. Bennett's soul drifted through the woods much faster than before. Nie Yan picked up his pace to keep up as it made a beeline toward the south. Half an hour later, after passing through numerous maps, Nie Yan arrived in a region full of level 100+ monster. His scalp turned numb. The monsters here could kill him with a single attack. Level 100 was a watershed like level 50. An ordinary level 100 monster was as strong as a level 90 elite. Similarly, the equipment at level 100 became much better as well. For example, the base stats of level 100 white grade equipment were equivalent to that of level 90 gold grade equipment. The drop rate also saw a sharp decline, about 1 in a few hundred. As a result, many players would find themselves stalling at this level. Nie Yan had first-hand experience of how difficult it was to overcome this barrier. When he had reached level 100 in his past life, even white-grade equipment cost an arm and a leg. It wasn't until much later, as level 100 plus players grew more abundant, that prices slowly fell to more reasonable levels. Trying to fight a level 100 plus monster with level 50 equipment was nothing short of courting death. Take the Guardian of Order as an example, even if it was a level 100 monster with inferior intelligence, it was still an immensely powerful existence. Nie Yan surveyed his surroundings and spotted several rock giants roaming around up ahead. They were 5 meters tall with bulging muscles and marble-like skin, and wielded spiked clubs embedded with wolf teeth. Nie Yan snuck up to one of the rock giants and activated Transcendent Insight. Rock Giant Hunters, level 100. Health, 110,000 110,000. Nie Yan looked up the information page for rock giant hunters on the official website. Though relatively weak for level 100 monsters, rock giant hunters couldn't be underestimated. They possessed smart combat AI, strong defensive and offensive skills, and their attacks could stun. They could be best described as caster killers. Their stun in combination with their quick speed allowed them to jump on players in no time. Only those with at least 500 movement speed would have any hope of keeping up with them. Nie Yan didn't wish to tangle with these rock giant hunters. But Empress Fina's venom sac was too important to him. Since he was already so close to his goal, it would be a shame to turn back now. As Bennett's soul flew off into the distance, Nie Yan cautiously proceeded forward. He made sure to maintain a distance of no less than 30 meters between him and any of the rock giant hunters. The level discrepancy was too high. Any closer and he would likely be noticed. Nie Yan eventually arrived at the entrance to a ravine and spotted 7 rock giant hunters blocking the path forward. Bennett's soul flew over to Nie Yan and bounced up and down in front of his face. It seemed to be telling him that Empress Fina's venom sac was in this ravine. Nie Yan touched the rock walls to the side and noticed they were covered in a slippery substance. He couldn't make use of the crawler ring. He had to think of another way. After observing the movements of the rock giant hunters, Nie Yan activated pygmy transformation and started making his way forward while sticking close to the wall. Before long, he was near enough to make out the full appearance of the rock giants. Their sinister faces and immense size, especially now that he was a third of his normal size, made them quite frightening. Nie Yan didn't know what the safe distance between him and the rock giant hunters was while in pygmy form. He gradually neared the 30-meter mark, his body hidden in the shadows cast by the rock walls. As the rock giant hunters patrolled around, the one closest to Nie Yan started walking in his direction. 25 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters. Nie Yan started growing anxious. In the end, he wasn't willing to take the risk and retreated back to his previous hiding spot. Pondering over the matter, Nie Yan opened up the window for divine recruitment. He looked down the list and summoned KO, the rank 7 paladin that boasted 200% of his stats. It seemed like Nie Yan couldn't avoid sacrificing KO this time around. In any case, he could just pay a fee to revive him later. Sir Devil Slayer, how may I assist you? KO asked respectfully. Nie Yan took manual control of KO and made him approach the 7 rock giant hunters. The rock giant hunters started hollering and making threatening gestures. Although Nie Yan couldn't understand them since they were speaking in the rock giant language, the meaning was clear: back off. Nie Yan directed KO to use purification on one of the rock giant hunters. After the attack struck one of them, all the rock giant hunters charged toward KO. Under Nie Yan's control, KO turned tail and fled with indomitable will, disappearing into the darkness. As KO lured the rock giant hunters further and further away, Nie Yan seized the opportunity to pass through the long and narrow passage and enter the ravine. Several minutes later, Nie Yan received a notification that KO was killed. Nie Yan followed Bennett's soul through the ravine, eventually arriving in an open space covering 500 by 500 meters. The vegetation here was cleared away, and the ground was smoothed out with gravel. A large stone platform about 3 meters tall with an area of 10,000 square meters sat in the middle of the open space. There were flights of stairs on all 4 sides, leading up to the top, where 3 rock giants in robes could be seen roaming around. They were noticeably bigger than the ones outside. You have discovered the Cavell Sacrificial Star platform. Nie Yan cautiously approached the altar and inspected one of the robed rock giants with transcendent insight. Rock Giant Stargazer, leader, level 100. Health, 100,000 100,000. Although there were no other rock giants in this area, these 3 rock giant stargazers were more than enough to stop Nie Yan dead in his tracks. There appeared to be something at the center of the platform. Nie Yan moved to a different side. Peering through the gap between 2 rock giant stargazers, he saw a peculiar object floating 3 meters in the air. It was around the size of a fist and let out a resplendent green glow. Since he was too far away, Nie Yan couldn't tell exactly what it was. At this moment, Bennett's soul flew to his side and informed him the object was Empress Fina's venom sac. Nie Yan opened up the relevant information page on the official website for rock giant stargazers. Rock giant stargazers, even deep in the underworld, these rock giants can still sense changes in the stars. They are servants of darkness that possess formidable magic power. Rock giant stargazers had a large variety of skills at their disposal. The most notable were Wolf Golem, which summoned a giant wolf made out of stone, Lunar Sacrifice, which dealt continuous damage to all living creatures within a 50-meter radius, and Howl of Terror, which knocked out all targets within a 30-meter radius. Besides this, their physical attacks were even stronger than the rock giant hunters. These rock giant stargazers were quite frightening. Nie Yan cautiously approached within 30 meters of one of them, whereupon it seemed to notice something and looked in his direction. The gaze hidden behind its hood seemed like it could pierce through the darkness. Nie Yan held his breath, not daring to move an inch. After a while, the rock giant stargazer turned away. Only then did Nie Yan dare to slowly step back. Even with the increased stealthing capabilities from pygmy transformation, the safe distance was only 30 meters. He estimated that range would increase to at least 50 meters if he returned to his original size. The level 100 rock giant stargazers prevented Nie Yan from taking even half a step forward. Empress Fina's venom sac was so close, yet so far away. Nie Yan wondered if these rock giant stargazers could be lured away from the sacrificial star platform like those 7 rock giant hunters guarding the entrance to the ravine earlier. Were that to be the case, he would have to sacrifice Lil Gold this time since he had already used divine recruitment. Although the loyalty lost would take a long time to recover, it'd be worth it if he could obtain Empress Fina's venom sac. Nie Yan retreated out of the open space to a secluded area about 300 meters away and summoned Lil Gold. He started making his preparations. Nie Yan entered stealth and returned to the open space. He circled around to the north of the sacrificial star platform, then ordered Lil Gold to approach from the south. Before long, Lil Gold caught the attention of the 3 rock giant stargazers. All of them turned to focus on him. Nie Yan cautiously approached the platform. He was waiting for Lil Gold to lure away the rock giant stargazers, so he could run up and snatch away Empress Fina's venom sac. Lil Gold breathed out scorching hot flames at the rock giant stargazers, only to see a dark membrane of light envelop their bodies at the last moment. Bang! The dragon breath collided with the dark barriers and exploded into embers which quickly faded into the sky. The flames couldn't even touch the rock giant stargazers' robes. Nie Yan hurriedly ordered Lil Gold to flee. Contrary to Nie Yan's expectations, the rock giant stargazers didn't leave the platform. They waved their staffs and summoned 3 wolf golems. Standing over 2 meters tall with massive builds, they immediately pounced after Lil Gold, who was much slower than them. After all, they were level 100 summons. Lil Gold barely made it about 400 meters before the wolf golems caught up and clawed him to shreds. Nie Yan winced at the tragic fate that befell his pet. Lil Gold wasn't a match for these level 100 wolf golems. Your pet Lil Gold has died. Nie Yan was just about to rush up the platform when he halted his steps. Slowly, he backed away. His plan had gone up in smoke after failing to lure the rock giant stargazers away from the altar. Nie Yan paced back and forth at the outy skirts of the sacrificial star platform, trying to come up with a suitable plan. But nothing came to mind. He could only wait until the next day for some of his key skills to come off cooldown. Nie Yan found a safe corner in the ravine and logged off. Wondering how Asskickers United was holding up without him, Nie Yan called up Guo Wai. Since Guo Wai also had a game capsule, they could talk while he was still in game. Guo Wai sent over a few videos to Nie Yan, who played them on his cell phone while being briefed on the situation. It appeared the war was already in full swing. After surrounding the Blackstone stronghold, Bloodlust Blades had set up their 3 armored catapults, which launched glowing red-hot iron balls weighing almost 30 pounds into the sky. They flew several hundreds meters and crashed into the outer walls. Several even landed inside the stronghold and exploded into crowds of people, killing dozens of players in an instant and transforming them into rays of light. Asskickers United had suffered heavy losses after launching several raids in an attempt to destroy the 3 armored catapults. The elites dispatched by Angel Corps from the Starian Empire had placed down all sorts of obstructions outside the Blackstone stronghold, caltrops from the demon hunters and thunderstorm mines from the elemental shamans. The thunderstorm mines in particular were spread out quite extensively, dotting the ground in a 500-meter radius. Any player unlucky enough to get too close would be annihilated by an explosion of lightning energy that covered a 5-meter radius. Bloodlust Blades didn't send any of their players out. They continued using the armored catapults to bombard the Blackstone stronghold, destroying the outer walls at a rapid pace. Each of the armored catapults could launch 5 iron balls at a time every 120 seconds. Asskickers United side had already descended into chaos. Blade Light and Smokestub were in charge of the Blackstone stronghold's defense. Many of the walls required urgent repairs. They knew the chances of winning this siege were slim to none. Their only goal was to delay Bloodlust Blades for as long as possible. Almost all the players guarding the Blackstone stronghold right now belonged to the 5 auxiliary guilds. Although they numbered over 100,000, they were weak. Even if they died, the loss wouldn't hurt Asskickers United. About half an hour into the video, the outer walls finally collapsed, and the forces from Bloodlust Blades flooded into the Blackstone stronghold like a surging tide. After an entire day of fierce fighting, it finally came to an end. The Blackstone stronghold was lost. The forces from Bloodlust Blades started marching on towards the Crypt stronghold, causing Asskickers United to sink into panic. The Crypt stronghold absolutely couldn't fall. Asskickers United had poured a vast amount of resources into it, not to mention the capital invested into it by the Dragonsaur Financial Group. If it were to fall, all their efforts would go down the drain. Especially the Dragonsaur Financial Group, it would take them at least 20 days to recoup their initial investment. Yet the Crypt stronghold had only been captured less than a week ago. If the Crypt stronghold was fully developed, it would almost assuredly become a flourishing metropolis second only to Kalor. Even if Asskickers United was on the verge of collapse, the Crypt stronghold couldn't fall. It would take Bloodlust Blades forces at least 3 hours to arrive at the Crypt stronghold. Asskickers United had to stall for as much time as possible. Asskickers United started mobilizing their forces in Kalor. Regardless of whether it was Sapphire Shrine or Holy Empire, they were all preparing for war. Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrine continuously dispatched troops to harass Bloodlust Blades. However, they suffered great losses at the hands of the armored catapults. A single bombardment wiped almost 300 players from over 500 meters away. This destructive power was truly frightening. After watching through all the videos, Nie Yan had a rough understanding of the situation. If the Crypt stronghold fell, Asskickers United would suffer a huge blow. He needed to hurry back to the surface. During most of the day, Nie Yan discussed with Guo Wai about what steps Asskickers United would be taking going forward. As long as he returned to the surface, the 1 million gold could turn the tides. Later in the evening, Nie Yan logged back into conviction. He glanced at his skill bar. With the start of a new day, all his skills were off cooldown. Nie Yan continued trying to find a method to steal Empress Fina's venom sac. He watched the 3 rock giant stargazers walk to the other side of the sacrificial star platform. Perhaps this was an opportunity. Nie Yan slowly snuck over while in stealth. However, when he was only 20 meters from reaching the platform, he was stopped by a faint membrane of light. There was also a barrier here. He had no way of approaching the sacrificial star platform. Nie Yan fell into a daze. What the hell? A barrier too? There's no way I can complete this quest like this. At his wit's end, Nie Yan was prepared to leave. However, Bennett's soul kept lingering near the sacrificial star platform, refusing to leave. At this moment, Nie Yan happened to look east and spotted a 6-meter-tall stone tower sitting on a cliff edge 300 meters away. His mind trembled. Maybe it was related to the quest. Nie Yan made his way over and discovered a black tower. There was a giant black gem at the top which shone with a mesmerizing light. The walls of the tower were carved with all sorts of intricate constellations. It was a star atlas that represented the night sky. You have discovered a star shrine. Nie Yan opened up his quest window. Objectives. Destroy all the star shrines, 06. Enter the sacrificial star platform. Obtain Empress Fina's venom sac. Nie Yan looked around and spotted 5 other black towers flickering in the darkness. With the sacrificial star platform as the core, they formed a hexagram array. Nie Yan approached the star shrine before him. After thinking for a bit, Nie Yan took out Zenard's sword. He leapt into the air with the leaper ring and slashed down on the black gem at the top of the shrine, shattering it into pieces. Nothing could stand up to Zenard's sword. Following the destruction of the black gem, the star shrine collapsed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust into the air. You have destroyed a star shrine. Following the quest markers, Nie Yan found the 5 remaining star shrines and destroyed each of them. When Nie Yan destroyed the final star shrine, the barrier surrounding the sacrificial star platform shattered like glass before disappearing into the air. The three rock giant stargazers turned their heads in Nie Yan's direction. They then left the altar and started moving towards him. Nie Yan's eyes widened in alarm. He quickly entered stealth and made a large detour around the rock giant stargazers before fleeing away. His fate would be sealed if the rock giant stargazers caught him. Failing to find the perpetrator, the rock giant stargazers turned around and returned to the sacrificial star platform. After destroying the barrier, it was possible to lure away the rock giant stargazers. With no other choice, Nie Yan once again summoned Lil Gold along with the rank 8 Paladin Ren. Finished with his preparations, Nie Yan had Lil Gold and Paladin Ren approach from opposite directions. Paladin Ren was the first to attract the attention of the rock giant stargazers. They waved their staffs and summoned 3 wolf golems which immediately pounced after her. Paladin Ren immediately turned around and fled. At this moment, Lil Gold emerged from the opposite side and breathed out flames at the rock giant stargazers. After being attacked, they left the sacrificial star platform and moved to surround him. Nie Yan glanced at Lil Gold's stats and discovered he had only lost 7 points of loyalty. Since Lil Gold had never died until now, his loyalty was quite high. So, dying once or twice wouldn't have that much of an impact. Even though Lil Gold had lured the rock giant stargazers away, he couldn't keep their attention for long, maybe half a minute to a minute at most. He was simply not their match at his current level. Nie Yan rushed up the sacrificial star platform. His heart raced, knowing Empress Fina's venom sac was almost within reach. Paladin Ren has died. The wolf golems caught up to Ren's and ripped her to shreds before she could even reach the 30-meter mark. On the other side, the rock giant stargazers caught up to Lil Gold after 60 meters. They waved their staffs as a powerful force enveloped him. Strangling shadows. Shadowy tendrils shot up from the ground and wrapped around Lil Gold, rendering him immobile. Lil Gold let out a miserable cry as the frightening power of the shadows crushed him to death. Nie Yan was only steps away from Empress Fina's venom sac when the 3 rock giant stargazers, sensing something, turned around and discovered him. They waved their staffs as a cryptic chant flowed out of their mouths. Howl of terror. A powerful sound wave swept out from the rock giant stargazers. Nie Yan was about to be struck by the howl of terror when he activated Adjudicator of God in the nick of time. Miss. Adjudicator of God granted magic immunity. Several curses also fell on Nie Yan. If it weren't for Adjudicator of God, the howl of terror and curses would have stopped him dead in his tracks. Nie Yan pounced forward and snatched away Empress Fina's venom sac. He immediately felt a stinging sensation in his palm. It was filled with potent poison, like the eye and fang. Nie Yan's skin rapidly turned a pale shade of green. He quickly removed the poison with the detoxifying marble, then tossed Empress Fina's venom sac into his bag. At this moment, the 3 rock giant stargazers rushed up and smashed down on Nie Yan with their staffs. Nie Yan smirked as he crushed the unknown transfer scroll in his hand. Crash! The staffs passed through the phantom image of Nie Yan and smashed into the floor of the sacrificial star platform. He had already teleported away. A moment later, Nie Yan's figure appeared in a patch of forest 1,000 meters away from the ravine. I'm safe. Nie Yan breathed out a sigh of relief. He hid in a nook beside a nearby tree and quietly waited for the dark portal to come back off cooldown. Nie Yan used this time to examine Empress Fina's venom sac. Empress Fina's venom sac quest item, occult item. Description: inflict 30% of the owner's attack power as a deadly poison that deals continuous damage over 30 seconds. Nie Yan had finally obtained 3 occult items, fulfilling the conditions required to use the occult talisman. He checked his quest window. Quest progress: search for the occult talisman, Arachne Empress Fina's. Another occult talisman, and this one seemed to be for summoning Arachne Empress Fina's. Sadly, Nie Yan would have to put off the search for another day. After all, he still hadn't even used the Mole Lord occult talisman. Nie Yan didn't move from his hiding spot. After a few hours, he opened the dark portal and stepped inside. Seeing the clear blue sky and breathing in the fresh air, Nie Yan knew he had finally returned home. As a surface dweller, the atmosphere in the underworld was stifling. The vice versa was also the same for players in the underworld. Teleporting back to Kalor with a return scroll, Nie Yan arrived to a guild office practically devoid of players. Everyone had left for the crypt stronghold. Its preservation was crucial to the survival of the guild. Nie Yan used the transfer point in the guild office to teleport to the crypt stronghold, where he was greeted by a large number of players bustling about. Nie Yan's arrival filled everyone with excitement. He was undoubtedly the backbone of Asskickers United. Boss, you're back. Almost every player in Asskickers United was called back to the crypt stronghold. All of the top elites were gathered here. Nie Yan quickly made his way to the guild headquarters, where Guowai and the other higher-ups were in the midst of a meeting. When they heard he had returned, they all came out to greet him. How's the situation? Where are Blade Light and the others? Nie Yan asked. They're busy handling the defense of the crypt stronghold, Guowai replied. Bloodlust Blade's forces will arrive in 2 hours. They've formed a defensive circle around the armored catapults and are advancing step by step. We have no way of stopping them. Sapphire Shrine and Holy Empire have already delayed them for a long time, and they've suffered heavy losses. Thank God you're back. I don't know what I'd do if we lost the stronghold while you were gone. I brought back another batch of equipment from the underworld. Get some people to put them up for sale on the auction houses. I estimate we'll make at least 1 million gold, Nie Yan said before handing over all the equipment in his bag to Guowai. Guowai's eyes widened in shock as he saw his trade window fill up with rare equipment. He estimated that even the cheapest pieces were well worth over 1,000 gold. The gold they would earn from selling off this equipment could resolve their money problems for a good while. Asskickers United simply had too many expenses. Besides covering for the guild members that died, Sapphire Shrine and Holy Empire also had to be compensated for their losses. One more thing, help me gather all the great mages in Asskickers United, Sapphire Shrine, Holy Empire, Battle-Crazed Alliance, and the War God Tribe, Nie Yan said. He planned to summon the Mole Lord with the occult talisman when the time was right. Since it had a cooldown of 60 days, it wasn't an item that could be used rashly. Guowai was baffled. Why did Nie Yan need so many great mages? However, he didn't pry any further and simply passed down the order to his subordinates. What's the progress with the goblin magic cannon? Nie Yan asked. A goblin magic cannon would certainly come in handy right about now. Since it had a far greater range than the armored catapults, it was perfect for defending a stronghold. We're at the final stages of the manufacturing process. I don't know how much longer it'll take to finish, probably around 5 to 6 hours, Guowai replied. Given the solid defenses of the crypt stronghold, it would take Bloodlust Blades at least 2 days to break through. Let's go check ourselves, Nie Yan said. He had Guowai guide him to the secret underground workshop behind the guild headquarters. The goblin magic cannon would make or break this war. The two passed through a long, narrow tunnel and entered the workshop. The tinkerers inside were rushing to get the goblin magic cannon out, even more so now that they knew Bloodlust Blades was right outside their doorstep. According to the data Guo Wai gathered, armored catapults were more suited to battles on an open field than siege warfare because their range was only 500 meters. On the other hand, goblin magic cannons had a range of 1,000 meters, or even greater if placed at a higher elevation. Bloodlust Blades currently had no idea Asskickers United was building a goblin magic cannon. With the element of surprise, it would prove even more effective. The tinkerers turned their attention to the two visitors. Nie Yan nodded, gesturing for them to continue on with their work. As he inspected their progress, he saw the goblin magic cannon was nearly complete, only requiring a final few touches. The goblin magic cannon had a 3-meter-long barrel with a muzzle the size of a water basin. The body was iron black with a dark gold luster. Supporting everything was a solid metal stand. The whole thing weighed several thousand pounds. One could imagine just how much firepower a cannon this large possessed. Next to the goblin magic cannon was a large stack of cannonballs. Each one weighed 30 pounds. Heated red by the detonation of gunpowder, they would deal enormous damage, especially when fired from high atop the walls of a stronghold. How much longer will it take to finish? Nie Yan asked one of the tinkerers. We've already manufactured 50 cannonballs. There's plenty of gunpowder as well. All that's left is the mana injection of the barrel. If we're quick, it'll take 3, maybe 4 hours at most, the tinkerer explained in a respectful tone. He was someone who joined the guild later. Even though they had never met, he knew what Nie Yan looked like. After all, the name of Mad Rogue Nirvana Flame was famous across the entire Viridian Empire. To have achieved this much in only 5 days was impressive. After all, this was their first time manufacturing a goblin magic cannon. Hurry up. We'll be needing it soon, Nie Yan said. With Bloodlust Blades arriving in the next 2 hours, Asskickers United was in a desperate situation. Yes, boss. The tinkerer nodded fervently before urging the other tinkerers to work faster. Nie Yan handed over to Guo Wai the 350,000 gold he received from selling the surface world equipment to Fallen Angel. The money was used to reinforce the defenses of the crypt stronghold by putting up several more watchtowers. The players assigned with guarding the stronghold were also given a monetary reward. All of this greatly raised their morale. The only thing left to do was to wait for Bloodlust Blades forces to arrive. More than 100,000 players were stationed here, almost all of whom belonged to Asskickers United and their several branch guilds. They were determined to beat the enemy back, even if the defenses of the crypt stronghold fell. Nie Yan took a stroll atop the stronghold's 10-meter-high walls, which seemed impregnable. He gazed at the numerous watchtowers set up further back. The siege crossbows installed inside them could cover everything within a 50-meter radius. However, this type of wall still couldn't defend against the bombardments of the armored catapults, which were supposed to only appear at higher levels. At this stage of the game, nothing could withstand their firepower. This was why they couldn't hole up and weather the storm. 2 hours later, Nie Yan finally saw Bloodlust Blades forces approaching from the horizon. The enemy was finally here. Nie Yan came down from the stronghold walls. A group of 1,000 stood in the plaza outside the guild headquarters, ready to move out at his command. Bloodlust Blades had already slaughtered their way here. Asskickers United couldn't shrink back now. Every elite in Asskickers United was gathered here, even the ones who were previously in the middle of a quest. Asskickers United's survival was at stake in this battle. Nie Yan arrived in front of the crowd. Boss, those bastards from Bloodlust Blades are already here. Should we go out and teach them no one messes with Asskickers United? Undying Scoundrel asked in anticipation. He was really itching for a fight, especially since he had recently raised his level and the quality of his gear. What are you in such a hurry for? Just listen to the boss. Summer Bug scolded. Undying Scoundrel really left him feeling helpless at times. Nie Yan's eyes scanned through the crowd. He saw many familiar faces: Blade Light, Smoke Stub, Young Seven, Black Heaven, Lustboy, Sunny South. All of them represented the apex of Asskickers United. So far, the losses they had suffered to Bloodlust Blades were only superficial. The talents here before him were the lifeblood of the guild. The real war was only just beginning. Nie Yan turned to Guo Wai. Are the 20 great mages I asked for all here? Yep, all accounted for. Here's a list of their names, Guo Wai replied. Nie Yan recognized Yao Yao, Lustboy, Sunny South, Summer Bug, Undying Scoundrel, and several others on the list. There were 13 great mages from Asskickers United, 3 from Battle-Crazed Alliance, 2 from the War Gold Tribe, and 1 each from Sapphire Shrine and Holy Empire. Almost all the great mages in their alliance were gathered here. With just a glance, Asskickers United clearly had the most. At this stage of the game, every great mage was a powerful trump card. Most guilds would only have 1 or 2, maybe 3 if they were lucky. Even the number of great mages in Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors probably didn't exceed single digits. Boss, when will we take action? Boss, let's duke it out with those bastards outside right now. I can't stand the smug look on their faces. Yeah, let's wipe the floor with them. Just because we've been holding back, they're taking us for soft targets. The crowd started growing restless. The Blackstone stronghold was already in ruins. No guild in Kalor had ever dared to challenge Asskickers United's prestige before. With Bloodlust Blades humiliating them like this, every player in Asskickers United was simmering with rage. But Nie Yan had ordered them to stay put and preserve their strength. So, almost all the players on the battlefield right now belonged to the 5 branch guilds, Holy Empire, and Sapphire Shrine. Even though they had shaved away a bit of Bloodlust Blades' strength, the results were far from ideal. This was mainly because those armored catapults were too powerful. With the elites from Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, Divine Protectors, and Angel Corps protecting them, no one could get close enough to destroy them. However, Sapphire Shrine and Holy Empire had still served a crucial role. Their actions bought Asskickers United a lot of time. Everyone, calm down. Let them keep showing off for a bit longer. We'll shut their mouths soon enough. It's just Bloodlust Blades. Even an ant is more intimidating. We'll decimate them right here today. The crypt stronghold will flow with rivers of bloods, and their corpses will pile up sky high. Nie Yan coldly declared, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Whether it was Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, Divine Protectors, or Angel Corps, he would erase them from existence one by one. One more name crossed Nie Yan's mind, Cao Shu. What Bloodlust Blades? What Alliance of Mages? Divine Protectors? Angel Corps? HMMPH? All of you are just Cao Shu's fucking minions. As long as the Century Financial Group was still standing, Nie Yan couldn't rest easy. He definitely wouldn't let the tragedies of his past life repeat themselves. The Century Financial Group was a voracious glutton with a bottomless appetite. As long as they were given the opportunity, they would swallow up everything within sight. If Nie Yan didn't wish to be the prey, he had to become the hunter. Nie Yan wanted to shave away Cao Shu's strength bit by bit, starting with bloodlust blades right now. Yes, boss Nie Yan, with these words of yours, we brothers fear no one. Fuck those bloodlust blades bastards. The players in the crowd nodded in agreement. Paladin of the elegy had voiced out their thoughts. As long as Nie Yan showed his resolve, they would all unite together. None of them were afraid of bloodlust blades. Under Nie Yan's command, the 20 great mages gathered together. Yao Yao, dressed in a conspicuous white robe, caught his eye. Nie Yan gave Yao Yao an apologetic smile. He was busy commanding Askickers United's forces right now, so he couldn't spare her any attention. Don't mind me. The war is more important, Yao Yao sent Nie Yan a whisper. Nie Yan nodded. As Askickers United's guild leader, he naturally couldn't place anything above the guild at such a crucial time. Blade Light and the others recently obtained several group teleport scrolls when running the Siren Graveyard dungeon. I don't know if they'll be of any use, Guo Wai said, recalling the various rare items sitting in the treasury. Group teleport scrolls. Nie Yan's eyes widened in surprise. These items were extremely rare. Even if someone offered 50,000 gold for one, others still might not necessarily be willing to sell. It was basically an item without a set market price. The fact that Blade Light and the others had acquired several scrolls left him speechless. What rank are they? Nie Yan asked. There were 3 ranks of group teleport scrolls. Junior group teleport scrolls could teleport up to 30 players for a maximum of 1,000 meters away. Intermediate group teleport scrolls could teleport up to 200 players, and as for advanced group teleport scrolls, he had never encountered them before. 1 intermediate and 2 junior group teleport scrolls. Guo Wai replied. Great, Nie Yan said. The 3 group teleport scrolls could turn the tide of battle, especially if they were used properly. Group teleport scrolls were different from other teleportation scrolls in that it required someone to already be at the target location for the group to teleport over. Nevertheless, it was still quite useful. Nie Yan led these 1,000 elites from Askickers United out of the crypt stronghold to a nearby forested mountain area. The cover would aid them greatly. Even if Bloodlust Blade's force knew where they were, there was nothing they could do. The rough terrain of a forest greatly reduced the effectiveness of an army. After a while, Nie Yan arrived at the top of a hill. He looked up ahead and saw the more than 50,000 Bloodlust Blades players gathered in the plains outside the crypt stronghold. They stretched out as far as the eye could see, and they were prepared for war. The 3 armored catapults were slowly escorted forward, stopping at around 300 meters from the crypt stronghold. There they began firing, bombarding the outer walls with explosive shells. Heavy explosions rang out as debris flew everywhere, shaking the entire wall. The elites from Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, Divine Protectors, and Angel Corps had set up defenses around the armored catapults, such as thunderstorm mines and caltrops, to prevent the players from Askickers United from approaching. If Bloodlust Blades and their allies tried to storm the crypt stronghold right now, they would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. The crypt stronghold was practically an iron fortress, with high walls, numerous watchtowers, and 100,000 players guarding it. They could only rely on the immense firepower of the armored catapults to break through the defenses first. So far, aside from the armored catapults repeatedly bombarding the crypt strongholds, both sides hadn't taken any action. However, everyone could sense this was only the calm before the storm, and a battle of a massive scale was about to break out. Nie Yan separated the 20 great mages from the main group and led them to a hidden clearing in the forest. Lustboy was the most knowledgeable in magic arrays, so he was given the task of setting up the elaborate hexagram array for summoning the Mole Lord. Every ley line was drawn in a meticulous fashion, not allowing for the slightest error. Before long, a complete circular array appeared on the ground, filled with all sorts of complex patterns and formations. It lit up brilliantly and brimmed with mysterious power. The occult summoning array would take a long time to complete. Summoning the Mole Lord would also require a lot of time. In preparation for that, Yao Yao and another great mage worked together to construct a barrier to conceal their presence from the outside world and protect against attacks. With the perimeter secured, they could begin. In the meantime, the 1,000 players in the main group had organized into their respective ranks and hid themselves in another region of the mountain. They weren't allowed to approach the occult summoning array, so they had no idea what the players on Nie Yan's side were doing. For the sake of preventing information from leaking out, Nie Yan had no choice but to take such drastic measures. As a level 100 monster with 2 million health, the Mole Lord was an unstoppable behemoth. The only thing capable of posing a threat to it on the enemy's side were the 3 armored catapults. That was why, before the Mole Lord was summoned, they had to be destroyed at all costs. Without anything capable of threatening its existence, the Mole Lord could rampage freely on the battlefield. Under the bombardment of the armored catapults, the outer walls of the crypt strongholds were already starting to show cracks. The players stationed nearby also took heavy losses. The situation was chaotic, with loud explosions constantly rocking the walls. The higher-ups of Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, Divine Protectors, and Angel Corps were observing the siege from atop a hill some distance away. Even they couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble at the destructive power of the armored catapults. Why has there still been no movement from Askickers United's side? Mad Blade frowned. Relax, they're probably just turtling since they don't have a good way to deal with our armored catapults. No matter how many players they send out, we'll slaughter them like livestock. A tall youth declared with a confident smile. He looked to be in his 20s and had an air of grace and aloofness about him. He wore leather armor covered in elven totemic runes which shimmered with an azure glow and carried a 2-meter longbow on his back. Surrounded by a fiery aura, one could even see a flaming bird dancing along the shaft and string. It was the Ichabod Ocean Star set and the Palant Phoenix longbow, both of which were sub-legendary grade. This sort of equipment didn't lose out to Nie Yan's in any way. But while he focused on quality and raw stats, Nie Yan focused on more special items. He was the guild leader of Angel Corps, the elven demon hunter, Soaring Angel. Some of the people here were evidently Soaring Angel's confidants. Angel Corps was without a doubt the most powerful guild in the Satrine Empire. They had far more influence than Bloodlust Blades, Divine Protectors, and Alliance of Mages combined. Thanks to the backing of Cao Shu's Century Financial Group and 2 other hedge fund firms, Angel Corps was provided the best environment to grow. Situated in King City, there wasn't a single enemy capable of posing a threat to them, to the extent they had become an unstoppable leviathan in the entire Satrine Empire. Constantly waging wars in other cities in a bid to expand their own domain and sweeping away everything in their path, they already controlled a total of 17 strongholds. Even though Angel Corps was based far away in the Satrine Empire, their influence could even be felt here in the Viridian Empire. Add in Soaring Angel's background on top of that, and Mad Blade along with the guild leaders of Alliance of Mages and Divine Protectors could only blindly follow. Despite most of the players on the battlefield belonging to Bloodlust Blades, Soaring Angel was actually the person calling the shots. We just received word from our intelligence that Nirvana Flame along with a large group of elites are setting up an ambush for us in the mountain forest to the north, Mad Blade said after checking his chat. Send people to watch them and report all of their movements, Soaring Angel calmly ordered. With 500 elites from Angel Corps, and the elites from Bloodlust Blades, Divine Protectors, and Alliance of Mages, he felt they had the power to look down on any guild. Although Ass-Kickers United also had a large number of elites, they simply weren't on the same level as Angel Corps. The development of Ass-Kickers United and Angel Corps were different. Ass-Kickers United had grown from weak to strong, from nothing to something, slowly climbing up bit by bit. Since they were established, there had never been a time they weren't at war. Many times they were even pushed to the brink of collapse. Their journey was full of hardship. On the other hand, Angel Corps had a smooth ride, rapidly growing in strength and never lacking in gold. Their top-ranked players were much higher level than Ass-Kickers United's, and they had many more class-advanced players too. Ass-Kickers United was only so-so in Soaring Angel's eyes. He couldn't imagine for the life of him how Bloodlust Blades ended up in such a sorry state. Have the armored catapults aim at 3 o'clock. Soaring Angel said to Mad Blade after observing the situation on the battlefield. The 3 armored catapults slowly rotated, taking aim at an area inside the crypt stronghold with many watchtowers concentrated together. He could tell at a glance this was a weak point. The 3 armored catapults resumed their bombardment. The thick and solid beam at the center suddenly sprung up, launching red-hot explosive shells at the crypt stronghold. More than a dozen metal shells bombarded the targeted area, collapsing one of the watchtowers instantly. Guo Wai was anxiously giving out commands from the highest point on the wall. Thousands of players charged out of the stronghold gates toward Bloodlust Blades' forces on the plains. Swords clashed and magic flew through the air. Like this, the skirmish ended. During a guild war, the players participating couldn't be revived. If someone died, they couldn't contribute for the remainder of the battle. So, Guo Wai was afraid of losing too many players. Ass-Kickers United's forces had tried several times to destroy the 3 armored catapults, but they were repelled every time. Especially when they got too close, the traps set up on the ground would show their worth as blasts of lightning energy sent countless Ass-Kickers United players to their deaths. The stalemate continued. Ass-Kickers United had a certain advantage since they were on the defending side. Under ordinary circumstances, they would be fine just turtling it out. But due to the unrivaled destructive power of the armored catapults, they were forced to leave the safety of the stronghold and charge straight at the enemy's forces. The players guarding the armored catapults were all powerful elites. They didn't lose in the slightest to the top elites from Ass-Kickers United. The events on the battlefield were all reported to Nie Yan. What's the progress on the Goblin Magic Cannon? Is it finished? Not yet. We're barely holding on. If this continues, the walls will collapse long before we can get the Goblin Magic Cannon out. Guo Wai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He could truly feel the might of the armored catapults, especially when the explosions from the falling shells shook the walls violently like an earthquake. Under the concentrated bombardment, the weak defenses of the watchtowers simply couldn't hold up. They collapsed one after another into piles of rubble. Time. They needed to buy more time. Nie Yan thought for a moment. Looks like it's time to really fight back, or else they'll start thinking Ass-Kickers United is really easy to bully. A junior group teleport scroll could teleport up to 30 people. Nie Yan picked out 30 people among the elites. Since the great mages were preoccupied with summoning the Mole Lord, he could only take his pick from the warriors, thieves, priests, and paladins. The 30 people were divided into 2 ranks. Nie Yan looked at the lineup. For the warriors, there was Blade Light, Smoke Stub, Lofty Shadow, Nie Yan, Monochrome, Edgeless, Natural Fiend, Forthright. For the priests, there was Young Seven, Black Heaven, Painted Muslin, and Moonchild. For the paladins, there was Paladin of the Elegy, Teodi, Blue Yarn Thread. For the thieves, there was Sun, One Strike Bow, Hapless Frog, Tyrannical. There were 30 players total, most of whom were warriors, some paladins and thieves, and only 4 priests. However, it would do. Nie Yan gazed at the group. These 30 players were the strongest in Ass-Kickers United. They possessed some of the best equipment currently available in the game. And many of them, Nie Yan personally knew. I'll go first. You guys will teleport to my coordinates. Wait for my word, Nie Yan said. Although this group of players weren't powerful enough to deal a fatal blow to Bloodlust Blades, they could at least give them a huge headache. It's only just begun. Let's go for a couple of rounds with Bloodlust Blades, and see who comes out on top in the end. Monochrome, Edgeless, Forthright, and the others all grew excited once they heard Nie Yan was planning to take action. The flames of war were raging. They had already waited for so long. You should choose a spot with plenty of people. Blade Light chuckled. He was one of Nie Yan's closest confidants. Even though this operation was dangerous, he remained calm. This was only the start of the battle. There was also the climax to look forward to as well. Yeah, the more, the better. We'll slaughter all of them. Tyrannical chimed in. Have all of you got your unknown transfer scrolls? Each person should have at least one. Those who don't, you can get one from me now, Nie Yan said. They were going to ambush Bloodlust Blades' forces together. This was an incredibly dangerous task. But given the skill of these players, as long as they had unknown transfer scrolls, they could at least preserve their lives. Everyone has one. We need to watch out for the shackles of strife from shadow priests. We can't escape if we're caught, Hapless Frog reminded. After slowly assimilating into Ass-Kickers United, he had also climbed up to become a core elite. Aside from always searching for treasure chests, he had also greatly improved his skills. With so many top-ranked players in the guild, he benefited greatly from them sharing their knowledge and experience. I'll be leaving first, wait for my word, Nie Yan said again. He entered stealth, then dashed off toward the battlefield outside the crypt stronghold. Descending the mountainside, Nie Yan drew closer and closer to the forces of Bloodlust Blades. He saw their players all over the place, from the plains outside the crypt strongholds to the base of the foothills in the far distance. He slowly approached from behind. Weapons clashing and spells flying everywhere, the fighting at the front was fierce. Meanwhile, the scene at the back resembled an outdoor picnic, with players grouped together in their respective squads sitting on the grass. They were by no means elites, upper middle tier at best. They were leisurely chatting about the progress of the war while waiting on standby, not the slightest bit wary of an ambush. With the information network of Bloodlust Blades, they would be given ample warning at the first sign of a large enemy force approaching. Nie Yan surveyed the plains, then headed to the area with the greatest player density. A group of 20 Bloodlust Blades players were sitting together, conversing with relaxed expressions on their faces. Who do you think will win, As or Ass-Kickers United? A holy mage in ashen robes asked. He evidently didn't have much faith in Bloodlust Blades. Hard to say. We might have fewer players and be at a disadvantage as the attacking side. But as long as those 3 armored catapults with their ridiculous 500-meter range aren't destroyed, we stand a pretty good chance of victory. See how Ass-Kickers United keeps turtling inside the crypt stronghold. It won't be long before their defenses collapse. I'm not sure exactly how many explosive shells we have stocked up to be bombarding them without reserve like this. But considering we prepared 6 whole days for this war, I estimate we have enough to last us another 3 or 4 more days, a berserker in a full set of gold-grade equipment replied. He was the leader of this group, so he knew a bit more. He had a more optimistic outlook on this war. The nearby players also felt their hopes rekindled after listening to his view. Bloodlust Blades winning. Fat chance. Nie Yan sneered. They were completely oblivious to his presence, still happily chattering away as he snuck past them. With their awareness, they wouldn't sense anything strange unless he was right up to their faces. Nie Yan quickly made his way toward an area where many priests were gathered. Priests were important resources during large-scale battles. They would usually be assigned together to form a large healing corps. Nie Yan counted at least 500 priests in the vicinity. There were likely similarly sized priest teams in other areas as well. These priests were also chatting about the siege. They were told that if Bloodlust Blades lost to Ass-Kickers United in this war, the guild would have no choice but to dissolve and they would be absorbed into alliance of mages and divine protectors. This kind of outcome didn't sit well with them, so they were prepared to go all out. Nie Yan slowly infiltrated their ranks, keeping at least 2 meters of distance between him and any of the priests. He could clearly make out the details of each of their faces. It was very easy to be spotted in a crowded place like this. He activated Disappear, increasing his stealthing capability even further. Nie Yan suddenly halted his steps when he saw 3 priests walking in his direction, getting closer and closer. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. Unable to prevent the inevitable, he hurriedly contacted Blade Light and the others. Now, teleport to my coordinates. Back at the mountain, Blade Light was observing the battle. The players moving around below looked like ants. I wonder how Nirvana Flame is doing. He should be in position by now. Blade Light glanced at the other 29 players behind him. They stood together in the middle of a teleport formation on the ground. Their eyes burned with anticipation. They were itching for battle. Soon, they were going to give Bloodlust Blades some long overdue payback. Smoke Stub walked up to Blade Light's side. Still no word from Nirvana Flame. Blade Light was just about to respond. But at this moment, he received Nie Yan's order. His expression changed. Get ready. We're teleporting now. Everyone had excited looks on their faces. Blade Light took out the group teleport scroll from his bag and started chanting. With a flash of light, all 30 players were teleported away. The 3 priests continued walking in Nie Yan's direction. When they approached within a meter of him, one of them suddenly sensed something off. A thief. At this moment, Nie Yan pounced into action and slashed the priest's neck with Zenard's sword. Cut throat. Minus 1637. The priest collapsed dead to the ground. After encountering an enemy ambush, panic spread among these priests. It's a thief. Get him. Nie Yan quickly escaped into stealth and dashed away. Among the chaos and confusion, some of the priests threw up orbs of light into the sky. Illuminate. As the brilliant radiance flooded the ground, a shadowy silhouette could be seen dashing through their ranks. Nie Yan was like a fox let loose in a chicken coop, surrounded by priests with their weak defenses. All of them were tasty morsels. A nearby priest tried to flee, only to meet with a tragic end as Nie Yan's fiery blade slashed down on his back. His cloth armor was no match for the sharpness of Zenard's sword. It was an instant kill. A barrage of holy smites whizzed toward Nie Yan, about to blast him into oblivion in the next moment. Gale Step. Nie Yan took advantage of Gale Step's first few seconds of invincibility to block the attacks. He dashed toward another priest and chopped down with Zenard's sword. The priest collapsed to the ground, fear frozen on his face. It was another instant kill. Nie Yan's attacks were sharp, decisive, and unrivaled. It's the Mad Rogue. One of the priests cried out in alarm after recognizing Nie Yan's silhouette. It's Nirvana Flame, the guild leader of Ass-Kickers United. They never imagined Nie Yan would show up here of all places. This was one of the most secure locations in Bloodlust Blade's army. How did he get past so many players unnoticed? Nothing was impossible for the Mad Rogue. Nie Yan's terrifying damage shook them to their core. Some of the priests fled in panic. Others started retaliating by chanting their spells. Nie Yan relied on his unrivaled speed to mow through them, a corpse dropping on the ground with every slash. Don't run. Everybody, kill him. A priest shouted. More than 50 priests set their sights on Nie Yan, some casting Illuminate, others chanting offensive spells. No matter how heaven-defying Nie Yan was, it was impossible for him to survive the concentrated barrage from all of them. As the priests chanted their spells, 30 players appeared out of nowhere following a flash of light. It was Blade Light and the others. Greeted by a lively scene, the 30 players quickly adapted to the situation. The warriors took action first. Charge. Charge. The warriors rushed at the enemy in all directions, steamrolling through everything in their paths with their hulking armor, swords, and shields. The priests in the vicinity were caught off guard. Before they knew what was happening, the warriors had already arrived in front of them. One could imagine their miserable state, especially after barely collecting themselves from Nie Yan's initial ambush. At this moment, Smoke Stub leapt high into the air like a rising dragon, soaring 6 meters over the ground, before slamming down his Mika's Stormsword into a crowd of fleeing priests. A spinning column of howling wind and lightning engulfed everything within a 5-meter radius, transforming the several dozen silhouettes trapped inside into rays of light. Holy crap! What's the name of that skill? It's so amazing. Edgeless couldn't help but ask, stars twinkling from his eyes. He had just happened to glance over in Smoke Stub's direction after cutting down a priest. Descent of the Storm Dragon. Not bad, right? Smoke Stub chuckled with a satisfied expression on his face. Setting his sights on his next targets, he sent a group of 6 priests flying with a charge. Black Heaven, Young Seven, Moonchild, and Painted Muslin raised their staffs and cast high-level blessings, bathing all the Ass-Kickers United players in the vicinity in an empowering radiance and greatly bolstering their stats. Sun, One Strike Vow, and the other thieves resembled streaks of lightning, leaving only afterimages behind as they dashed after the fleeing priests. More than half the priests were wiped out almost instantly. It all happened too quickly. From the moment Blade Light and the others appeared to now, less than 30 seconds had passed. The surrounding Bloodlust Blades players had no time to react. No one expected such a large group of enemies to teleport right into the middle of their forces. These 31 players from Ass-Kickers United split up into 4 groups and started slaughtering a path forward, like 4 sharp daggers plunging into Bloodlust Blade's heart. They went on an unbridled rampage, leaving behind piles of corpses in their wake. In the distant hills, Mad Blade received news of Nie Yan's ambush. He looked toward the location of the priests and saw a large hole torn open in their ranks. Almost 400 priests dead in less than a minute. What's going on? Soaring Angel asked. He had also noticed the situation. Ass-Kickers United launched an ambush. Nirvana Flame somehow teleported 30 players into the middle of our ranks. Mad Blade replied in a heavy tone. He was finding it strange that Ass-Kickers United still hadn't made any movements yet. The appearance of Nie Yan and the others was undoubtedly a declaration Ass-Kickers United was beginning their counterattack. Soaring Angel gazed at the distant plains. Bloodlust Blades had already lost many priests. He sank into deep thought. Other than reading over a few reports, he was unfamiliar with the Mad Rogue. All he knew was that Nie Yan was an outstanding figure in the Viridian Empire. Even then, so what? We're setting out. Let's see if the Mad Rogue is really deserving of his reputation, Soaring Angel said with a faint smile. With the Pollen Phoenix longbow strapped to his back, Soaring Angel sprinted off into the plains toward Nie Yan. His lithe figure resembled a blur. Demon hunters were well known precisely for their speed. Mad Blade and several dozen others followed behind. Of the 500 priests, more than 300 were killed. The survivors fled to the safety of the surrounding forces of Bloodlust Blades. The players from other classes came rushing towards Nie Yan's group. 3 warriors from Bloodlust Blades came charging at Young 7 from the side with their swords raised high, only for Monochrome to catch up to one of them with intercept. He followed up with a seismic slam, stopping all of them dead in their tracks. Great cleave. Monochrome slashed down on a level 47 warrior and sent him flying away. At this moment, a group of mages at the back finished chanting and sent a shower of spells flying towards Monochrome. Glorious Barrier. A golden membrane of light surrounded Monochrome, absorbing a large portion of the damage from the spells with a pitter-pattering sound and sending motes of light flying everywhere like fireworks. Monochrome rushed forward and felled the other 2 warriors in quick succession. His attacks were ruthless and resolute. At the same time, Young 7 raised his staff and cast heal on Monochrome, restoring his health back to full. Charge. Monochrome advanced toward the mages like a raging bull. With a whirlwind slash, 5 dropped dead to the ground. The situation on the other sides of the battlefield were just as lopsided. The teamwork and synergy of Nie Yan's group was seamless. However, with more and more melee class players joining the fray, the pressure on Nie Yan's side increased exponentially. The lack of area of effect magic was really hurting their ability to clear the enemy away at a fast enough pace. Nevertheless, as class advanced players, all of them had powerful close-range skills at their disposal. So, when they faced ordinary players, it was still a bloodbath. Especially Blade Light, Lofty Shadow, and Nie Yan, they were great fighters geared with some of the best defensive equipment in Ass-Kickers United, which gave them a minimum of 95% damage reduction against ordinary players. Add this to the high block rate of their shields, and even if they were bombarded by a group of 50 mages, they would come out relatively unscathed. Despite attracting 80% of the attacks as they pressed forward, Blade Light, Lofty Shadow, and Nie Yan still stood firm and resolute. The damage of the fighter trio might not be anything special, but their impregnable defenses left the players of Bloodlust Blades feeling helpless. On top of that, their attacks were still deadly to any squishy caster that allowed them to approach too close. Simply comparing levels, Blade Light, Smoke Stub, and the others were all at least level 54, with some even reaching level 60, and Nie Yan who was the highest at level 66. Meanwhile, the players from Bloodlust Blades were all around level 45, with none of them reaching level 50. All their high-level players were at the front. The paladins from Ass-Kickers United followed closely behind Blade Light, Smoke Stub, and the other warriors, buffing them with a myriad of blessings that raised their combat power by at least 30%. At the same time, the paladins also provided supplementary healing, which was still quite impactful despite not being as powerful as a priest's. Paladin of the Elegy raised his sword into the air as several rays of light fell over Edgeless. Indomitable Will. Holy Blessing. Divine Conferment. Edgeless suddenly felt himself overflowing with power. He glanced at his status bar and noticed numerous buffs, including magic immunity. Holy crap. I'm invincible, Edgeless exclaimed. He could really let loose now. Taking advantage of his empowered state, he rushed into a group of warriors and started a massacre. Frenzied Blitz. 8 fighters were hit by a powerful force and collapsed dead on the ground in an instant. Nie Yan surveyed his surroundings. Blade Light and the others were immersed in battle, rampaging through the enemy's ranks. He recited a cryptic chant and summoned Lil Gold. A giant golden dragon suddenly emerged on the battlefield. This was Lil Gold's first debut in the war against Bloodlust Blades. He had already reached level 56, with matchless stats that left players breathless. His health and defense were especially frighteningly high. Lil Gold immediately attracted the attention of the enemy. But before they had time to react, he breathed out scorching hot flames, incinerating more than 30 players from Bloodlust Blades. Lil Gold chanted out a series of words in the dragon language and targeted a dense crowd of players in the distance. Meteor drop. A giant meteor crashed into the earth with a deafening bang. A massive explosion engulfed everything within a 25-meter radius as countless fireballs flew out. Within the raging inferno, more than 300 players were burned to ashes. It looked like a scene straight out of the depths of hell. The surrounding players from Bloodlust Blades had dumbfounded looks on their faces. What a powerful spell. Lil Gold charged into the enemy's ranks. The players from Bloodlust Blades retaliated in a haphazard fashion. A shower of spells bombarded his golden scales while several warriors rushed forward with their swords raised in an attempt to stop him. At this moment, Lil Gold let out a thundering roar. Explosive counter. Everyone within a 20-meter radius of Lil Gold was swept up by a powerful force. Lil Gold's might was awe-inspiring. Even the players from Ass-Kickers United were left shaken. Although they knew Nie Yan owned a pet golden dragon, they never expected it to have grown so powerful. Nie Yan was extremely satisfied with Lil Gold's performance. Ordinarily, any pet with a growth rate of 15 would become a powerful existence at level 50. Lil Gold was already fairly rare with a growth rate of 20. Add this to the fact he was fed an evolution crystal, increasing his growth rate to 25, and he would become a heaven-defying existence. Blade Light and the others brought out their own pets too. There was a cheetah, a white tiger, an imp, and so on. But all of them paled in comparison to Lil Gold. By the time Nie Yan's group had killed around 1,500 players, 60 players wearing high-level gear could be spotted fast approaching from the plains in the distance. Everyone, get ready to use your unknown transfer scrolls, Nie Yan said after spotting these new arrivals. The enemy's elites had finally arrived. It wouldn't be wise for Nie Yan's group to confront them while being so heavily outnumbered. At this moment, an arrow wreathed in flames flew toward Nie Yan's back. Sensing danger, Nie Yan instinctively activated Shadow Waltz just before the arrow struck him, taking advantage of the 2 seconds of invincibility to block the attack. A giant flaming bird engulfed Nie Yan in fire. However, he remained unharmed. Seeing his attack fail, a trace of shock flashed across Soaring Angel's face. He never expected Nie Yan to successfully block his arrow in this kind of situation. He let out a low grunt. Spirit eyes. His eyes blossomed out with a green light. However, no matter where he looked, he couldn't find any trace of Nie Yan. What high cloaking? Soaring Angel no longer paid attention to Nie Yan. He knocked 3 icy arrows and fired at Lil Gold. Bang, bang, bang. A thick layer of ice covered Lil Gold's body. This was the frost arrow skill of an elven demon hunter. It could lock down a target in ice. At this moment, the nearby mages targeted Lil Gold with their magic. His meteor drop just a moment ago was too frightening. Such a threat had to be eliminated first, no matter the cost. Several dozen spells rained down from the sky, with countless more on their way. Just when it looked like Lil Gold was about to be killed, he suddenly disappeared with a bright flash of light. Nie Yan had unsummoned him. Nie Yan looked toward where the frost arrows were shot from and saw an elven demon hunter in azure leather armor. He looked quite conspicuous among the crowd. All his equipment was sub-legendary grade. Nie Yan's eyes trembled. It was the guild leader of Angel Corps, Soaring Angel. Nie Yan's knowledge of Soaring Angel was limited to only a few videos. Besides that, Xie Yao had previously told him at her birthday banquet that Fan Yuan was Soaring Angel. Regardless of what Fan Yuan's relationship with Cao Shu was, he was a target that had to be taken out. Killing intent welled up in Nie Yan's heart. Everyone in Nie Yan's group was suddenly in perilous danger as Bloodlust Blades began their counterattack. They suffered attacks on all sides from Soaring Angel's group of elites. Blade Light and the others crushed their unknown transfer scrolls. They had accomplished their objective. Now was the time to make their getaway. Following multiple flashes of light, more than half the players from Ass-Kickers United disappeared from the battlefield. Seeing Blade Light and the others leave, Nie Yan came out of stealth and locked eyes with Soaring Angel from across the battlefield. With a cold smile on his face, he raised his middle finger and made an obscene gesture. Shadow priests, lock him down with shackles of strife. Soaring Angel shouted. Nie Yan still dared to behave so arrogantly under these circumstances. He was infuriated. But before the shadow priests could react, Nie Yan vanished from sight. Every single player from Ass-Kickers United had escaped. All that remained were the piles of corpses from the players from Bloodlust Blades on the ground. Fucking bastards. They sure run fast. Mad Blade cursed loudly. He hadn't even arrived before Ass-Kickers United's players fled. Nie Yan reappeared 1,000 meters away from the battlefield. He contacted the scattered group members and had them reconvene. Everyone returned to the mountain forest, adrenaline still pumping from the recent battle. At the cost of only a single group teleport scroll, and without suffering any casualties, they had killed roughly 1,500 enemy players. More than 300 of whom were priests, who could no longer participate in the siege. What are your kill counts? Edgeless asked. 106, Monochrome replied. 12, Paladin of the Elegy said. The warriors had killed the most enemies, with the thieves coming in second, and the paladins and priests in last since they were focusing most of their efforts on providing support. Smokestub had the highest kill count among the warriors at 163. Monochrome and Edgeless were the next highest with roughly 100 each. The person who racked up the most kills was Nie Yan at 503. However, most of the work was done by Lil Gold. He had personally taken down only 50 or so players. This was the advantage of area of effect magic. It's a pity we didn't bring any mages. With Undying Scoundrel, Sparrow Hawk, and them around, we could have definitely wreaked a lot more havoc. Blade Light chuckled. It's a good thing we left so quickly. I briefly clashed with a few berserkers from Alliance of Mages. They're skilled. I wasn't able to gain any ground, Smokestub said in a grim tone. Smokestub was indisputably the most skilled berserker in Ass-Kickers United, so his assessment carried a lot of weight. Although Ass-Kickers United had many elite players, Alliance of Mages, Divine Protectors, and Bloodlust Blades were no slouches either, to say nothing of a Leviathan like Angel Corps. It was no surprise Ass-Kickers United was under immense pressure facing the full might of Bloodlust Blades, along with the elites from Alliances of Mages, Divine Protectors, and Angel Corps. Although they had more than 100,000 players defending the crypt stronghold, their true fighting strength was closer to 50,000. Not to mention Bloodlust Blades had the support of those frighteningly destructive armored catapults. Nevertheless, even though Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, Divine Protectors, and Angel Corps were powerful, trying to uproot Ass-Kickers United from Kalor was no easy task. The ambush led by Nie Yan had still more or less managed to hinder the enemy's assault. A section of the crypt stronghold's walls finally collapsed under the constant bombardment of the armored catapults. The forces of Bloodlust Blade rushed inside like a surging tide. At this moment, the watchtowers showed their true worth. A dense volley of bolts rained down on the invaders, instantly killing hundreds of them. The players from both sides clashed at the gap in the wall. Guo Wai watched the players from Bloodlust Blades flooding inside the stronghold from the highest point atop the walls. First Division, stop the enemy. Second Division, get ready to go up. Third Division, remain on standby. Hold the breach at all costs, even if we have to fight till the last man. Ass-Kickers United players were rushing over to set up a blockade at the collapsed section of the wall. Every single one of them were giving it their all. Guo Wai had already passed down the order. All of them were naturally prepared for death. Wave after wave of Bloodlust Blades players charged inside, only to be beaten back every single time. Led by several elites, the players from Bloodlust Blades continued surging forward like an unceasing tide. If Ass-Kickers United failed to secure the breach, the entire crypt stronghold would become a battlefield. Everyone, follow me. Fuck those bastards from Bloodlust Blades. A tall fighter brandished his sword and rushed forward to plug the breach in the wall. He held off wave after wave of attacks. Samsara needs healing. Somebody heal him. Several players behind the berserker shouted. Falling Samsara's health rapidly fluctuated up and down. Were it not for the more than 20 priests in the back constantly healing him, he would have long since died. His pretty decent gear played a vital role as well. Any other warrior would not have been able to take so much punishment. Under the repeated assaults, one Ass-Kickers United player fell after another. Falling Samsara's eyes were red with bloodlust as he met the enemy head-on. Falling Samsara was a relatively new member of Ass-Kickers United and hadn't participated in previous wars. Although he was decently skilled, he still hadn't entered the core ranks of the guild. He initially joined on a whim. But after bonding with his fellow guildmates, he quickly developed a strong sense of belonging to the guild. If the crypt stronghold fell, the players of Ass-Kickers United would truly become stray dogs. All their previous glory would go up in smoke, replaced by the shame of defeat. Only now did they realize the true meaning of glory. Glory was being able to hold your head high above all others. It was being viewed with reverence and not disdain. It was something born out of the blood and fire on the battlefield and guarded with your blade. Falling Samsara took the lead in pushing the players from Bloodlust Blades back. His relentless tenacity took his companions by surprise, igniting the flames of passion in their hearts. Brothers, slaughter these sons of bitches. Following a cacophony of impassioned cries, the players from Ass-Kickers United charged at the enemy with reckless abandon. Only moments away from breaching through the defenses of the crypt stronghold, the players from Bloodlust Blades never expected the momentum to suddenly reverse as falling Samsara and his group beat them back. The several elites leading them were surprisingly killed in the ensuing chaos, leading to the remainder of their forces collapsing. Falling Samsara firmly blocked off the narrow opening. The breach in the wall was already secured. Who is that? Guo Wai asked Zhao Li, who was standing next to him, in surprise. He wasn't familiar with many of the players below him. Falling Samsara, a recent recruit to the guild. He's decently skilled, Zhao Li replied. He did have at least this much of an impression of Falling Samsara. At this moment, Guo Wai received word from the guild headquarters that the manufacturing of the goblin magic cannon was complete. He immediately contacted Nie Yan. Nie Yan sent Blade Light and the others back to the crypt stronghold to escort the goblin magic cannon up the walls. Everyone became even busier as access to several roads were sealed off. Blade Light and the others transported the goblin magic cannon to the highest watchtower in the crypt stronghold. Its long muzzle was then aimed at the distant armored catapults. The goblin magic cannon could only be used for defense because of its immense weight and immobility. Now that a goblin magic cannon was defending the stronghold, the three armored catapults would never again be allowed to show their might beneath the crypt stronghold's walls. At the later stages of the game in the previous timeline, the most common war engines in sieges were magic cannons and trebuchets. Armored catapults had no place in such a battlefield because of their short range. A single goblin magic cannon would pose a huge threat to the three armored catapults. Nie Yan led 1,000 Ass-Kickers United elites to the back of Bloodlust Blades' forces. Bloodlust Blades had already positioned some elites there to ward off a potential assault on their backlines. Nie Yan looked up ahead at the battlefield. The three armored catapults were still bombarding the crypt stronghold non-stop. Soaring Angel and his group were leisurely waiting for the stronghold to fall. Prepare for a full-on assault. We're going to paint the crypt stronghold red with the blood of our enemies. None of those bastards will leave here alive today. Brothers of Ass-Kickers United, do you all remember that line in the intro of Conviction? From this day forth is one we stand, advancing and retreating, living and dying, till our presence reaches across all corners of the world, for our glory is our life. Today, the crypt stronghold will be reborn as the new united city. After Nie Yan's speech, the players jointly thought back to the poem recited during Conviction's introduction. Amid the mist before the dawn. By the last glow of the bonfire. Let God be my witness. As the first light shines and the moon and stars fall. As the embers fade and the darkness dissipates. The world is transformed in our wake. From this day forth we stand as one. Bound are our paths. So too our souls. Till our presence is in all. For our glory is our life. Someone started whispering it out loud, and one by one his brothers joined him until the entire guild was chanting in unison. This was the essence of Conviction. It held a profound meaning within it: unity, camaraderie, glory. That was the theme of Conviction. In this world controlled by gods, users of magic and martial arts shine together. Brotherhood proved by endless battle. From this day forth we stand as one. Bound are our paths, so too our souls. Till our presence is in all. For our glory is our life. Given this was the greatest trial Ass-Kickers United had ever faced, with the forces of Bloodlust Blades right at their doorsteps, these words resonated deeply within everyone. This was the camaraderie of the guild. Bound are our paths, so too our souls. Our glory is our life. Brothers, let's show them just who Kalor belongs to. Bloodlust Blades can get the fuck out. Kill them all. For Ass-Kickers United. Nie Yan's speech roused their spirits, lighting the fires of passion and bloodlust as the guild moved as one in the final preparations before battle. The climax of the war was now. The gates of the crypt stronghold rumbled as they opened. More than 100,000 players from Ass-Kickers United stood behind the gates. In just a few moments, the final decisive battle would begin. On the highest watchtower in the crypt stronghold, the goblin magic cannon was already calibrated and aimed toward the armored catapults. The final battle starts now. Everyone, kill, Nie Yan ordered in the guild chat. Bug, a glowing cannonball soared through the sky, heading straight towards the distant armored catapults. This was the signal to start the battle. Soaring Angel, Mad Blade, and the others were chatting leisurely on the hilltop overseeing the battlefield. They were confident no mishaps would occur in this war. Even if they suffered some losses, as long as the armored catapults remained in one piece, they could preserve their superiority. At this moment, word came that Ass-Kickers United was mounting one last charge inside the crypt stronghold. Furthermore, Sapphire Shrine and Holy Empire were also showing signs of movement, with roughly 100,000 of their players moving to surround the battlefield. Ass-Kickers United is preparing for a final push. Get ready, everyone. What happens next will decide the outcome of the war. Protect the armored catapults at all costs. Make sure they don't fall. Soaring Angel ordered. Have Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame intercept Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrine. Mad Blade ordered. Alliance of Mages and Divine Protectors are also sending over more reinforcements. A hint of excitement flashed across his face. Thanks to the pressure from Cao Shu, Alliance of Mages and Divine Protectors were finally forced to take action. Before Mad Blade could finish speaking, a deafening explosion rang out all the way over from the highest watchtower in the crypt stronghold. It was so loud everything else in the surroundings was drowned out, including the armored catapults. Soaring Angel's face paled as he turned to the source of the sound and saw a red-hot round shell whistling through the air, heading straight for the armored catapults. SSSSH blam. The round shell was slightly off target and smashed into the side of one of the armored catapults, setting it on fire and sending wood splinters and metal fragments flying everywhere. It then continued rolling and swept up several dozen players. Mass panic. The nearby players on the side of Bloodlust Blades descended into chaos. Someone put out the flames. Cast water magic. A jet of water blasted the armored catapult and doused the fire. The goblin magic cannon had dealt heavy damage to the armored catapult, which was basically half destroyed. The wooden frame was badly broken, and one of the wheels was smashed to pieces. It's a magic cannon. Soaring Angel had an ugly expression on his face after spotting the cannon muzzle poking out from the highest watchtower in the crypt stronghold. Damn it. Pull back the armored catapults. He never expected Ass-Kickers United to come out with something like a goblin magic cannon. Even the lowest ranking ones had a range in excess of 1,000 meters, greatly exceeding that of any armored catapult. Nothing was more important right now than getting the armored catapults out of the battlefield as quickly as possible. Any delay might result in their destruction, then the outcome of the war would be a foregone conclusion. At the command of Soaring Angel, 2 of the armored catapults were slowly withdrawn from the battlefield. The remaining one was still in good enough condition to fire. But the attack by the goblin magic cannon destroyed one of its wheels, rendering it immobile. All of Bloodlust Blade's forces started retreating. At the highest watchtower in the crypt stronghold, Blade Light was supervising the players operating the goblin magic cannon. Fire another shot. Don't let the armored catapults get away. Aim for the wheels. Stop. Let the goblin magic cannon cool down for at least 30 seconds, or else it'll blow up from overheating. A tinkerer warned. Listening to the tinkerer, they could only helplessly wait. After 30 seconds passed, two warriors lifted up a round shell and inserted it into the bore of the goblin magic cannon. They looked toward Bloodlust Blade's forces. The two armored catapults had retreated quite far away. Take aim. The players started calibrating the elevation and angle. None of them had operated a goblin magic cannon before, so they looked bumbling and clumsy. Even so, though they were far from being an experienced artillery crew, they were doing pretty well for their first time. It wasn't long before they aligned the goblin magic cannon with the second armored catapult. Boom! A long tongue of flame shot out from the muzzle as a round shell flew toward the distant battlefield. Since the two armored catapults were constantly moving, the round shell was off mark and landed into the surrounding crowd, instantly killing more than 100 enemy players. The round shell didn't simply stop after landing. It continued rolling for about 50 meters, sweeping away everything along the way and leaving behind a trail of corpses in its wake. Although the goblin magic cannon failed to hit the armored catapults, the attack still served as a heavy deterrent to the forces of Bloodlust Blades. With the goblin magic cannon present, the armored catapults couldn't approach anywhere within a 1,000-meter radius of the crypt stronghold. As the situation in the crypt stronghold settled down, the gates opened and the players from Asskickers United came surging out. Like a tiger descending the mountain, they rushed straight for the enemy. Charge. Indomitable will. Slaughter those bastards. Long live Asskickers United. Let's start a bloodbath. A chaotic battle broke out as the forces from both sides collided head-on. Some places were still booby-trapped by thunderstorm mines, which exploded with lightning energy when the players from Asskickers United ran over them. However, Asskickers United's momentum couldn't be stopped. They pressed toward the armored catapults without regard for their own lives. As the two undamaged armored catapults beat a hasty retreat, the stranded one launched 5 explosive shells into the oncoming forces from Asskickers United, instantly wiping out nearly 100 players. Warriors, advance. Mages, destroy that armored catapult. The several hundred elites guarding the armored catapult started clashing with the forces of Asskickers United. Fuck these suicidal bastards. A great mage from Divine Protectors cried out as he cast one area of effect spell after another. He had already killed more than 500 players of Asskickers United, but they just kept swarming forward like an unending horde. Even a famed general could be overwhelmed by a mob. The forces of Asskickers United blitzed through the battlefield with unstoppable momentum. At this time, the great mage sensed magic fluctuations in the vicinity. He looked toward the source, spotting a level 47 elementalist with their staff raised chanting meteor drop. Damn it. Stop that elementalist. All his spells were on cooldown, and everyone else was barely fending off the unrelenting assault from the players of Asskickers United. They were helpless to stop the elementalist. Bang! A giant meteor fell from the sky and smashed into the armored catapult as a fiery explosion engulfed the Bloodlust Blades players in the surroundings. The armored catapult was wrecked. Even though armored catapults could unleash untold amounts of destruction, they were relatively fragile, made out of wood reinforced with thin metal plates. The great mage guarding the armored catapult was also swallowed up by the inferno. A famous great mage from Divine Protectors had died to the hands of an unknown elementalist in Asskickers United. Good job, Lil Dong. Everybody, charge. Don't leave a single one of them alive.